It all starts with some thoughts on the cost of living. The protagonist thinks about how the herbs cost 8 gold coin. He thinks the price in this region is completely ridiculous. So, he walks through the forest, taking in his surroundings. The little boy strolls peacefully among the trees. He carries a bag full of plants while exploring the area. Suddenly, he finds exactly what he was looking for. The boy examines the plant and figures it must be worth a few coins, but he soon lets out a sigh of frustration with the situation. He tries to remember what he used to do when he was 6 years old. His only memory is of spending all day playing video games in the past. He never imagined he'd one day end up living inside an RPG. This whole crazy thing started exactly 6 years ago. Back then, he woke up and saw a strange ceiling. As an exhausted worker, his first worry was his job. Despair hit when he realized his body wouldn't move. When he looked at his own hand, he became even more confused and scared. To his complete shock, he had turned into a baby. A voice nearby commented on how the child seemed to never cry. The adults agreed that he was a very calm newborn. A man picked him up, speaking a completely unknown language. Even without understanding a thing, he was sure that was his father. That's how the young man was reincarnated as the boy named Arad's son, Vale. Back in the present, Arad takes a deep breath in the silent forest. He thinks it's unfair for a child to have to work so hard. Being from a branch family, a glamorous life was just a dream. Even his father had to work side jobs, gluing eyes onto dolls. Remembering this sad situation leaves the boy completely exhausted. He realizes that starting life over in another world is not easy at all. Over all these years, he came to understand an old Isekai. Dealing with a new body in a different language was already an ordeal. It took a long time just for him to be able to live like a normal person. But now that he's used to it, he feels his current routine is quite easy. After all, there's no boss demanding overtime in this new world. Arad stretches and enjoys the peace, feeling the relief of retirement. However, the tranquility is interrupted by a sudden loud noise. Startled, the boy quickly hides to figure out what happened. A monstrous and terrifying bear appears, roaring furiously. The gigantic creature is fighting 2 adventurers nearby. One of the warriors charges at the bear, wielding a huge hammer. He strikes the ground with force, breaking everything around the fierce animal. Meanwhile, the other adventurer prepares a powerful spell. The mage launches a huge fireball toward the rampaging beast. The attack hits the target dead on, creating a spectacular explosion. Arad is amazed as he witnesses the use of magic for the first time. The flames deal devastating damage, ending the intense battle. The 2 adventurers celebrate their successful hunt and victory. They tie the carcass to a cart to take it all to the guild. The little boy continues to watch the scene, mesmerized and fascinated. That moment sparks a deep interest in the world of magic within him. Turns out, not everyone in this world can use magic. You need to be lucky in the divine oracle held on birthday. But Arad had already failed this ridiculously rare test 6 times. With no way to pay to win, he suddenly notices something on the ground. The boy finds a small glowing sphere on the dry earth. He stares at the mysterious light with eyes full of curiosity. Slowly, he reaches out his hand and manages to touch the glowing object. The little boy is amazed as he holds the light for the first time, but the magic mysteriously disappears, flying up into the blue sky. He's confused, trying to understand what that vanishing energy was. Even so, he finds the experience incredibly beautiful and fascinating. Later, the boy finally returns home at night. His mother greets him with a smile, asking if he's okay. He reassures her and shows her the few coins he managed to earn. At that moment, the door creaks open behind them. His older brother, Robin, walks in, looking a bit tipsy. His mother immediately notices his state and asks if he's been drinking. Robin explains he was networking with an important person. He claims that maintaining good connections is essential for the future. Arad just watches the family conversation in silence. His brother says he doesn't need dinner and decides to go rest. He walks down the hall, sighing from exhaustion and pressure. Seeing his family's exhausting situation, the little one sighs, too. His mother tells him to be calm, reminding him that the heir has to work that hard. She hugs Arad affectionately while he smiles understanding. For nobles, maintaining the family line is the most important thing. Because they're poor, all support goes entirely to the firstborn. Arad accepts this natural order and has no intention of rebelling, but he also refuses to stand by idly in the future. The little boy decides he will leave home using his own strength. After that, The exhausting routine of going to the forest just continued. He kept collecting and selling herbs to save up his money. Occasionally, the boy had to hide in the bushes of the wood. From there, he would spy on the guild adventurers hunting with magic in the places where these fights happened. The mysterious glow always remained. The boy decided to call those spheres traces of mana. He was fascinated by the light that appeared without a clear source. Admiring it left him completely enchanted and very curious, but the energy continued to disappear every time he touched it. Time passed peacefully, with days under the blue sky. A few months later, Arad lets out a surprised and dazzled shout. He finally visits the family's huge main house in the countryside. The luxurious property is impressive with its monumental size. The little boy gazes at the high ceiling of the main hall in wonder. The place is filled with banquets of lavish and fancy dishes. He enjoys the party and devours a piece of meat in the crowd. Used to simple meals, he finds everything very delicious. Suddenly, their father appears behind the brothers, getting their attention. He wipes Arad's face and tells him to have some manners while eating that food. The man tells both his sons to follow him immediately. The father and his two sons bow before the patriarch on the red carpet. The old leader sits on the luxurious throne and tries to remember their family's name. Arad peeks from the side, realizing that this is the most important man in the lineage. The father thanks him for the annual invitation and quickly tries to introduce his eldest son. He gently nudges Robin, so the boy will introduce himself to the patriarch. Nervously, the boy stammers pathetically as he says his own name out loud. Arad watches the scene, thinking this posture is a total disgrace. The leader just tells the boy to work hard so as not to tarnish the family name. The father and brother are relieved and happy, completely ignoring Arad's presence. The youngest doesn't understand how they can be so happy with such a generic compliment. This whole situation leaves little Arad feeling quite thoughtful and out of place. The patriarch remains seated on the throne with an air of boredom and superiority. The old leader sighs and waves his hand, quickly ending the audience. He dismisses the Branch family with a simple and uninterested wave of his hand. Arad understands his brother's tension as he observes the huge crowd gathered in the garden. Suddenly, the clear sky is filled with a fantastic explosion of fireworks. All the guests look up, amazed by the show of brilliant light. The little boy admires the magical spectacle next to his family in the middle of the crowd. An announcer calls everyone's attention to the center of the garden at that very moment. He introduces the family's elite mages for a spectacular mock battle. The audience gets excited, commenting on the presence of such famous masters there. The incredible event finally begins when a powerful staff glows intensely. People praise the greatness of that noble lineage during the presentation. A skilled female mage leaps through the air and shoots a huge, flaming fireball. A girl in a giant hat masterfully manipulates her spellbook. A masked mage floats on a peculiar object while controlling rocks around him. Another warrior shows off his power by creating enormous and dangerous ice crystals on the ground, and electricity spells are cast by the powerful family member. The spells collide and create a thunderous impact that impresses the guests. Just then, Robin notices that Arad is completely distracted, looking the other way. The boy points in wonder at the glowing mana trails shining near them on the ground. The older brother is confused, asking what on earth his younger brother is talking about. Arad tries to explain that he's talking about that shimmering light in the middle of the air. He points directly at the luminous sphere right in front of Robin's perplexed face, but the firstborn states with absolute certainty that there is nothing there, and scolds the boy, telling him to stop talking nonsense and embarrassing the family. Arad freezes, realizing that his own brother can't see that magic. A friendly maid passes by them, and Arad politely asks for her attention. He points to the grass and asks if she can see what's floating there. The woman apologizes for not understanding, and the boy just thanks her with his head down. Shock takes over Arad, who becomes thoughtful. Covering his own mouth with his hand, he carefully observes those beautiful mana sparks floating serenely in the air. Despite the field being full of lights, no one in the audience seems to notice their beauty. The little one comes to the incredible conclusion that only he possesses this special sight. Suddenly, the surprised murmurs from the audience catch the thoughtful boy's attention. A little girl floats gracefully, and everyone comments about the lady of the Lewis family. The patriarch smiles and asks little Arya to show her skills in the garden. The elite mages also await the spectacle, resting on the grass after the battle. The most important men watch the scene with great expectations for the girl. Arad looks up and follows the new presentation, feeling a great sense of surprise. The little girl takes a deep breath with her eyes closed. Concentrating all her power, she raises her hand gracefully and shoots a huge fireball toward the clear sky. After the incredible demonstration, the young girl gives a polite bow to the audience. Arad watches the scene, stunned by the girl's absurd level of strength. The entire audience cheers, applauding the spectacle along with the proud patriarch. The boy reflects on how perfect people really do exist in that world. She had the extreme luck of being born a noble and also possessing the enviable gift of magic. He continues to observe the glowing trails floating peacefully through the air. Just then, the youngest son notices a large luminous sphere floating very close to him. Excited, the boy raises both hands and finally manages to hold the magic. The bright light suddenly shatters into small fragments in his hand. A message appears, revealing that the limit for the fire fragment has been reached. Right after, the mysterious notice confirms that a new skill has been acquired. Ara jumps in fright, feeling a strange energy coursing through his body. With his heart racing, he listens to the unreal notices echoing in his mind. The boy stares at his own hands, still shocked by what just happened. His large green eyes widen as he realizes the incredible power he has received. Curious, he focuses his attention on a large, isolated tree in the immense garden. The little boy walks over to it and positions himself right in front of the giant trunk. A few meters away, the masters continue to chat animatedly with young Arya. Suddenly, a frightening explosion of flames erupts from little Arad's hand. The boy unleashes an absurdly strong magical attack. Unable to hold back, a monstrous fireball spirals, destroying everything in its destructive path. The guests panic as they see the colossal tree flying through the air. One of the adventurers quickly realizes it was sorcery and not light. The entire crowd turns in shock to face the child standing alone on the lawn. Arad analyzes his own body, completely fascinated by the spell he just cast. The boy's heart beats frantically, bringing a thrilling sense of power. He feels a gigantic wave of adrenaline boiling in all his veins. The youngest son finally understands how wonderful it is to be able to cast real magic. This is an indescribable emotion he could only experience in this new life. For the first time in 6 years, he feels a true and deep excitement. But the boy soon realizes the danger he was in. Casting a spell from so close, dangerous electric sparks still jump uncontrollably from his exhausted little body. Arad lets out a tired sigh as he recovers from the shock of his own strength. The memory of the immense attack terrifies him with that absurd power. He regrets not being able to control mana as well as the elite master. The crowd praises him, believing he cast the spell twice in a row. Suddenly, the boy's vision darkens, and he feels very dizzy and nauseous. He understands that these bad symptoms are due to the complete depletion of his mana. Using magic consumes all of one's vital energy, causing a terrible weakness, like anemia. Trembling, he regrets having pushed his mage character so hard in games. The nobles continue to praise the young talent's immense power reserve. They foolishly attribute all that glory to the family's precious Count bloodline. The guild legends listen to this absurd explanation in absolute silence. The experts scoff at the blind belief in noble, pure bloodline. The young warrior prefers to praise the remarkable strength shown by the talented Arya. Amidst the murmurs, Arad smiles shyly, enjoying the flood of applause. Suddenly, someone appears right beside him, asking if he can use magic too. The boy turns in surprise and finds the talented Arya smiling friendly at him. The girl bows slightly and politely introduces herself as Arya Grace Lewis. Arad scratches his head, a bit awkwardly, and tells the little noble his own name. She extends her hand and gently asks if the boy would be her friend. The little one shakes the girl's hand with a sincere smile on his face, but inside, he's shyly celebrating the fact that he finally touched a girl. Suddenly, Arya's expression changes to one of aggressive and very competitive determination. She quickly pulls away, leaving Arad confused by the sudden change in mood. The patriarch approaches him, calmly asking if he is really Vale's son. The boy confirms by nodding his head nervously before the leader's imposing presence. Count Barton questions why the family hid the fact that the youngest could use magic. Arad tries to explain that he hadn't revealed it before because he didn't know either. The old leader's eyes widen as he stares at the boy in silence with great surprise. The boy swallows hard and looks away, feeling the intense pressure of the moment. The patriarch turns his back. Seeming very interested in this peculiar new development, Barton praises Arad's courage for being able to hold the leader's gaze without fear. He turns to the crowd and calls for Arad's father with a very authoritative voice. The father appears, groveling on the floor, completely terrified before the imposing figure. The Count points out that little Arad didn't shrink away like a common child would. He doesn't know it, but the truth is that Arad has the mature mind of an adult man. The leader leaves, saying he will contact the family in the future. Little Arya accompanies the old man and says goodbye to her new friend with a smile. Arad waves in silence as the girl slowly walks away through the garden. The father and brother listen to the surprised murmurs of the whole crowd around them. The father approaches his son, overflowing with pride and joy about the situation. Arad's eyes widen slightly, surprised by this sudden show of affection. He understands for the first time that being a mage elevates him to a new level in the family. Meanwhile, the older brother remains frozen in the middle of all the guests. Robin grinds his teeth with a strong expression of envy and deep resentment. A few days pass after that unforgettable and tumultuous banquet at the main house. Arad is walking peacefully through the forest when he finds a beautiful, appetizing mushroom. He carries a heavy backpack and holds the small mushroom, ready to put it away. Suddenly, the boy notices a distracted white rabbit in the sunlight up ahead. He smiles confidently, believing the animal let its guard down because he's a child. The rabbit perks up its ears and becomes alert in the silent vegetation. Arad concentrates a small spark of fire in the palm of his hand, hidden in the backpack. He focuses intently on the small magic, calculating the exact aim so as not to miss the attack. The little boy shoots the fireball, hitting the rabbit dead on in a strong explosion. The animal falls to the ground, defeated, while Arad pokes it lightly with a thin branch. He celebrates the victory with an excited smile, feeling like a real hunter. The little one clenches his fists, satisfied that he finally managed to hunt something in the wood. Suddenly, the rabbit's carcass begins to emit a mysterious and beautiful golden glow. Arad tries to touch the light, but it simply takes off towards the dense forest. The boy wonders why the magical sphere didn't disappear as usual. He adjusts his backpack and decides to follow that suspicious glow through the trees. Arad carefully slides down a small embankment, keeping his eyes on the light. The glow finally stops in front of a rock covered in green moss on the ground. The boy finds a hole in the ground with large spheres of energy inside. He slowly crouches near the hole, hoping it's not another fire magic. Arad hesitantly reaches out and gently touches one of the new fragments. He sighs in relief, feeling the gentle magical energy being absorbed by his body. Arad smiles, relieved to realize he can still learn new spells this way. Later, the boy decides to visit the bustling city market. He walks calmly through the streets, carrying a bundle of firewood on his back. The boy greets a friendly butcher who asks if he's running errands. Arad holds up the downed rabbit and innocently asks if he can sell the animal. The man is quite surprised and asks if the boy hunted it himself. The merchant inspects the fresh, bloodless meat and asks how he did it. With an innocent smile, the little one begins to explain his true tact. The butcher and the customers around scream in shock when they find out it was magic. The boy gets embarrassed by the compliments and says he only knows how to do simple things. The man laughs loudly, praising his luck, while Arad tries to focus on selling the meat. The merchant asks if he can bring more rabbits, and the boy accepts the deal. The butcher praises the boy's great mage spirit with a proud smile. He hands over the payment and promises an even better price if Arad becomes a supplier. Very happy with the result, the boy thanks him and says goodbye to the friendly seller. Arad is amazed to see he earned the equivalent of a whole day's worth of herb. He clenches his fists excitedly as he realizes how magic can make his life easier. The boy smiles confidently and decides that mastering mana is the best answer for everything. He carefully puts the shiny gold coins into a small pouch. Arad imagines that the more magic he learns, the easier his future there will be. But to do that, he realizes he needs to find many more energy fragments. The boy looks at the big city, thinking he'll find plenty of magic there. He starts walking determinedly through the streets, looking for the glows in every corner. Arad silently peeks into local shops, trying to find any hidden traces. The little boy looks near the large buildings and carefully scans the sky, but he becomes completely frustrated when he finds absolutely nothing on his walk. Arad sits on the edge of a stone bridge, wondering about the reason for his bad luck. Just then, he hears a desperate voice asking someone to stop bothering. The boy peeks and sees a young florist being cornered by a suspicious man. The thug grabs the girl's wrist very aggressively and threateningly. Suddenly, the criminal notices a strange movement and looks to the side. Confused, Arad watches the scene, annoyed to find the same kind of trash from his old world. The boy hides and calculates that it would be dangerous to attack the thug directly from there. He decides to shoot a wind spell next to the man just to scare him. The gust hits a stall and causes a huge bang that startles everyone on the street. Surprisingly, Robin appears on the street, telling the thug to stop being pathetic. The criminal is pushed by the winds and asks in terror who that boy is. The firstborn advances quickly and casts a dangerous wind spell at the enemy. A colossal explosion destroys everything around and sends the bully flying with great force. The thug falls unconscious and completely defeated amidst the wooden debris. Robin asks if the florist is okay, and she thanks him. Relieved by the heroic help, the older brother flirts with the girl, pretending to be a great heartthrob in front of her. But Arad ignores the scene and focuses only on a glowing fragment that appeared on the ground. The youngest stealthily approaches, while the firstborn continues to show off. He touches his chin, trying to understand if these spheres appear randomly. The boy reflects on the calmness of that beautiful city, bathed in sunlight. He deduces that there's nothing else interesting or dangerous to find there. After all, in such a peaceful place, people have no real reason to use magic. Arad sits thoughtfully on a staircase, trying to figure out where magic is used. But suddenly, a mysterious voice calls his name, interrupting his thoughts. Arad remembers his mother warning him that the deep forest is very dangerous. The woman would imitate scary monsters to try to frighten the boy. She would sternly order the little one never to go near that place. But Arad knows the chance of finding fragments there is much higher. Confident in his magic, he decides to take a risk and enter the tiger's den. The boy walks bravely towards the dark edges of the city. On the way, he passes a sad funeral in a quiet cemetery. Someone laments not having used healing magic in time to save the man. The priest says that resurrection magic doesn't exist in this world at all. Little Arad hides behind a pillar, listening carefully to everything. He touches the cold wall while processing this harsh and sad reality. The boy concludes in shock that bringing back the departed is impossible here. He remembers thinking about this a lot since he was just a baby. In that time of pure innocence, he spent a lot of time reflecting. The little boy was always curious about the famous life magic. After all, reviving people is a natural thing in fantasy games and anime. The young man reflects, relieved to have discovered this crucial information so early. He walks around the area, satisfied to better understand the rules here. Arad decides he needs to be extremely careful to protect his life. The sun shines through the huge trees of the imposing deep forest. The boy immediately notices that the atmosphere of the place is completely different. The loud caw of a crow startles the boy, who senses the danger of the area. Suddenly, the boy freezes upon hearing the sound of heavy footsteps on the ground. Noticing something approaching, he quickly prepares a spell in his hand. The memory that resurrection doesn't exist echoes strongly in his mind. Arad runs desperately and dives into the bushes to hide from the danger. The little boy peeks with his eyes wide with pure and absolute terror. A huge herd of fierce, red-eyed beasts runs past. The boy covers his mouth in terror, praying not to be discovered. The absurd number of monsters kicks up a lot of dust along the dark trail. The herd finally leaves, leaving the forest empty once more. Arad slumps to the ground, trembling and dizzy after that huge scare. The little one imagines his mother's desperate cries if he were to pass away. He curls up in the woods, feeling the weight of his youthful irresponsibility. The boy sighs in relief. Vowing to be more cautious in his new life, Arad watches the strange birds and decides to walk with much more care. Suddenly, A violent tremor throws the little boy backward abruptly. He looks up, startled, as the ground continues to shake non-stop. The youngest hears monstrous roars and wonders what's happened. The boy sits on the ground, wondering if the creatures are fighting nearby. Colossal roars echo through the skies, tearing through the silence of the forest. Driven by curiosity, the boy takes a small step in the direction of the sound. Arad approaches stealthily and crouches behind a thick tree. The boy's eyes widen, completely shocked by the frightening sight. Two gigantic and terrifying monsters are engaged in a devastating clash. The brown creature lands a very strong blow on the gray monster's face. The armored beast is thrown violently to the ground, shattering the rock. The multi-eyed predator opens its huge mouth wide and lets out a furious roar. Rad admires the colossal fight, thinking it looks like a monster move. The two giants continue their brutal battle, destroying the forest landscape. The gigantic beast concentrates a huge amount of electrical energy around its monstrous body. A colossal bolt of lightning strikes the ground with devastating force, creating a blinding explosion of power. Arad's large green eyes widen in complete shock as he realizes that creature just used. The impact pushes the armored beast back, leaving a smoking trail in its path of destruction. The gray predator lets out a terrifying roar, baring all its sharp fangs. The brown creature is brutally pushed back, dragging its paws across the destroyed terrain. But the beast withstands the powerful attack and charges furiously at its dangerous opponent. The boy shrinks back, breaking into a cold sweat, as he gratefully holds a small magical fragment in his hand. He observes the immense cloud of dust on the horizon, indicating the giants have moved away from the area. The little one carefully scans his surroundings, making sure the area is completely safe. He finds and quickly touches another large, glowing energy sphere on the ground. The boy stretches, satisfied, feeling the invigorating power flowing through his body. He walks among the gigantic footprints, happy to have confirmed the existence of deep magic there. The boy admires the sky through the leaves, celebrating his huge and dangerous harvest of the day. However, the youngest realizes that afternoon is already falling and decides to quickly return to safety. He thinks it's better not to push his luck and turns his back to start his way back. The woods around him take on an even darker and denser appearance, with scattered vines. Suddenly, the boy freezes and narrows his eyes, staring at something peculiar in the middle of the dark forest. An incredibly bright sphere illuminates the dense vegetation, capturing all his attention. The mysterious light pulses strongly through the dark foliage and twisted branches. The intense glow emits a magical aura completely different from the ones he had found before. The boy doubts his own eyes, unable to believe the size of that immense magic. Excited by the discovery, he goes down a weed-filled slope, slipping a little. He runs to the giant roots, celebrating the discovery as he notices the light is fading. The boy quickly stretches out his arm, trying to reach the huge magical sphere before it shatters. He finally touches the center of the dazzling glow with his small hand, absorbing all that. The sphere shatters in a fantastic light that illuminates the boy's amazed face. A surreal message echoes in his mind, announcing that he has just obtained the resurrection of the dead. Completely shocked, the boy scans the forest around him, trying to process this insanity. He panics, imagining terrifying figures and doubting the absurd level of that power. Meanwhile, on the plain, a warrior examines a beautiful and valuable glowing gemstone in her hand. The group of adventurers rests after a hunt, planning to go to the guild to trade the item. Surprising everyone, little Arad suddenly appears, greeting the experienced warrior. The boy innocently asks if they are mages, and one of the men points to the young warrior. The skilled mage jumps down from the huge carcasses, curiously asking what the child wants to know. With a focused look, the boy asks if she happens to know anything about ancient magic. The young adventurer blinks, completely confused by the question about this strange term. The other two warriors also shrug, saying they've never heard of such a thing. Arad quickly lies, saying he heard someone in town bragging about using that kind of skill. The group bursts out laughing, explaining that there are many spells, but ancient magic is just a big lie. Hiding his frustration, the youngest apologizes for the silly question while showing an innocent smile. The warrior warns him about the dangers of the region while packing up the defeated monsters for the trip. She kindly offers to escort him, But the boy refuses the help and starts his walk alone. He waves goodbye to the friendly group and concludes that they also know absolutely nothing. The boy recalls several other wise people and adventurers he has questioned recently. No one had any clue about this power, leaving the boy wondering if ancient magic is real. He writhes in pure frustration, wishing he had a simple search engine to solve the riddle. The boy walks through the isolated fields, feeling a great longing for the convenience of the internet. Once again, the young man focuses his eyes on the immense city full of old mansions and quiet streets. He sits downcast, reflecting on how knowledge is an incredibly rare and expensive commodity in this world. The boy looks at the ground, thinking about the resurrection fragment he found. He erases the drawing in the dirt and accepts that this ancient magic probably doesn't really exist. Suddenly, he is interrupted by the familiar voice of his older brother. Rod sighs in annoyance, noticing that his older brother has been drinking since noon. The tipsy brother approaches, looking a bit confused about the situation. He mocks his younger brother, asking if the boy is still looking for ancient magic. Robin tells him to stop with these useless fantasies because that power isn't real. The older one tells the boy to focus on becoming elegant like him. The young man brags, saying he is now best friends with a famous noble. Suddenly, a sweet voice greets Arad from behind, surprising them both. The firstborn gets a huge fright, seeing the small and talented Arya right there. The little girl smiles excitedly, saying she has something very cool to show. Her friend Arya shows a competitive aura, silently vowing not to lose to him. The envious brother immediately pushes the younger one aside, trying to steal the young noble's attention. Robin flirts pathetically, believing the girl was there to see him. Arad panics when he realizes his older brother is trying to flirt with a child. The youngest whispers tensely, asking if he remembers the powerful Count Louis. Confidently, the brother claims he recently spoke with the old leader at the banquet. The little boy falls completely silent in the face of his own brother's extreme foolishness. He can't believe that Robin completely forgot the face of the patriarch's granddaughter. Even though he's annoyed, Arad ends up feeling a little sorry for the embarrassment the young man is about to face. Young Arya just stares at the boy with an expression of total and absolute disinterest. The youngest sighs in relief that she wasn't offended by his brother's insolence. At that moment, the sound of approaching horses catches the whole group's attention. A luxurious carriage appears with a desperate butler running right behind it. The man scolds the young lady, reminding her that she shouldn't go out alone. Arya crosses her arms, assuring him she can take care of herself very well since she's a maid. The poor butler cries, saying the master would have his head if anything happened to her. The girl hides behind Arad, complaining that her servant is too annoying. Robin's gaze finally falls on the imposing golden crest on the carriage. The young man freezes in terror as he realizes the colossal mistake he just made. Desperate, he tries to fix the situation by introducing himself with a fake. The little girl is polite and greets the older brother without caring much. But right after, she ignores the young man and focuses all her attention only on the youngest. Arya excitedly pulls the boy by the arm, leaving her devastated firstborn behind. She takes him to an isolated corner, stating that he needs to see her new skill. The little prodigy concentrates an absurd amount of flaming energy in her hands. She breaks into a cold sweat, showing immense effort to maintain that unstable magic. But the spell fails and dissipates into the air, creating only a light, harmless smoke. The little girl turns proudly, asking what he thought of her great technique. She smiles smugly, noticing that her friend didn't understand the demonstration at all. The mage explains that controlling one's own power isn't just like flipping a switch. Arya teaches that true strength lies in perfectly containing and mastering your mana. Arad reflects on the advice, realizing that it requires a lot of concentration. But suddenly, his eyes widen as he understands the true weight of that scene. The young girl waits anxiously for praise from her rival friend, all sweaty and tired. The youngest realizes the monumental effort she makes to master such difficult spell. He feels a deep respect for her working so hard, being just a little girl. Arad smiles warmly and praises the girl with great sincerity and admiration. Arya blushes with happiness and clenches her fists, very proud of her own success. Arad looks back in confusion, noticing that his older brother has simply Little Arya smiles gently, offering to teach him everything since they are both fire mages. The boy chuckles, finding the situation funny, and accepts the help of his new prodigy friend. But suddenly, the young girl calls his name with a surprised expression. Looking up, Rod follows her gaze and sees his brother accompanied by a mysterious person. Robin introduces his new friend, Kevin, while the boy sighs. Completely annoyed with him, Arad soon notices that his older brother is tense, trying to show off for the little noble girl. The young man wears an arrogant expression, ready to start bragging about his friendship. However, silence falls over the courtyard when an imposing figure suddenly appears. The atmosphere in the place becomes incredibly tense with the presence of that majestic, luxurious carriage. Everyone present widens their eyes, completely frozen by the unusual situation. A masked servant quickly approaches and places a small velvet stool on the ground. A man with long gray hair begins to slowly descend from the impressive carriage. Everyone is shocked to recognize the great and powerful patriarch of the Lewis family there. Robin and his friend tremble in terror as they realize the level of the important person who just arrived. The old leader observes all the commotion in the courtyard with a calm and rather superior posture. The patriarch approaches the firstborn, asking if he is indeed Arad's older brother. The young man stammers, confirming, while the count just tells him to keep working very hard. Completely intimidated by the noble's presence, the two young men bow and quickly flee before disappearing. The brother casts a look full of fury and resentment at the little one. Arad imagines how much his older brother's pride was hurt by being remembered only as his brother. After the troublemaker's quick escape, only the main group remains in that huge courtyard. The old leader turns to his granddaughter, gently asking what she is doing in that place. The girl states that she wanted to talk about fire magic with her very talented new friend, Curious. The little heiress asks what brought the great patriarch to that part of the city. The old man's expression changes drastically, adopting a very serious and mysterious look. He focuses his sharp gaze, exuding a powerful and intimidating aura that chills the entire environment. The imposing count turns his back, walking slowly until he suddenly stops in the middle of the courtyard. The noble casts an extremely piercing sideways glance in the direction of the two small children. With a firm and unwavering voice, he asks who was responsible for writing that on the ground. With no way to escape the situation, the little boy raises his hand and shyly confesses it was him. The patriarch's eyes widen as he desperately asks where the boy heard about this power. Arad finally understands that the nobles are the true holders of valuable knowledge there. The little boy smiles, relieved to realize that the powerful count surely knows about ancient magic. The old man awaits the answer, visibly tense and breaking into a cold sweat at this great revelation. The little one hesitates, not knowing exactly how to explain the situation to the master of the lineage. Losing his patience, the patriarch firmly states that he will ask only one more time. He stares at the erased words on the dry earth, demanding to know the origin of that secret information. The boy understands that he needs to give a good answer if he wants to get any details about the magic. He analyzes the noble, quickly concluding that a poorly told lie would never work on him. The count's immense magical pressure makes it completely impossible for the boy to dare to lie. In a cold sweat, the youngest decides to omit only the part about being able to absorb the mana trace. Trembling, the boy says that he heard a mysterious voice the moment he awakened his power. The count sighs thoughtfully, deducing that the boy must have heard the famous divine voice of the oracle. Taking advantage of the opening in the explanation, the boy claims it was this divine voice that told him everything. The old leader falls completely silent, processing the little boy's fantastical story. He rubs his chin, accepting the explanation and believing in the child's incredible luck. Suddenly, the master turns his back and starts to walk away, leaving the boy confused. Arad reaches out his hand in frustration, asking if they weren't going to discuss the ancestral magic. The count says that this is not the right place for the subject, promising to send someone soon. The little boy confirms the story, nodding his head tensely. The powerful patriarch gives a slight smile, satisfied with his answer. The old leader turns and makes a small gesture, ordering immediate departure. He looks at the desperate servant, asking if he is the only guard there. The little girl panics and tries to defend the butler from any punishment. The count says he will explain the situation only once to his little granddaughter. He reminds the girl of the enormous prestige their noble family possesses. The old man explains that walking without a proper escort is extremely dangerous. The little mage lowers her head in regret and apologizes for her disobedience. Just then, the youngest son peeks at the surroundings and notices a figure hidden in the alley's shadow. He recognizes the mysterious warrior who acted as the bodyguard at the event. The carriage's large horses whinny restlessly, catching everyone's attention. The powerful patriarch finally returns inside his fancy transport. The family's luxurious carriage slowly departs through the empty city street. An immense silence takes over the street right after the old ruler's departure. Little Arya becomes completely depressed after receiving that huge scolding. The little boy watches his upset friend and tries to think of a way to help. The talented mage keeps her head down, feeling a great weight on her conscience. The servant tries to cheer her up, reminding her of the promise to teach the youngest magic. The girl breaks into a huge smile, instantly regaining all her energy and joy. She raises her small hand, demonstrating the summoning process for her student. The boy follows the lesson with attention and admiration for her quick change of mood. He reflects with relief, noticing that his friend has finally managed to forget her sad. The young noble shines with pure happiness, taking on the incredible role of a teacher. The boy agrees with the lesson, maintaining a beautiful and understanding smile on his face. The nostalgic moment makes the boy remember a very similar situation on Earth. In the past, a friend's little daughter would teach her own father how to tie ribbon. The adorable child would show off her beautiful finished work with great pride. The man would praise his daughter's talent, creating a beautiful and comforting memory. The sweet little girl also wanted to pass on all her vast knowledge to the young man. Back in reality, he hears the noble girl asking him to imagine a cup. The improvised teacher begins the strange lesson, demanding her students' full focus. She uses the brilliant analogy of a tipping glass of water to illustrate her. The main idea is to tilt the magic slowly and control exactly how the mana comes out. The little warrior's eyes widen as he finally understands the secret of He finds it very funny that the techniques from fantasy mangas are so real here. The incredible mage joins her hands and summons her flaming energy as an example. A huge pillar of fire shoots forward, tearing through the skies with frightening brute force. The powerful spell leaves the girl breathless as smoke spreads through the street. The boy asks if she's okay, and the prodigy assures him the exhaustion was nothing. The proud butler watches from a distance as the young girl encourages her student's attempt. The boy decides to pretend it's more difficult, just so he doesn't frustrate his teacher. The youngest extends the palm of his hand and begins to concentrate a large amount of energy. He controls his own mana circuit very carefully to avoid blowing anything up there. A microscopic and weak magical spark of fire flickers between his fingers. But to everyone's surprise, the small magic causes an unexpected explosion at that same moment. The little boy stares at his own hand, totally shocked by the absurd failure of his trick. The girl laughs a lot at the situation and comforts her friend, saying that making mistakes is part of life. Arad realizes that modifying the standard casting requires a much greater energy sacrifice. He concludes, fascinated, that reducing the power takes much more strength than firing with full force. The boy reflects that the magic ended up exploding because he reduced the size too much. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoes through the area, startling the two children. Arya's poor butler is thrown through the air, badly injured. The two little ones watch in shock as the man falls on the other side of the embankment. The little girl screams furiously, asking what on earth is happening in the area. Two mysterious criminals appear, saying they came to capture the young noble. Without hesitation, the talented mage extends her hand and conjures a fire attack on the spot, but absolutely nothing happens, and an awkward silence takes over the hill. The young girl cries in frustration as she realizes all her mana is already depleted. Arad is surprised to notice that she ran out of energy after just 2 spells. The two are startled when they hear a third bandit muttering magic word. The little boy panics when he realizes the enemies also control mana. The youngest shouts his friend's name and quickly pulls her by the arm with great force. The terrible assassins watch the escape and decide not to let their prey get away. Arad runs desperately, his heart pounding with fear of the situation. The enemy sorcerer fires a barrage of sharp ice crystals into the air. The boy throws himself over his friend to try to protect her from the deadly magic blast. The two huddle together, panting. As the attacks shatter the ground around them, he points the way and notes that the flat terrain is terrible for hiding. The children sneakily slide into the bushes of the dense forest. One of the villains attacks, laughing hard, while the other tells him not to take out the Tarad tells the young girl to be quiet. As he listens to the magic tearing through the tree, a huge cloud of dust rises in the forest. And the bandits think it's enough. The leader asks if the children are still alive while the mage rests. Suddenly, the enemy sorcerer condenses a frightening sphere of energy. A colossal pillar of ice plummets from the skies with a devastating impact on the earth. The absurd power ends up shocking even the other two criminals in the group. The crash kicks up debris and hides the entire area in a very thick smoke. The silhouette of the small boy remains motionless amidst the confusing debris. Arya looks up at her friend, feeling great dread and deep distress. The boy stares at the huge destruction in front of him, seeming completely paralyzed. Arad trembles with fear, feeling the intense and lethal killing aura falling upon him. The young noble's beautiful eyes widen as she realizes the size of the imminent danger. Terrified by the situation, little Arya lets out a sharp scream of pure desperation. Arad desperately tries to cover his friend's mouth, dodging the ice attack. The sadistic villain laughs, saying that screams of terror always reveal the hiding spot. The merciless mage in blue fires another powerful and violent freezing blast. The deadly blow explodes very close to the two children huddled in the dark bush. The little girl cries a lot, clinging to her friend while he tries to keep her quiet. The sorcerer advances up the hill, firing non-stop into the dense forest. The leader in red sighs, frustrated with the mage's unnecessary excitement. The rain of deadly crystals turns the woods into a hell of absolute destruction. The little one, sweating coldly, deduces that they won't be able to hide for long. The attack ceases, and a huge, gigantic cloud of smoke covers the edge of the immense wood. The bandits decide to go in there to get the children and finish the job. The lethal trio begins to walk slowly in the direction of the large green hiding place, hidden behind the trunk. The youngest watches in terror as the enemies approach. His mind enters a total panic as he realizes that people could harm him there. Arya curls up crying while the boy notices a faint glow near the root. His eyes widen when he sees beautiful mana fragments scattered on the lawn. The boy's eyes widen as he finally notices the beautiful mana traces on the ground. He quickly throws himself onto the grass, trying to reach the magical glow. Arya watches, confused, as her friend thrashes around wildly on the lawn. The little boy extends his hand and manages to touch one of the glowing spheres. A message appears, revealing he has obtained the limit of the ice fragment. The boy absorbs the new magic, realizing this is his only chance. He turns with determination and casts the ice blade magic with all his might. A colossal pillar of ice violently charges towards the enemy. The devastating attack hits the ground and completely surprises the gang. The enemy sorcerer is shocked to see his own spell being used. The masked henchman asks in confusion if the kid wasn't a fire mage. Arad takes a deep breath amidst the smoke after firing the powerful. The little boy quickly turns, ordering his friend to flee with him. He grabs the young noble's hand, and the two run into the middle of the wood. The youngest is confident he can lose them since he knows this forest well. Arya runs, panting, asking why they are running from the fight. The girl confidently states that they should just finish off those bandits. Arad explains seriously that he can't risk letting her get hurt. The young girl blushes in embarrassment as her friend suddenly pulls her arm. The criminals advance through the woods, vowing to catch the children for good. The assassin's rapid footsteps echo dangerously among the trees. The boy realizes with tension that a child's body is too slow to escape. The young mage cries from exhaustion, saying she can't take another step. Arad breaks into a cold sweat as he hears the henchman's movements getting closer and closer, without wasting time. The boy pulls his exhausted friend down a different path in the wood. The two run desperately towards a gigantic tree at the end of the trail. The masked bandit grumbles in annoyance, saying they'll soon get tired. The criminal analyzes the huge tree roots, thinking there's no way out. He charges forward, certain he will finally get his hands on them. Arya murmurs her friend's name, feeling immense dread from the chase. The youngest smiles confidently and tells the little girl not to worry about anything. The children cross the sunny clearing towards the large, ancient trunk. The boy spots a perfect hiding place among the gnarled root. He pulls the young noble, and the two quickly jump into the hole. They huddle in the small space while the girl stares at him in terror. The little mage starts to question why they are hiding again. Arad asks for complete silence, and she just nods in tense agreement. The cruel henchmen finally arrive at the edge of the embankment, looking for their prey. The masked man shouts furiously, demanding to know where the children are hiding. He cuts the vegetation with his knife, ordering the others to find the target. Little Arya clasps her hands, trembling with distress in that hole. She looks at her friend with tears in her eyes, silently pleading for help. Little Arad returns the look with a calm and very reassuring expression. Suddenly, a monstrous and deafening roar tears through the sky, startling everyone. A gigantic and terrifying shadow covers the leader, wearing the red cloak. A colossal monster emerges violently from the earth, leaving the bandits in shock. The masked man prepares to fight, wondering why there are monsters around here. The leader spots the targets fleeing and yells for them to ignore the little children. The stubborn henchman points his finger, refusing to let the kids escape like that. Hidden in the foliage, the boy watches tensely as the villain tells them to wait. The colossal monster strikes the criminals with a devastating and very violent blow. The gigantic creature emerges, crushing the entire forest with frightening force. The colossal tremor shakes the huge trees of the dense and dangerous deep wood. The two children keep running desperately without looking back for a sec. Arad pulls his little friend by the arm, ensuring they get away from the deadly danger. They enter a darker and quieter part of the forest, seeking complete safety. Two mysterious figures watch the children's escape. Hidden at the top of the tree, the mysterious warrior praises the boy's intelligence for fighting using the monster. The swordsman in blue agrees that a normal child would never think of that tact. The skilled warrior casts an analytical and very surprised look at the whole situation. The bodyguard, hanging from the branch, asks what they will do with the bandits now. The swordsman suggests leaving them behind, as the monsters will end up devouring them. The warrior jumps from the branch and questions if this reckless attitude won't cause problems. She lands on the ground, asking how exactly they will report everything to the captain. The duo reflects on the audacity of the criminals who dared to attack the young noble. The warrior in blue points out that attacking a noble's heir is a very serious crime. Her partner agrees, remembering that the powerful patriarch will demand clear answers. The warrior leaps through the trunks, hoping the bandits are still alive. The bodyguard falls clumsily to the ground, trying to guess Arad's real age. She laments that their analytical skills lost badly to a mere little boy. Her partner ignores his friend's drama, just stretching calmly in the wood. The mysterious swordsman smiles, finding that little one. Meanwhile, Arad continues running out of breath, leading his friend to complete safety. The two quickly pass by the remains of the huge ice pillar melting on the ground. The little boy quickens his pace, ignoring the magical debris along the destroyed path. The children finally spot the edge of the forest, illuminated by the strong sunlight. They emerge from the woods completely exhausted after this long and very terrifying escape. Suddenly, the young noble shouts her butler's name with a voice full of hope. She spots her loyal servant fallen near the rocky rubble of the large hill. Poor butler Craig remains unconscious on the ground after the bandits' brutal attack. The little girl runs to him, crying hard and begging for the man to wake up soon. The injured butler lets out a groan of pain as he slowly regains consciousness. He wakes up desperately and hugs the girl, telling her to run from those bad men. Arya cries with relief and comforts the man, saying the great danger has finally passed. The servant looks around, completely confused, trying to understand how they survived. The little one approaches, warning that it's still too early for them to relax. Arad stares at the dense forest, fearing that the dangerous assassins might return. The butler agrees, frightened, assuring them they need to leave there immediately. Craig gets up in a hurry, calling his young mistress to return to the mansion. Peace finally returns to reign on the vast, illuminated plain under the clear blue sky. The small group manages to return in complete safety to the streets of the big city. The relieved butler drives the carriage while the boy waves goodbye to them. But suddenly, the luxurious vehicle stops abruptly, catching the little boy's attention. The talented Arya jumps from the carriage in a great hurry, surprising her own servant. The girl runs hurriedly over the cobblestones of the street, heading towards little Arad. She stops in front of him, trying to catch her breath after the sudden and quick run. The little boy blinks his large green eyes, confused by this unexpected action. The young prodigy blushes with embarrassment and shyly thanks him for saving her life. The youngest's eyes widen, impressed by his little friend's incredible sweetness. He cries with emotion. Noticing the immense difference between her manners and his brother's, the girl fiddles with her fingers, seeming to want to say something important. The faithful butler looks at the young girl and asks if they aren't The little noble hesitates a bit, and Arad pays attention to her. She blushes a lot and stammers that the little boy is just very... Arad interrupts, thinking the girl is going to call him very dirty. Arya quickly denies it from up in the carriage, and the boy is confused. The girl tries to explain herself better, and Arad pretends to finally understand everything. He smiles conceitedly and asks if he was cooler than she expected. The little mage's face turns completely red with embarrassment. She shouts, denying everything, while her friend feigns innocent surprise. The little girl continues to deny it, and the boy asks what she meant to say. After all, Arya tries to hide her embarrassment by telling her friend to stop being so arrogant. The heiress rushes back into the transport, slamming the door for good. The friendly servant just smiles and bows after his mistress's hurried order. The luxurious carriage finally begins to move away slowly down the path. The youngest watches with a smile, thinking the little noble is an adorable girl. He reflects, feeling that dealing with the young prodigy is like being a real father. Sometime later, the little boy decides to walk alone around the outskirts. He arrives at a quiet cliff, far from the bustling city. Arad sits on the rock, feeling a huge sense of relief that he's no longer being followed. The boy gets thoughtful, wondering if those monsters dealt with the bandit. He concludes with relief that the mercenaries wouldn't have stood a chance against the brutal beast. The boy stretches out on the rock, enjoying the well-deserved and relaxing peace. The little one stares at his own hands, silently reflecting on his magic. He quickly peeks at his surroundings, making sure there is no one else nearby. The boy finds it very embarrassing how the mages in this world shout their spell, ignoring the embarrassment. He takes a deep breath to try to test his ability. Arad releases a large, bright, and completely bluish mana aura from his body. He raises his hand with confidence and casts the exact same ice magic. A sharp and dangerous frozen pillar emerges from the ground, causing a small rumble. The boy analyzes the attack, noticing it was about 30 centimeters tall. He concludes that this standard size is identical to the shot fired by the mercenary. The youngest realizes that he just needs to find mana spheres to learn spells instantly. He recalls the incredible and absurd rain of flames used by his little friend. The boy remembers the violent explosion caused by the spells during the real combat. He also remembers the attacks conjured by the fearsome elite warrior. Excited, he imagines how wonderful it would be to master defensive light spell. Visualizes a huge magic shield being conjured for his own protection. He gets lost in his thoughts, imagining himself in a field full of rare spheres. In his imagination, the little boy absorbs all that power on top of a large mountain. But suddenly, he shakes his head, quickly pushing away this sweet illusion. He notes that acting like a reckless player in search of items will cost him his life. The boy relaxes on the rock, remembering that keeping himself safe is the priority. The boy lies on the rock, reflecting on a huge disadvantage of his ability. He realizes he won't be able to use the resurrection spell on himself if he passes on. Arad stares at the clouds, understanding that this is the worst disadvantage of the life-giving magic. The little mage sits near the rock, deciding not to worry about it now. He stretches excitedly, stating that the best thing to do is to train the basics first. The little boy gets ready, eager to start the practical test of his ice spell. Arad concentrates a large amount of energy in his hands, believing he can change the shape of the attack. The boy concentrates as hard as he can, wanting to create something thinner and more durable. Arad pants, celebrating when he sees that he managed to create an ice sword. He realizes he can alter the shape of the magic according to his own imagination. But suddenly, the boy's large eyes widen, looking very surprised. The little mage feels that something strange has just crossed his mind. He focuses on the mysterious sensation, trying to understand what that feeling was. Curious, the boy sticks his newly created ice sword into the dark earth. The youngest decides to try to retrieve the sensation and repeat the previous process. He focuses again and slowly begins to conjure new freezing shards. The effort of maintaining continuous control makes the boy break into a cold sweat. The boy forms another sword and celebrates, understanding that the secret is time. He remembers little Arya taking a long time to condense her large fireball. Arad concludes that the main limiting factor of magic is finding the right timing. Excited by the theory, he decides to test the new hypothesis right away. The boy approaches the embankment and concentrates more bluish magic in his hand. His eyes widen, maintaining all his focus on the complex incantation. Arad extends his hand and excitedly shouts the name of his powerful ice spell. However, the attack seems to fail, and a huge silence takes over the empty hill. The little boy waits patiently, watching the sky without understanding anything. Suddenly, a distant voice calls him from behind, startling the distracted boy. The warrior walks towards him, asking why the boy is still there. The boy turns around just as a cracking sound echoes behind him. The magic finally activates, creating a large explosion of ice in the blue air. The two warriors watch the scene, completely perplexed by the strong spell. The freezing pillar breaks the earth as the warriors approach in silence. Arad shrinks back in surprise, muttering to himself that his idea worked. The swordsman stares at the ice structure, asking what the boy just did. The little boy panics, fearing he will be scolded by the experienced adventurer. The man asks, amazed, how a child of that age knows how to delay spell. The sun illuminates the lethal freezing structure that suddenly sprouted from the dry earth. The curious man pressures the boy, demanding to know who taught him the rare technique. Arad breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he used a power too complex for a mere child. The youngest hesitates, desperately trying to invent a convincing lie. The adventurer thinks that mastering that magical delay alone would be too incredible. He comments that using a high-level spell without a teacher is almost impossible. The warrior also agrees, stating that the boy's talent is spectacular. The swordsman insists on the question, and the little mage answers very evasively. The man quickly sees through the excuse and accuses the boy of telling another lie. The warrior gives him a friendly slap and comments on his family's poverty. Arad holds his head, grumbling indignantly at the man's sudden action. The man feigns irritation, asking if the boy wants to get hit again to learn, but he notices the child's fright and tries to back down from the bad joke. The swordsman clasps his hands, apologizing for having gone too far with his joke. His teammate also apologizes, calling the man clueless. The boy waves his hands, denying any hard feelings while accepting his poverty. Excited, the warrior promises to teach him something cool as a proper apology. The man mysteriously summons a green mana glow that floats before them. He dispels the spell and tells the boy to try touching the ground, illuminated by the afternoon sun. The warrior points to some small particles shimmering on the green grass. Arad extends his hand, very curious to understand what the man wants to show him. The boy is startled when a magical barrier suddenly appears around him. The swordsman bursts out laughing and asks if the boy liked that surprise. His partner scolds him, demanding that he stop showing off and teach properly. The little boy is very confused, and the man agrees that he needs to explain better. The adventurer promises he will detail everything step by step for the little maid. He remembers that Arad's delayed magic activated on its own after a while, but this time the spell stayed on the ground, and the boy confirms, paying attention. The warrior explains that the secret is to set a trigger as an activation condition. He compares the technique to a simple button that needs to be pressed. The man teaches that the process of casting magic is very similar to program. The little one's eyes widen, thinking that theory is incredibly brilliant. They continue to observe the large ice stones appearing on the horizon. The experienced master continues to explain the details of the spell to the boy. Arad concludes, surprised that the level of the Count's guards is truly spectacular. The pair spends the entire afternoon focused on that intense magical training. The warrior praises the boy's concentration, who apologizes for the distraction. The swordsman smiles, assuring him that his praise for his dedication was very sincere. The strong glow of dusk begins to illuminate the entire rocky plain. The mysterious warrior imagines the boy must be very tired now. She remembers they were attacked by 3 criminals that afternoon. The adventurer changes his tone and asks if the boy knows anything about the trio of villains. Arad observes a trap on the ground and states that he knows absolutely nothing. The 2 bodyguards look at each other in silence after the boy's quick response. The man plays it off, saying he only asked to ensure the mistress's safety. The youngest recalls the terrible figure of the mercenary leader dressed in red. He finally understands the real reason those guards stayed there. The warrior insists, asking if the boy couldn't remember anything else. The little boy shakes his head, again denying any other information. The mysterious woman sighs and tells her partner that they should leave now. The friendly swordsman pats Arad's head before leaving. His companion tries to remind him that the little boy is also an important noble, but the adventurer just smiles and says the youngest is now a great friend. The little boy waves happily as the elite duo walks towards the sun. He decides he will thank them later and focuses on continuing his training. The boy activates another dangerous ice trap on the edge of that hill. The extreme effort makes Arad fall sitting on the grass, sighing from pure exhaustion. The little boy lies on the ground, feeling this was the most difficult magic he has ever tried. He complains that he can't see the trap, and that makes the training very frustrating. The little one thinks hard, trying to come up with a much more efficient plan. Arad looks at the sky, calculating that the forest should still be very safe. He gets up, determined to improve his trap using a real experience. The sun finally sets behind the mountains, covering the entire forest in dark. The next morning, rays of light once again pass through the immense silent wood. The boy finds a poor rabbit taken down by a sharp ice stake in the neck. Arad lifts the animal, celebrating the perfect result of his new trap. He smiles, very satisfied with that absolute success on the very first try. The boy concludes excitedly that now he can train and hunt at the same time. The boy crouches down and prepares a new lethal spell around a tree. Arad walks anxiously, wondering how his other baits are doing throughout the wood. He reaches a ravine and notes with some sadness that he didn't catch anything there. The boy analyzes the ice trap, wondering if the chosen location was bad. He decides to look for a different spot among the large trees of that dense forest. Arad walks peacefully through the woods, carrying his catch along the dirt path. The boy continues walking among the beautiful spider webs, wet with dew. Curious, he kicks a small stone to test how his trap works. A large ice stake emerges from the ground, confirming that the magic is still active. He is satisfied to realize that the lethal trap lasts for about a whole day. Thanks to this, the little hunter manages to take down several rabbits at once. The boy hums with pure joy, carrying his huge prize through the forest. Arad returns to the big city, excited about the possibility of earning money. He crosses the huge stone walls, whistling calmly through the street. The little boy goes straight to the familiar butcher to sell his fresh meat. The merchant smiles excitedly and gives a thumbs up upon seeing all the merchandise. The man is amazed by the absurd amount of rabbits the boy brought. The merchant hands the boy a bag completely full of shiny coin. Arad's eyes widen in astonishment at the large reward he just received. The youngest holds the money excitedly, imagining he'll soon be super rich. But the little boy hesitates as he remembers his beloved mother's gentle and tired smile. The boy walks through the city, deciding to use the money to buy a beautiful gift. He spots a smiling florist talking to a customer on the busy street. Arad spends a few coins and buys a beautiful bouquet of pink flowers for his mother. The little boy returns through the flowery fields, admiring the landscape with a light smile. He finally arrives at the entrance of his house, feeling it was a great peaceful day. Arad walks under the stone bridge, eager to deliver the special gift. But suddenly, the little mage's eyes widen as he notices a strange detail on the ground. He observes a cracked pot near the entrance, realizing something is very wrong. Before leaving, The boy had installed a simple magic sensor in that spot. The trap used a fireball to light a candle if someone stepped on the floor. The little one peeks at the mechanism, smiling when he sees the candle remains unlit. Arad opens the wooden door and cheerfully announces that he's finally home. But the boy is completely confused when he sees the state of the small trap on the floor. The boy crouches down, confused, realizing that the magic switch has simply vanished. The little boy's eyes widen as he feels a cold grip of distress in his heart. He focuses his vision on the unlit candle, trying to understand what exactly happened there. The spell should have lasted a whole day and would never disappear so easily. The boy deduces with fright that his magic might have been nullified by someone else. He tries to recall if cancellation mages exist and remembers the enemy sorcerer. The little boy freezes in terror at the thought that the bandit's target might have been him. The bouquet of flowers tumbles from the little mage's hands, scattering petals on the floor. The beautiful flowers lie forgotten in the corner in the face of that great despair. The next day, Robin appears, yawning a lot, while his mother prepares the meal. The older brother soon starts complaining about having to eat rye bread again. The modest wooden table displays only a few slices of a dark and very dry bread. The mother apologizes, stating that it's the only food they have for the day. The firstborn grumbles that the flavor is awful, while Arad just watches the scene. The youngest judges his brother's attitude, thinking his personality is proud and Suddenly, violent knocks on the heavy wooden door startle the whole family. Little Arad looks back, breaking into a cold sweat as he wonders who could be there. His mother walks to the entrance, gently asking who is knocking so early. Desperate, the boy hides his hands behind his back and prepares a dangerous, deadly spell. The door opens, and an imposing figure enters the family's humble home. The elegant man in a suit asks if this is the residence of the Vale family. The older brother stops chewing the hard bread, completely surprised. The mother politely confirms and asks who the mysterious visitor is. The gray-haired man apologizes and says he serves Lord Barton direct. This unexpected revelation completely shocks everyone present in the room. Robin smiles proudly, thinking the main family came looking for him. The firstborn gets up quickly, but his mother tries to hold him back, worried. The young man walks to the door with great poise, ignoring his family's warning. The elegant servant waits in silence with a very serene expression. The father, Lion, finally introduces himself as the patriarch and apologizes. The butler announces he has come to escort the young Lord Arad at the Count's request. Robin and his mother's eyes widen in total shock at the news. The father also stands frozen, staring at the imposing gray-haired man. Little Arad blinks his large green eyes, totally surprised. The older brother panics and points at the youngest indignantly. The young man rushes forward furiously and violently bumps into Arad's shoulder. Robin runs to his father desperately, demanding an immediate explanation. The father ignores the outburst and asks in a low voice if the youngest understood everything. The little boy confirms calmly while his father holds back the firstborn. The patriarch tells the boy to hurry up so as not to cause any trouble. In this moment of fury, Robin accidentally kicks a wooden stool. The young man stumbles badly, but his parents quickly catch him before he falls. While the confusion happens, Arad calmly walks out the front door of the house. The youngest sighs tiredly in the face of that huge family embarrassment. The butler apologizes for making him walk to the luxurious carriage. The little boy gently assures him that he doesn't mind at all. The gray-haired man extends his hand, guiding the little boy towards the transport. A majestic carriage waits, parked on the huge dirt road. The imposing vehicle shines under the sun, accompanied by strong guard. Arad politely thanks him for the ride as he climbs the vehicle's step. He steps onto the beautiful and luxurious plush carpet inside the fancy transport. But the little boy quickly lifts his foot, realizing his boots are dirty. The butler tells him he can keep his shoes on, and the boy apologizes. The magnificent carriage begins its journey along the large and beautiful country road. The youngest silently peeks out the window, observing the vast landscape. The wise servant comments on the small incident with the envious brother. The man says the boy seemed very worried and asks why. Rod is surprised to notice that the servant has an incredible and sharp perception. The youngest explains that he was afraid Robin would provoke the dangerous guards there. The butler, agrees, stating that things would have gotten ugly for the young man. He notes that Arad even noticed the hidden guards in the carriage. The old man praises the boy for being so humble and confident for his age. The boy breaks into a cold sweat, thinking all that praise is some kind of The butler asks for permission to give the young lord some important advice. The experienced servant advises him to always maintain a noble posture. He explains that nobles should treat servants with superiority and class. The boy bows to apologize, but realizes his mistake at that very moment. Arad swallows his words and changes his posture, stating that he understood everything. The butler gives a big, satisfied smile at the little mage's attitude. Arad finds it difficult to act superior, coming from a world where respecting elders is basic. The luxurious carriage continues its long and peaceful journey across the beautiful green plain. The little boy feels something strange on the ride and lifts his head, completely confused. He suddenly notices that the rocking and the sound of the horse's hooves have changed along the way. The butler notices the boy's curiosity and explains that they have just entered the toll road. The man details that the route was built by the count along with some wealthy merchant. The little one reflects, surprised, noticing that this is exactly the same concept as a highway. Arad is impressed to see nobles funding projects that would require large government budgets. The servant asks how he noticed the change, and the boy explains that the ride became smoother. The gray-haired butler smiles, praising the little lord's excellent observation skill. The boy sits back down and continues to watch the landscape with great attention through the window. Suddenly, Arad's beautiful green eyes widen as he notices something shining outside. The youngest gets up in desperation and hurriedly asks the butler to stop the carriage. The servant knocks on the wood, alerting the driver, and asks what is happening. Arad doesn't answer and quickly jumps from the carriage. Running down the dirt road, he stares at the large stone toll gate, feeling an enormous magical energy in the place. The little boy is amazed to find dozens of glowing mana traces on the ground. He observes the golden light, wondering if it all belongs to a single spell. A message announces that the fragment has reached its limit and he has acquired the invisibility skill. The butler approaches, asking if there is something there, and the boy lies, saying it's nothing. Arad walks back to the transport, very intrigued by the mysteries of that. He casts a furtive glance at the experienced servant, silently reflecting on the situation. The majestic carriage resumes its journey through the hills under the beautiful clear blue sky. The boy stares at his own hand, glowing with the magical power he just absorbed. He analyzes the mysterious lines of light, thinking they look like birthmarks. Arad reflects on the new magic, noticing that it alters things in a completely unique way. The boy wonders why there are so many mana traces in such a busy place. The butler asks if something is wrong, as the boy looks like he just had a wish granted. Arad hides his surprise, and the gray-haired man confirms that he has a radiant expression. The little one laughs nervously, trying to deny everything, although the servant was spot on. The youngest celebrates internally, stating that this magic was exactly what he wanted most. He realizes that by learning so many spells like this, he will end up surpassing the limits of his own age. After all, learning more than 7 spells at 6 years old is considered impossible here. The little boy stares at the intense light in his hands, remembering he was looking for a solution for this. Arad smiles confidently, realizing that invisibility makes everything magically possible. He concludes excitedly that he can use the power of illusion to alter the appearance of his own magic. The group finally arrives at the immense gates of the stunning main family palace. The boy gets out of the carriage, impressed that they made such a quick trip before sunset. Suddenly, an adorable Dalmatian dog runs up excitedly and jumps on the little mage's leg. Arad plays happily with the pet in the grand, luxurious courtyard of the mansion. The butler remembers a small detail and quickly approaches one of his subordinates. The gray-haired man orders them to secretly investigate that location on the side of the road. While petting the friendly dog, Arad silently listens to the old man's order. The servant strongly suspects that there might be a very dangerous secret hidden there. Suddenly, the experienced butler's eyes widen, as if he noticed a striking presence. The youngest hugs the puppy, deducing that this reaction confirms there really is something on the road. Later, Arad walks through the beautiful corridors of the mansion, feeling the luxury exuding from every piece of furniture. He is amazed by the enormous crystal chandeliers and the bright golden decoration. The boy feels his eyes hurting from so much brightness and concludes that this family is absurdly rich. The little one swallows hard, stopping nervously right in front of a gigantic and imposing door. 3 friendly maids enter the room, carrying a luxurious tea cart. One of them serves the drink, explaining that they are very high-quality leave. The youngest maid peeks at the boy with great curiosity and a lot of nervousness. The head maid scolds the girl for being rude to the guest. The little maid apologizes and explains that everyone is very excited. The woman says that the boy's great deeds have started rumors throughout the entire mansion. The head maid sincerely apologizes and promises to discipline the staff. The boy gets nervous and waves his hands, saying, "That's not necessary." The old gray-haired butler smiles, praising the little boy's noble attitude. The young boy gives a beautiful smile and agrees to meet the entire mansion staff. The 3 maids almost faint from adoration at his extreme cuteness. The head maid blushes deeply, charmed by the infinite sweetness of the young lord. The atmosphere in the room becomes light and relaxing with the scent of the hot teapot. Arad savors the luxurious and comforting drink served in the porcelain cup. The boy sinks into the armchair, exhausted from having to pretend to be a polite noble. Suddenly, the boy lifts his head, startled by a new voice. He turns around quickly and sees a mysterious man standing right behind him. The youngest son jumps onto the sofa, completely surprised by the sudden presence. An old man with strange glasses introduces himself as a servant of the house. The boy stands up, straightens his clothes, and introduces himself very politely. The eccentric old man smiles, stating that the little boy is very interesting. Arad blinks his big green eyes, totally confused by the sudden compliment. The old man adjusts his glasses and praises the little one's incredible natural manners. He notes that the boy's politeness seems like a habit, cultivated over many years. The man finds the difference between the boy and the traditional nobility fascinating. Arad breaks into a cold sweat and smiles nervously, fearing his reincarnation will be discovered. He reflects on how his old Eastern upbringing is saving him in this new world. The little mage tries to change the subject by asking what the old man wants. The old servant explains that he came to ask about a request made to the butler. Arad finally understands that he's talking about that toll road. The youngest son had already planned an answer in case he was asked about this. He calmly confesses that he can see the traces of mana in the air. The boy thought it was much safer to tell the truth to these clever men. The strange old man raises a curious finger, testing the child's magical vision. The boy's large eyes widen as he notices something shining brightly. The youngest son points directly to the large magic sphere near the servant's foot. The man lifts his glasses in surprise, confirming the boy's incredible ocular ability. The little mage agrees, nodding his head in an adorable and very calm way. The tense conversation is interrupted by the sound of the immense, heavy door opening. The imposing count enters the luxurious room, and everyone quickly looks at him. Arad bows deeply, showing great respect for the head of the family. The powerful patriarch walks toward them, asking for the results of the investigation. The old man reports that the boy was able to see even the hidden test magic. The master of the family praises the servant's good work, who just gives a little laugh. The eccentric man says goodbye to little Arad with a very friendly smile. The boy waves excitedly, eager to have another conversation with the intelligent maid. The immense count turns his back and walks through the enormous and luxurious living room. The old ruler stops before the window, observing the sunny plain outside. The patriarch finally brings up the mysterious topic of the toll booth with the boy. He stares at his reflection in the glass, revealing the dark rumors about the local construction. The youngest son realizes that the building on the side of the road is the exact location of that invisible magic. The nobleman explains that the use of concealment magic turned those mere rumors into a major case. The little boy breaks into a cold sweat as he understands the enormous gravity of the situation being investigated by the count. The powerful patriarch gives a wide smile and praises little Arad's excellent work. Little Arad accepts the high praise while keeping his head bowed as a sign of great respect. The imposing master of the family begins to observe the little boy in a long, deep silence. The experienced ruler rests his face on his hand, a very intrigued smile forming as he looks at the child. The great count comments that Arad's father really did a great job raising the boy. The gray-haired master finally asks the boy to sit down, and he thanks him very politely. The youngest son slowly slides his body up onto the large and very luxurious red armchair. The boy trembles with nervousness, and the count quickly asks the reason for his distress. The boy confesses that he is very afraid of tarnishing the honor and entire reputation of his beloved father. The old leader is quite impressed with the incredible maturity of the child's thoughts. The youngest son hides his true thoughts, perfectly remembering the terrible and shameful example of his older brother. The patriarch looks at the bright window, reflecting on the true and immense burden of nobility. The count explains that every noble carries the heavy name of their family from the day they are born. The nobleman warns with a very serious expression for the boy to never forget this great vital duty. The little mage's large eyes widen, completely impacted by the patriarch's strong word. The old ruler gives an understanding smile after passing on his valuable and profound lesson. The leader finally holds his delicate teacup and gives thanks for the wonderful drink. The count announces that they need to move on and focus entirely on the main topic of the day. He recalls the day the little boy mysteriously asked about the famous ancient magic. The old gray-haired man focuses his gaze on the little one and asks if he knows what. His true name is Arad, is very confused, remembering that everyone usually just calls him Lord and Count Barton. The patriarch explains that this is just the family name and that he possessed another title. The little one immediately understands that the old leader is talking about his powerful epithet. The boy remembers that these epithets served as a great title of respect in the old legend. But the boy quickly becomes frustrated when he realizes he has no idea what the leader's own name. Arad sincerely apologizes for his ignorance, and the old ruler simply begins to tell a story. The patriarch proudly reveals that in the past, he was known as the legendary Meteor Strike Count. The boy pictures the famous, devastating ability used by game bosses and is very shocked. The count says that this is the name of an ancient magic, and the boy can't contain his surprise. The gray-haired master raises an eyebrow, quite confused by the youngest son's sudden outburst. The boy waves his hands, covering up the colossal mistake of letting his shock show in front of him. The ruler ignores the small blunder, suggesting they continue, and the little boy agrees, sweating coldly. The count explains that all the great titles of the current nobility originate from the names of these magics. The leader points out that these ancestral legends have been lost, and almost no one recognizes the spells anymore. Little Arad swallows hard, paying attention to every valuable detail of the incredible explanation. The boy rests his hand on his chin, processing the wonderful news with a strong sparkle in his eye. Determined, the youngest son quickly stands up from the large red armchair and calls out to the legendary Lord Barton. He questions what the legendary Meteor Strike Count is hiding there so carefully. The great master of the family's eyes widen, impressed by the boy's bold and courageous question. The old man thinks that the secret hidden in that mysterious place must be the clue to the famous magic. Arad takes a step back, feeling the enormous intensity of the wise and powerful leader's piercing gaze. The boy's heart races with pure excitement as he realizes he has finally found his prize. Overcome by strong curiosity, the little boy leans in, asking excitedly what that place could be. The count gives a slight smile, realizing that the curious child has perfectly taken his huge bait. The little one freezes, realizing in that same moment that he let his guard down and showed too much excitement. Arad tries to apologize for his hasty lack of control, and the gray-haired leader lets out a long, loud laugh. The powerful patriarch reassures the boy, guaranteeing that curiosity is an excellent virtue in him. The old man praises the boy's curiosity, while Arad listens to him intently. The patriarch scratches his beard, trying to find the best way to explain the situation. With no patience for a lot of theory, the protagonist asks if he couldn't just show him, but the old man explains that his power was granted by the king, and he needs permission to display it. Arad hangs his head, a little disappointed with the bureaucracy. However, He is surprised when the old man asks him to wait a few days. The boy immediately understands what that means and gets very excited. The patriarch promises to speak with the king and tells the boy to stay at the mansion until then. With a big smile on his face, the protagonist agrees immediately. The old man says goodbye and leaves, while Arad thanks him for his help. Alone, the boy reflects on that place being connected to ancient magic. He concludes that the way titles work there is very similar to his original world. The protagonist can barely contain his excitement about living inside a game. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door of the room. Arad tells them to come in while wondering who it could be this time. 3 maids enter the room, saying they were sent by the count to serve him. He thanks them politely, but notices that they all seem very young. The boy notices that the smallest one must be the exact same age as him. An awkward silence fills the room with the 3 of them standing at the door. The protagonist starts to sweat, not understanding the reason for so much quiet. He then breaks the ice and asks why they are just standing there staring at him. The leader of the maids explains that they were just waiting for his orders. A bit awkwardly, the boy just asks them to guide him to his own room. Deep down, he just wanted to be alone to rest a bit from the hectic day. The small group then walks in silence through the corridors of the large mansion. Arad follows right behind the head maid. Observing everything, he walks thoughtfully, keeping pace with the girl. While thinking about child labor in that world, the youngest maid ends up tripping. The little girl falls to her knees, supported by her colleague next to her. Immediately, the head maid starts scolding her for being so careless. Arad watches the scene with a serious expression, saying absolutely nothing. They finally arrive at the room, and the leader opens the door for the young master. But the boy can't stop looking at the little employee's situation. The scolding continues to echo down the hall as the girl lowers her head. Once inside the room, the protagonist decides to sit down to relax. At that moment, the same little girl approaches his table, trembling badly. She tries to serve him a cup of tea, but is so nervous she can barely hold the saucer. The leader starts shouting again, saying the cup handle was facing the wrong way. That sudden shouting reminds Arad of his own past. In his mind, an image of a very busy old street food stall appeared. The place was very simple and lit by paper lanterns, typical of the region. A customer was drinking at the counter while the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The owner of the establishment was harshly scolding a younger employee. The man complained nonstop, saying the food had no taste at all. Annoyed, the customer just throws the skewers back on the plate. Without wasting time, he raises his hand, calling the waiter to sort it out. The man says he's leaving and asks for the bill very rudely. Back in the present, Arad decides to intervene and gets the head maid's attention. He asks what her problem is, yelling so loudly in front of him. The woman is completely confused and tries to justify herself by blaming the little girl. Arad asks with a serious tone if the woman usually shouts that loudly in front of other people. The boy figures she's only acting so rudely because she thinks he's an easy target. The maids bow quickly, offering sincere apologies for the disrespectful attitude. The head maid shoots a furious and intimidating look at the scared little employee. The boy sighs in frustration with the situation and says, "That's enough of all the commotion." The other older maids are completely frozen with fear after the scolding. With a firm posture, the little one orders them all to leave the room immediately. The woman pulls the little employee by the arm, telling her to hurry up and get out of there, but Arad holds out his hand and orders only the youngest little girl to remain in the room. The other maids peek through the door, looking very tense and worried. The little boy shoots a sharp look, asking if they have any complaints about the order. The women desperately deny it and flee the scene, closing the large wooden door. Alone with the little one, the protagonist sits on the edge of the bed, letting out a long sigh. The boy feels ashamed, wondering if his rude attitude was worthy of a nobleman. He regrets taking out the frustration from his past life on the mansion's staff. The boy covers his face, realizing that controlling his own emotions is a very difficult task. The little maid tries to apologize, but the boy reassures her, saying it's okay. With a gentle smile, he asks the little girl to bring him just 1 cup of tea. The young employee agrees excitedly, promising to prepare the drink as quickly as possible. Arad tells her not to rush, and the girl is surprised by so much understanding. The little mage calmly explains that any simple mistake can always be fixed. The little girl stares at the young master, completely amazed and speechless. She bows, feeling immense peace, and agrees with the boy's beautiful words. Arad starts a conversation and compliments the girl for working there since last year. Being so young, the youngest son recalls his past life, commenting on how hard it is to start a new job. He states that a rookie's mind goes blank when they get a major scolding from the boss. The boy brags that these bad experiences have made him a very kind veteran. The maid doesn't understand any of that strange talk, and the boy laughs awkwardly, changing the subject. Shortly after, the little employee serves a delicious hot tea accompanied by a tart. The protagonist eats the dessert with satisfaction and says that a rookie's goal isn't to be perfect. He explains that the most important thing is to focus on learning the job the right way. The little maid looks at him shyly, asking why he's being so kind to her. But she immediately regrets her own boldness and tries to apologize. The boy just smiles and asks if his words help to cheer her up. He wishes for the little girl to stop making mistakes, just because of silly nervousness. The next morning, the beautiful sun illuminates the exterior of the immense and luxurious property. The boy wakes up with a backache from not being used to such a soft mattress. Arad walks slowly and pulls back the large curtains of the room to see the daylight. The little boy approaches the glass window, peeking out with great curiosity at the movement. He observes a large gathering of female employees outside and wonders what's going on. The head maid enters the room politely, bringing beautiful and luxurious clean clothes. The little one asks about the noise, and the woman immediately apologizes for the huge commotion. She explains that the confusion involves little Clarkus, who served him the day before. The woman says that the little girl managed to awaken magic during her birthday oracle a few moments later. The young master begins to be brushed very carefully by the maid. The boy sits patiently, but confesses that all this luxury is very strange. The employees move quickly to clean and tidy up his luxurious room. The boy's hair begins to be tied up in a very elegant way in front of the mirror. The maid finishes the hairstyle by tying an adorable ponytail on top of his head. Looking at his reflection, the boy confirms if the little employee's name was really Clarkus Arad, asks if the little one is still at the church, and the head maid replies that the girl has already returned to the mansion. The boy is curious about what magic she received, while the woman confesses she doesn't know the details yet. The little mage smiles, commenting that the girl is very hard-working and hopes she can use her power well. While fixing the boy's hair, the other maid thinks with irritation that Clarkus's magic must be as slow as she is. The head maid gives a threatening look, reprimanding the gossiping employee in complete silence. The two younger maids become completely tense and paralyzed by the team leader's severe posture. Arad breaks the heavy atmosphere by asking where the little one is, and the head maid immediately offers to guide him there. The gray-haired woman turns quickly and calls out to the young employee named May in a very stern tone. The head maid orders the girl to go see butler Joseph immediately, leaving the young woman completely terrified. With an extremely cold and intimidating expression, the woman demands that the maid go there that very instant. The young employee lowers her head, trembling with fear, and agrees to the order, looking completely defeated. The girl runs out the room's door looking terrified, while the little one just watches the scene. The little boy asks if Joseph is the butler, and the head maid confirms it, saying the man will give the girl a good scolding. The boy gets a cold sweat imagining the young woman's desperation and asks if the old, gray-haired butler is a scary person. The woman smiles gently and explains that the butler is a very kind person, but only to those who do their job right. The youngest son realizes she didn't deny the danger and panics, imagining the old butler's monstrous aura. After the big commotion, the head maid changes the subject and invites the little lord to the grand courtyard. The little boy follows the woman through the immense and luxurious corridors, going down the grand staircases of the mansion. During the walk, The little mage stops curiously and peeks outside through a large glass window. The boy observes the beautiful architecture of the enormous mansion and the large green trees scattered throughout the garden. The small group focuses their attention on the vast sunlit lawn where some distant silhouettes are gathered. Little Clarkus is in the center of the courtyard, being closely watched by the powerful warriors and an old man. The little girl lowers her head with a very sad and nervous expression, wringing her hands out of pure anxiety. The young master finally arrives at the sunny spot and notices a familiar person leaning against a large pillar. The little one blinks in surprise as he recognizes the friendly warrior who waves excitedly in his direction. The experienced young man approaches the boy and thanks him with a smile for his great help in the last mess. The little boy maintains a formal posture, and the adventurer quickly complains, asking him not to act so distant. The young man cheerfully messes up the boy's hair, telling him not to worry about so much formality. The warrior rests his hand on the youngest son's head and asks if he's heard the latest big news. The little mage nods and replies that he heard the girl had finally received a magic. The skilled adventurer agrees with a somewhat tense look, making the little boy very curious about the pause. The dark-haired young man explains that the girl managed to awaken a power, but can't use it yet. The boy watches the little maid muttering spells while the elite masters wait in silence. Arad is surprised by the information, and the warrior says that everyone there is trying to give good advice. The little girl continues to sweat and clasp her small hands in a desperate attempt to activate her magic. The warrior reveals that the young girl has been trying to cast the spell non-stop since she returned from the great church. The adventurer notices the little boy's focused expression and asks curiously if he's very worried about his friend. The youngest son denies being worried, stating that he just found the magical situation a bit peculiar. The boy recalls the absurd perception of that old master, capable of easily identifying flawed spell. The little one reflects on how mana traces must appear even when the casting failed. He concludes with intrigue that he couldn't absorb those old traces precisely because they were imperfect magic. The morning sun shines brightly on the large grassy area where the group of mages continues their frustrated training. The little mage touches his chin thoughtfully, admitting he still doesn't quite understand the conditions of that power. He finds it very strange that the little girl fails dozens of times and the lawn shows no fragments of light. Suddenly, the little maid's beautiful blue eyes widen as she realizes something completely unexpected. The young master is startled by the sudden reaction, noticing that a strange energy is beginning to emerge in the area. The little girl shrinks back while the experienced elite masters approach, shocked by what they are seeing. The powerful warriors stare at the ground, completely frozen in surprise at the great phenomenon. The masked swordsman focuses his attention on Arad, mysteriously praising the boy while the boy is left confused. The adventurer smiles, amused by the situation. While the little one feels a very bad premonition, the young blonde warrior gently pushes little Clarkus forward, encouraging the girl. The friendly adventurer also slaps Arad on the back, pushing him toward the girl. The little mage complains mentally, finding it absurd to be treated like a mere child. But the youngest son smiles as he sees the little girl approaching with an adorable expression on her face. The little maid blushes with embarrassment as she wishes the young master a good morning. Arad returns the greeting with a huge smile and congratulates her on her birthday. She thanks him for his kindness, while the boy comments that he heard about her new magic. The little one excitedly asks what incredible power his friend managed to. The young employee shrinks back nervously, not quite knowing how to answer the question. The little boy approaches with his eyes shining, very excited to see the magic in action. Little Clarkus hesitates a lot, seeming completely paralyzed in front of the young master. She finally confesses that she was too embarrassed because she hadn't been able to use the power. The youngest son's big green eyes widen, quickly understanding what was happening. He asks if the girl pretended to cast the magic just for fear of failing in front of everyone. The girl is startled, and the boy explains that he noticed because there were no traces of mana, with a welcoming smile. The little mage assures her that she can try again without fear. The young maid recalls the boy's wise advice about not being afraid to make mistakes. Arad maintains a serene and very encouraging expression to reassure his little friend. Little Clarkus takes a deep breath, gaining a bit more confidence to try again. The little girl raises her arms, determined to show her true strength to the boy. She says she's going to try one more time as a beautiful light begins to shine around her. The little one blushes again, whispering that she'll do it especially for the young master. The young employee joins her hands, concentrating all her magical energy into an intense glow. The boy's eyes widen, impressed by the incredible force that begins to emerge instantly. The experienced elite warriors also watch the scene, totally shocked by the light. The friendly swordsman focuses his attention on the powerful luminous aura lighting up the courtyard. The little maid closes her eyes and finally conjures her mysterious quick magic. A colossal explosion of energy throws the little boy backward with a surprising impact. The strong glow dazzles the vision of the masters, who watch the immense power in awe. Arad gets up and finds the little girl glowing. While she herself seems very confused, the experienced young man in blue observes the two children enveloped in a beautiful, luminous aura. The youngest son remembers his past life when he loved to build great teams in games. He always highly valued mages focused on support magic in his matches. This type of ability increases allies' stats and is vital in more difficult fights. The boy knows that underestimating invisible magic is a big mistake for any player. The little employee peeks at her own hands, shyly asking if anything about the boy has changed. The boy analyzes his own body, deducing that her power must be some kind of support. He quickly asks for the name of the spell as the two continue talking on the lawn. The little girl explains that the ability is called Quick Magic, and the youngest son gets a great idea. Arad tests his own body, throwing quick punches and kicks in the air to assess the change. The boy jumps, noticing that his movement speed hasn't increased one bit. The little warrior extends his hand upward, deciding to test another exciting theory. He prepares a powerful attack, feeling his casting flow in an absurdly smooth way. The boy's eyes widen in fascination as he shouts the name of his great fire spell. A gigantic and monstrous ball of flames is shot into the sky, tearing through the cloud. The dark-haired adventurer is left speechless before that colossal destructive power. The other maids peek through the mansion window, completely amazed by the bright flash. Arad holds his friend's hands, celebrating the incredible casting speed he has gained. Little Clarkus shakes her head nervously, stating that the boy got it all wrong. But the boy ignores her and continues to chatter excitedly about the great advantage of this buff. Arad holds the little girl, affirming that this support magic is one of the most important of all. The little girl gets very nervous, thinking that such an incredible power isn't meant for someone like her. The swordsman places a hand on the boy's head and agrees that the spell is indeed spectacular. The adventurer explains that this magic will be vital in the rear guard and will greatly increase her salary. The little maid is startled by the revelation, while the other warriors stare at her in surprise. The little boy smiles confidently and gives a thumbs up to cheer up his new little friend. The young employee blushes with embarrassment and gives a sweet smile, feeling her heart warm up. The old mage laughs, amused by so many children with magic appearing on the property that year. At that moment, the dark-haired adventurer calls Arad's attention to a new visitor. The boy looks toward the mansion entrance and sees little Arya arriving, accompanied by her servant. The noble girl shoots a look of pure irritation in the direction of the little mage, who recognizes her. She stomps across the lawn, heading straight for the group gathered in the sunny courtyard. The young girl forces a very fake smile and greets the boy while her eyes tremble. The little one blinks, confused by her strange attitude, and asks if she is okay. Arya explains that her grandfather sent her there to deliver something important to Count Barton. The boy understands the situation, and the girl confirms it, tilting her nose up with great pride. The little boy smiles provocatively, saying he thought she had come just to see him. The young prodigy begins to tremble with embarrassment, while the youngest son enjoys the joke. The little mage's face turns completely red, and she makes an expression of pure frustration. Very embarrassed, the girl tries to change the subject and points to the new maid, demanding answer. Arad explains that the employee has just awakened magic, and they were talking about it. The little noble girl looks at the short-haired girl and finally understands the whole situation. Arya asks for the girl's name, and the maid stammers very nervously as she introduces herself as Clarkus. The boy notices his friend's nervousness and asks what's wrong, but she is focused on the young noble girl. The little employee musters her courage and reveals that she saw Arya's incredible performance at the banquet. Clarkus praises the young prodigy, saying she found her magic very beautiful and spectacular. The red-haired heiress blushes slightly and is very flattered by the sweet, sincere compliment. Seizing the moment, little Arad suggests that they all practice spells together there. The two girls are surprised by the idea, but young Arya soon agrees to the training. The clever boy asks the noble girl to demonstrate her magic first, to help the newcomer learn. Little Clarkus looks at the redhead mage with her eyes shining with pure and intense admiration. Arya completely melts at being called a senior with so much respect and sweetness, pretending she has no other choice. The little noble girl accepts the request, feeling very proud. The girl puffs out her chest, full of herself, while the youngest son smiles, knowing his plan worked. Clarkus thanks her excitedly, and her new teacher announces that they will start immediately. The boy watches the two walk away and realizes that the young noble girl loves to take care of others. Arad understands that the redhead mage's confidence comes from all the effort she puts into her training. The little boy smiles and remembers that his little friend also belongs to a prestigious noble family. He wonders what powerful ancestral magic originated the famous Lewis title. The old servant laughs and praises the boy, saying he is much more mature than he appears. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy boot stepping on the stone floor catches everyone's attention. The imposing Count Barton appears with his beautiful cape and notices that the group seems to be having fun. Everyone present on the lawn turns quickly and greets the powerful master of the family. The little girls are startled by his arrival and lower their heads, showing great respect. The old ruler tells little Clarkus to keep working hard, and she agrees, terrified. The Count calls Arad's name, and the little boy stands at attention in an instant. The powerful patriarch displays a wide smile on his face, marked by scars and wrinkles. The old leader joyfully announces that the king's official permission has finally been granted. The youngest son's eyes widen in amazement, knowing that he will now discover the secret of ancient magic. A luxurious carriage speeds along, cutting through the dirt road of the immense green forest. The boy thinks about the location of the legendary meteor strike and thinks it's great they are going there. But he worries because it's a restricted area and wonders if his friend could come along. The powerful gray-haired ruler casts a silent sidelong glance at the tense boy. The Count gives a gentle smile and reassures the little mage, stating that there is no problem. The patriarch explains that he has known the young noble girl's grandfather for a long time, showing the great crest. The old man says that her family also protects great secrets, leaving the boy quite confused. The master of the lineage asks little Arya to reveal the name of her own family's title. The red-haired little girl blinks in surprise, but soon replies that her house's title is Mana Heel. The youngest son's eyes widen, completely impressed upon hearing that famous term from game. He deduces from the name that it's a powerful and rare magic capable of restoring magical energy. The boy recalls that ways to recover mana are always very rare and difficult in game. He finally understands why this heel is a legendary ancient magic, and the girl is confused. The luxurious carriage sways slightly as it continues to advance through the beautiful, sunlit forest. Arya innocently asks if the little boy will continue with his intense magical training. The scene shows little Clarkus thanking her friend for the day off and for her great concern. The blue sky and the tops of the large green trees sway under the strong, bright sunlight. The newcomer's mind recalls the old count, encouraging her to keep working very hard. She also remembers the young noble girl, assuring her that the training would make her improve even more. Finally, the little maid thinks of young Lord Arad's beautiful, encouraging smile for her. But all this effort comes at a price, and the little girl's vision begins to become completely blurry. The exhausted and dedicated employee ends up fainting and falls face first onto the grass of the immense green courtyard. Back in the present, the carriage approaches a huge and dangerous rocky cliff on the plain. The skilled coachmen hold the reins tightly as the carriage trembles along the dirt road. The large vehicle moves away from the forest, and the experienced count gets the little one's attention. The wise ruler asks the boy to explain the true meaning of a title to his friend. The powerful patriarch shows a slight, proud smile as the girl waits full of expectation. The boy smiles and reminds his friend about the Manhua title of the famous and noble Lewis family. The young prodigy agrees excitedly, remembering that Count Barton carries the Meteor Strike title. The little mage reveals to her that these great titles are actually the names of ancestral magics. She is confused, and he explains that these grandiose powers were lost over time. The experienced gray-haired leader looks at the little boy and asks if that amount of explanation is enough. The old master bows his head, agreeing that this simple introduction is more than sufficient. The little redhead clasps her hands, her eyes shining, completely amazed by the ancestral magic. The carriage approaches the edge of the cliff as Arya asks if they are going to this location. The girl celebrates very excitedly, stating that she will ask her grandfather about the location of Manhua. The boy notices that the Count never suspected how he knew things because they accept divine orders. Arad concludes that trying to find powers by going to these mystical places is a typical gamer mindset. The youngest son remembers when he absorbed the resurrection magic and decides to call the old leader again. The imposing ruler turns toward the boy and calmly asks what he wants to know now. The little one gulps and musters up a lot of courage to ask about the resurrection of the dead. The legendary Count is startled by the sudden question, and his eyes tremble for a brief moment. The master regains his thoughtful posture and reveals that this peculiar name is the title of the Grand Duke. Arad thinks in surprise about the Duke's superior position and asks if there is any place linked to this power. The old man explains that a duchy is made up of several counties and does not have its own exact territory. The little mage touches his face thoughtfully, understanding that there is no specific place for this ability. But the boy is completely confused, not understanding why he found the fragment in the middle of that forest. Suddenly, the young noble girl lets out a cry of surprise, completely breaking the tense mood and the silence of the trip. The Count and the little boy look confused at the little mage, asking what just happened to her. Arya gives a beautiful smile, revealing that this conversation about magic made her remember a new technique. The escort guards follow close to the vehicle, as she confesses that was why she sought him out. The boy reminds her that she was there to make a delivery, realizing she forgot. The girl pushes her friend's face and asks to show her new technique to the Count. The old ruler agrees and suggests they take a short break from their journey. The carriage stops in a huge open area surrounded by large cliffs and a river. The animals rest, drinking water. While the guards analyze the route map, little Arya positions herself on the sand, ready to begin her magical. She tries to condense the flames with her hands trembling from pure nervousness and a lot of embarrassment. The youngest son watches her apprehensively, hoping his friend can perform the magic. The flaming energy flickers and crackles in the little red-haired girl's small hand, but the magic ends up failing and dissipates into the air with a small pop. The Count asks if she's okay, noting that the technique seems quite complicated. Arad thinks about warning her that she'll run out of mana after messing up the spell for the 10th time. Panting and sweaty, the young prodigy insists that she will get it right on the next try. The girl focuses all her energy and murmurs the spell with her eyes closed. A sudden burst of flames erupts forcefully in the little mage's hand. Arya smiles radiantly and displays her magic, proudly stating that she finally did it. The Count and the little boy are amazed to see a beautiful bird made entirely of fire. Arad reflects, impressed, on how difficult it is to shape something intangible like flame. The boy remembers that there are no mangas or animes there to serve as inspiration. The youngest son concludes that turning a simple idea into reality requires a phenomenal effort. The little warrior praises the incredible skill. Showing the little redhead blushes with joy upon receiving the sincere recognition from her little friend. The patriarch congratulates her, stating that her grandfather must have been extremely proud. The little girl blinks, a bit confused by the great leader's comment. Awkwardly, she confesses that she hasn't shown the new technique to Lord Lewis yet. The Count and the boy look at each other, understanding the young mage's true intention. The ruler laughs and pets Arad's head, finding the situation adorable. Changing the subject, the youngest son asks if she can make the Firebird fly. The little girl agrees with great excitement and enormous confidence. She points to the sky, and the small flaming bird shoots swiftly through the air. The beautiful Firebird spreads its wings, shining under the strong late afternoon sun. The magic explodes in the air, creating a marvelous spectacle similar to fireworks. Arya smiles smugly as the wind blows through her long red hair. The boy applauds the performance, and the Count analyzes the attack in complete silence. The experienced patriarch comments that the technique is interesting, but lacks destructive power. Arad disagrees with the old man, and states that the magic is already perfect, just the way it is. The boy explains that throwing a Firebird causes great psychological shock to the enemy. He walks over to the ashes on the grass, agreeing that the brute force is a bit lower. Arad observes the burnt grass and thinks that in a real battle, solid damage also matters. But suddenly, the little one slaps his own face, annoyed for thinking like a number-crunching gamer. He realizes that judging everything by its power will prevent him from having a creative and very flexible mind. The little girl watches in confusion as her friend mutters to himself and decides to call him calmly. The youngest son turns with his eyes shining and asks her to teach him how to do the same spell. The young noble girl puffs out her chest proudly and accepts the request, warning that it won't be easy at all. The large, luxurious carriage remains parked under the pleasant shade of the big tree. The two little mages position themselves on the sandy strip to begin their training. Arya tells him to imagine the feeling of water or sand resting in the palm of his small hand. The boy tries to make a light magic, but ends up releasing an absurdly colossal bird of flame. The Count, the guards, and the animals are in shock at the terrifying size of that attack. The monstrous spell whirls fiercely, while the little one sits there, not understanding his own strength. Arad stares at his own hands, shocked by the size of the attack, while the Count says that getting it right on the first try is difficult. The little girl says he needs to practice more, while the old man praises him, telling the boy to keep improving. The youngest son reflects that he had no idea of the great dangers awaiting them at their destination, nor of the threat against Clarkus. The landscape reveals a clean blue sky, illuminating the strange rock formations along the long journey. The immense carriage, pulled by the furry beasts, finally moves across the quiet plain during that beautiful afternoon. The little mage admires a small magical spark shining in the palm of his hand. Completely amazed, young Arya holds a beautiful ice sculpture in the shape of a rabbit, finding its form incredibly peculiar. The boy proudly displays a large collection of small frozen sculptures in various monster shapes. The powerful patriarch observes the beautiful ice art and praises the little boy's remarkable and delicate skill. But the little one breaks into a cold sweat, showing immense difficulty in keeping all that magic activated. The boy lets out a groan of frustration as he tries to shape a small ball of fire in his trembling hands in front of his friend. He realizes that controlling the unstable flames is a much more complex task than just freezing water. The red-haired little girl notices his difficulty and suggests that her friend try to imagine a shape that is already very familiar. The boy blinks, surprised by the wise advice, paying close attention to the little teacher's words. She explains that her old master taught her to imagine fire as if she were folding a beautiful paper bird. The little mage's eyes widen as he instantly understands that she is talking about the famous Eastern technique of origami. He reflects on the idea of visualizing a known shape and suddenly has a brilliant idea. letting out a shout. The youngest son breaks into a huge, excited smile, announcing that he has a genius and slightly tricky plan to test there. The little boy's mind focuses on his newest ability, reflecting on what would happen if he used invisibility. He analyzes that his friend's Firebird requires extreme control, and this greatly harms the attack's brute force. The clever boy deduces that he can fire a normal fireball with full force and use illusion to change its shape. The boy celebrates internally, since his main goal since learning the new technique was exactly this. He convinces himself that using this little shortcut is still valid magic training in front of his friend and the ruler. The little mage displays a mischievous smile, preparing for the immense challenge of casting 2 spells at the same time. He raises both small hands, concentrating completely different spells in each one with great focus. The young noble girl's beautiful blue eyes widen, completely astonished and scared by the force that begins to emerge. But suddenly the youngest boy faints and collapses to the ground, making the little girl scream his name in pure desperation. Sometime later, the boy finally regains consciousness, slowly opening his eyes and calling his little friend's name. The boy sits up quickly, feeling a terrible, painful throbbing in his head that makes him let out a loud groan of pain. He clutches his own face, suffering greatly from the intense migraine while the little maid watches him, super worried. The little one asks, totally confused, what happened to him, and the redhead responds, frightened, that he just fell out of nowhere. The youngest son points to his own face in complete shock, unable to believe he really passed out like that. The experienced count looks at the boy very seriously, warning him that it was a classic case of mana exhaustion. The boy is astonished by the diagnosis, and the old patriarch explains that it happens when you use energy beyond your limit. The powerful ruler also alerts the red-haired girl, stating that a lack of magic in the body affects one's own life force. The little mage gulps and nods, breaking into a cold sweat at the leader's severe and very scary tone. The old man demands that the boy also be careful, and the youngest son assents, feeling very guilty for causing this worry. The little warrior grips the carriage blanket tightly, keeping his gaze down in a deep, reflective silence. The boy wonders in frustration if he passed out from lack of mana, or if combining spells simultaneously is an impossible rule there. The clever boy falls into a real despair, feeling that his genius and perfect cheating plan has just been destroyed. Cutting through the boy's crisis, the old count breaks the silence, stating with a smile that his attempt was splendid. The patriarch reveals, amazed, that just before the little boy fainted, he managed to see a gigantic flaming bird. The little mage breaks into a huge, bright smile, feeling a gigantic relief to know that his trick didn't fail. The youngest son wipes the sweat from his forehead, internally celebrating the absolute success of his incredible and complex creative idea. But the old master soon resumes his very severe posture, forbidding the child from forcing his own magic like that. The red-haired little girl grabs his shirt, confirming the scolding. While the youngest son quickly agrees with the leader's order, the boy promises himself that he won't cause any more trouble during the trip as the carriage moves through the dust. The luxurious transport finally approaches an immense and imposing rocky wall in the middle of that vast plain. The gigantic gate of stone and gold displays all the glory of the place, revealing the entrance to the legendary secret ancestral area. The immense gate opens, revealing a dazzling well of crystal-clear water with a strange bridge in the center of the chasm. The scene shows a stunning landscape under a clear blue sky with large rock formations. A long, zigzagging bridge connects the cliff's edge to an island in the center of the water. The carriage finally parks near the ravine, giving everyone a view of the mystical place. Young Arya is completely amazed by the landscape. Praising the beauty of the immense lake, Arad walks to the edge of the sand. Admiring the crystal-clear waters of the isolated place, the blue surface reflects the beautiful sunny sky and white clouds in a scene of pure peace. The boy looks at the master, asking if that is the place related to the famous meteor strike. The Count confirms and points to the small island with white statues in the middle of the crystal lake. The little one shields his eyes from the sunlight to get a better look at their mysterious destination. Excited, the little redhead invites the group to move forward, and the boy agrees with great enthusiasm. Arad runs ahead, stepping onto the wooden bridge, overcome by curiosity and high expectation. The old leader and the young noblewoman walk behind him, maintaining a much calmer posture. The boy smiles, imagining if he'll find any treasure, secret ruins, or even a dungeon. The wise patriarch laughs and shatters the boy's illusions, telling him there's nothing there. The ruler explains that their destination is just a small, overgrown island with nothing special about it. The little adventurer looks at the gigantic statues on the island and lets out a sigh of understanding. He walks across the bridge, feeling disappointed that such a legendary place is completely empty. But the little boy focuses his gaze, believing his gut, feeling that there's a secret there. Suddenly, little Arya steps back, startled. Drawing the protective old Count's attention to her, the red-haired girl looks up, claiming that one of the large statues just moved. The little one stops walking and turns around, confused, asking if his friend really saw that. The young girl desperately points to the blue water right below the wooden bridge where they are standing. The bright eyes of a mysterious creature light up in the depths under the sunlight. The colossal statue cracks and takes an immense step, startling the small group that stops on the bridge. The gigantic stone golem awakens, revealing glowing golden lines across its body. The creature's enormous yellow eyes light up, confirming that it is fully activated. The colossal monster raises a dark weapon, destroying the water and the wooden walkway of the lake. The Count gets into a defensive stance, protecting his granddaughter. Startled by the creature, the giant golem swings its dark weapon violently against the intruders on the old bridge. Little Arya screams in terror, warning that it's magic as the boy falls. The colossal shadow of the magical monster covers the sky, advancing in a brutal and very dangerous way. The young noblewoman's eyes widen, paralyzed by fear of the imminent crushing attack. Arad shouts in desperation, telling them to look up as the creature prepares its strike. A monumental explosion of flames erupts, repelling the attack with a terrifying roar. The Count protects Arya with his cape, forcing the colossal statue to retreat from the strong impact. The little mage freezes, looking at the sky as terror takes over his entire body. The little boy's green eyes tremble in horror as he realizes the scale of the approaching danger. He lets out a scream of terror, unable to believe what is about to fall on them. The imposing patriarch looks up, and his face hardens with pure shock and desperation. The old leader shouts for them to flee the bridge immediately, startling the little boy. A devastating, flaming meteor falls from the sky, spinning dangerously toward all of them. Young Arya tries to run, but ends up tripping on the wood and falls desperately onto the bridge floor. The Count quickly leaps toward the girl, shouting her name to save her from the disaster. But surprising everyone, little Arad moves first and grabs his friend with great agility. The legendary leader freezes in midair upon seeing the little hero boy's incredible quick action. With gritted teeth, the youngest son carries the girl in his arms, activating his strength and speed. The gigantic meteor finally hits the water, causing a colossal destructive explosion. The impact of the ancient magic sweeps across the lake, raising an immense wall of water and debris. The wise Count protects himself, using his heavy cape to resist the monstrous force of the attack. The brutal shockwave destroys the bridge, and the carriage sways dangerously at the lake's edge. The dust settles, and a heavy rain begins to fall right after the powerful impact. The aerial view shows the water of the immense lake receding and destroying the old bridge. The violent waves crash brutally against the large rocky cliffs. The wooden structure disappears into the mist, leaving only the foundations at the edge. Little Arad protects Arya on the dirt ground and quickly asks if his friend got hurt. He sighs in relief upon seeing that the little noblewoman is completely safe in his arm. The experienced Count approaches the boy, wanting to know if he's also okay. The little warrior confirms he is safe, and then asks about the leader's condition. The old ruler assures him he escaped the explosion unscathed, but adds a major caveat. The youngest son's large green eyes widen as he senses a new and terrible danger emerging. A troop of colossal statues begins to emerge from the turbulent waters of the lake. The patriarch analyzes the creatures, confirming that the brutal spell was indeed the meteor strike. The boy recalls that he had never heard stories about the bridge also being attacked like this before. He analyzes the destroyed pavilion built by his own family in the past. The boy deduces that the old bridge must hide some great mystery to have survived. The Count pats him, stating that it makes no sense to rebuild the old pavilion. The little mage wonders if the golems and the bridge are directly linked to the ancient magic. The experienced leader looks at the rocky horizon and concludes that he has finally understood everything. The wise ruler confesses that he always questioned why the bridge had such strange curves. The youngest son recalls the zigzag shape, agreeing that the construction was quite peculiar. The old man recounts the old rumors about the place serving as a defense against monster troops. He points out that until that moment, it was impossible to confirm the island's hidden secret. The patriarch strokes his gray beard, deducing that the entire place has always been an immense trap. Arad agrees, thinking that no one would cross the lake with dangerous meteors falling from the sky. A difficult-to-cross bridge becomes a perfect barrier against any unsuspecting invader. Faced with the danger, the Count announces that they will retreat and investigate the place later. The clever boy quickly agrees, knowing that continuing on would be a terrible idea. The wise leader warns that the island is not safe, and therefore they need to flee quickly. Arad hugs the little girl, agreeing that the absolute priority now is to ensure their escape. The imposing Count rests his heavy hand firmly on the little hero's head. The patriarch looks at the little boy seriously and asks if he can protect his granddaughter. The youngest son blinks, a bit confused by the leader's sudden question. He hugs his little friend, feeling that as a man, protecting the girl is his great duty. The master of the family gives a wide, satisfied smile and approves of the boy's good answer. The old man states that he wouldn't have the courage to face his old friend if the young girl got hurt. Arad breaks into a cold sweat, suspicious of the reason for this tense conversation right in the middle of an escape. The leader says he's counting on the boy and holds his small body with both his hands. The youngest son is startled as he is lifted off the ground along with little Arya in his arm. The powerful old man swings the two children backward with absurd and incalculable brute force. The master simply throws the two little mages high into the blue sky. The little boy flies upside down, completely terrified by the brutal throw. The two children fly over the enormous lake, crossing the path above the colossal beasts. The giant golems follow the invaders' flight, turning their bodies in the churning water. The clever boy understands that being launched through the air was the fastest way to cross the lake. He is thankful for dodging the meteors, but shouts the Count's title with great concern. The old leader stands at the edge of the bridge, facing the immense lake and the beast. The experienced patriarch bends his knees, preparing for a big move. The Count leaps, breaking the wood and flying with completely monstrous physical. Arad flies through the sky, staring at the old master's gigantic leap with extreme admiration. The little adventurer holds his friend, amazed by the insane power of the legendary warrior. Arya's beautiful blue eyes widen as she quickly realizes the great danger she was in. The little girl plummets toward the churning water, letting out a huge and desperate scream of terror. Little Arad holds his friend tightly as his mind goes into a complete and total meltdown. The little boy quickly regains consciousness and shouts for the young noblewoman to hold on with all her strength. The little redhead closes her eyes and screams in terror, not understanding any of this madness at all. The immense stone golem hits the water violently as the two children fly over the lake. The little mage holds his little friend and uses the momentum from the throw to cross the air at high speed. The youngest son remembers the Count's great words about it being a man's duty to protect the girl. He finally understands the true meaning of the old warrior's strange warning. The clever boy quickly conjures a gigantic ice ramp for them to slide to. Safety. The colossal beast stares at the small, fleeing intruders with its bright yellow eyes. Arad and Arya slide swiftly down the ramp while the patriarch flies right above them. The agile, masked guards are left completely speechless by the children's incredible escape. The two little mages finally manage to land completely safe on the soft sand of the shore. The Count lands, cracking the ground, and asks in surprise if the boy used that to escape. The boy smiles in relief while Arya looks at the colossal ice structure, completely shocked. The guards silently comment that the little one's ice slide is much more impressive. The ruler reflects that without his warning, the children would have risked their lives on the broken bridge. He is impressed with the boy's reflexes, noticing that the young one is no ordinary person. The old leader focuses his gaze on the little boy, mentally wondering if he also uses magic. The patriarch approaches the boy and sincerely thanks him for protecting his grand. The young red-haired mage looks at her little friend with her eyes shining full of immense admiration. The master laughs, saying that sudden exercises are tiring, and Arad finds it absurd that he calls this an exercise. The group finally relaxes on the sandy beach, smiling happily for having escaped that nightmare. The old warrior looks at the ramp, praising the boy's absurdly fast mana recovery rate. The two masked guards confess that they were planning to catch the children before that genius maneuver. The little mage blinks in surprise, understanding that the warriors were going to save them anyway. The Count lets out a long, hearty laugh, celebrating the fact that everyone got out of there unharmed. The wise ruler warns that the place is unpredictable and orders them to retreat as quickly as possible. The group returns to the safety of the carriage while the boy vows not to push his magic anymore. Arad looks at the large lake one last time, feeling that escaping is indeed the best option right now. The old man hurries him, and the boy quickly responds, recalling something shocking he saw on the destroyed bridge. The little adventurer realizes with shock that he saw the mana traces of the legendary ancient magic there. Night finally falls over the vast region, and the small group returns safely to the mansion. The attentive headmaid greets them at the mansion entrance, holding a small lantern. The old count jokes that he's sleepy, and the exhausted group walks through the dark courtyard. The woman gets the leader's attention with a serious tone, and he immediately asks what just happened. The headmaid casts a worried glance toward the two small children who are watching intently. The ruler is startled when the experienced maid reveals that little Clarkus has fainted. She says the girl's condition is critical, leaving the little mage and the young noblewoman horrified. The immense, bright, full moon illuminates the dark, starry night, creating a melancholic mood. An absolute and distressing silence takes over the extensive and empty corridors of the enormous mansion. The friendly, dark-haired adventurer and the blonde warrior wait tensely in front of a door. The young man raises his head, completely surprised to hear the sound of quick and desperate footsteps. Little Arad runs down the hallway as fast as he can with an expression of pure desperation. The boy asks breathlessly where his friend is, and the warrior says, "She's in the infirmary." The youngest son tries to go to the door, but the young man quickly grabs his arm with considerable. The little warrior looks back with his large eyes wide and very surprised by the block. With a sad and serious expression, the skilled adventurer advises the boy not to enter that room. The boy is in shock, fearing the worst, but the warrior quickly reassures him, saying the girl is alive. Little Arad stares at the closed infirmary door, very tense as he reflects on the situation. The blue-haired warrior and the swordsman exchange confused glances at the boy's hesitation. The man in blue stops his partner from advancing, stating that it would be very good for the little lord to see this. The youngest son looks back, startled, hearing the warrior say that he also uses mana recklessly. The adventurer in blue states that the boy needs to witness what happens when you ignore your own limits. The dark-haired swordsman hesitates, worried about the child, but understands his companion's harsh lesson. The little boy's expression hardens, and he stares at the doorknob, mustering the courage to face the sad reality. Arad finally pushes the wooden door and runs hastily into the little employee's room. Young Arya, who was already in the room, turns in surprise upon hearing the footsteps. Calling out to her friend, the little mage enters the room, followed by the flustered, experienced adventurer. The youngest son shouts his red-haired friend's name as he observes the inside of the frightening infirmary. But the boy freezes in complete shock upon witnessing the terrible scene right in front of him. The two children stand frozen, observing the sad condition of the little maid lying in the bed. The little hero's face turns pale, revealing an expression of pure terror and a lot of guilt. A terrifying purple and corrupted magical smoke emanates violently from Clarkus's small body. The dark and dangerous mana continues to leak into the room, spreading like a harmful mist. The dense purple energy fills the moonlit environment, leaving everyone quite terrified. The boy turns quickly to the dark-haired adventurer with a look full of panic. The warrior sighs and explains that the rookie spent absolutely all her mana, going beyond her limit. He reports that the symptoms of exhaustion vary and are not just a simple temporary lack of energy. The adventurer in blue adds that anyone who receives magic ends up feeling dizzy at first. The man reveals that continuing to push one's mana leads to a state where the energy never recovers on its own again. Little Arad swallows hard and asks with a trembling voice, what happens at the very end of all this? The two powerful adventurers remain in a complete and heavy silence. Under the moonlight, Arya observes the little boy's tension as she tries to understand the reason for the terrible pause. Desperate, the little one shouts, demanding to know what the end of this terrible exhaustion is. Suddenly, the young blonde warrior appears at the door and coldly reveals that the person is gone. Everyone in the room turns in shock to face the sudden arrival of the experienced adventurer. The little red-haired heiress begins to tremble, not wanting to believe that harsh and sad truth. The dark energy continues to emanate from the bed, creating an atmosphere of pure anguish and great despair. The little boy clenches his fists, feeling a deep hatred for his own ignorance and naivety. Silence reigns in the infirmary as the group processes young Clarkus's terrible condition. Little Arya calls out to her friend in tears, asking if there isn't some way to save her. The swordsman expresses his regret, informing them that mana is different from stamina, and once it reaches this point, there's no salvation. The red-haired girl cries inconsolably, blaming herself for not paying more attention to the maid. The blonde warrior warns that Arya herself also needs to be careful with her training. The adventurer warns that if the young noblewoman isn't more cautious, something terrible will also happen to her. Little Arad remembers the naive advice he gave Clarkus and takes all the blame upon himself. He understands that the employee pushed past her own limits just to try and impress him. The boy covers his mouth, completely horrified by the cruel consequences of his sweet word. But his mind processes the facts, and he deduces that the cause of the illness is a failure in mana recovery. The clever boy questions if it wouldn't be possible to save the girl if they returned that energy to her. The adventurer in blue agrees in theory, but says that for now, they can only wait calmly. The little mage ignores the warrior and grabs the young redhead by the shoulders with great determination. Arya is startled by the sudden action and the strong glimmer of hope in her little friend's eyes. The carriage speeds along the silent roads, cutting through the darkness of the starry night. The boy remembers that the girl's family's legendary title is precisely Mana Heal. The luxurious transport arrives at the immense gates of the grand territory of the noble Lewis family. The vehicle speeds through the hills as the boy begs Arya to guide him to the sacred place. The little one holds his friend's hands, desperate to find the area connected to Mana Heal. The two children remain huddled and wrapped in blankets inside the luxurious carriage. The young noblewoman watches the sunrise, very determined to save little Clarkus's life. The little mage hugs his red-haired friend while watching her with a very attentive and calm look. The immense crystal lake reflects the beauty of that sunny and very peaceful morning. They finally arrive at the mansion, and a young woman with pink hair is surprised to see Arya there. The mysterious woman watches the children from the balcony, asking why they returned so early. The boy bows while the little mage ignores the question and immediately looks for her grandfather. The woman says the leader is in his office, and the little girl runs inside desperately. The young woman blinks her large eyes, completely confused by the sudden rush. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes through the luxurious corridors of the enormous and beautiful mansion. The red-haired heiress runs past the maids, focused on getting to her grandfather's office quickly. The employees try to make her change clothes, but the two children just keep running. The powerful patriarch of the Lewis family works peacefully in his immense and luxurious office. The immense wooden door is thrown open abruptly, startling the old leader who was focused on his work. The little maid shouts for her grandfather while the old man stands up from his desk, still very surprised. The gray-haired leader questions what is happening for his granddaughter to burst into the room like that. The little girl desperately begs him to take her to the sacred lands of Manhua. The old ruler is confused by the sudden request and demands that she explain the situation first. The young noblewoman shakes her grandfather, stating it's an emergency, and the youngest son watches everything in silence. The wise patriarch tries to calm her, explaining that the sacred place belongs to the royal family. The leader states that he can't just take her there, and little Arad tries to hold his friend back. The red-haired little girl whispers to the boy, assuring him that she knows exactly how to handle her grandfather. The clever girl stares at the old man with a sharp look, threatening to use a spell forbidden by her father. The little mage is shocked, imagining that his friend knows some kind of mind control magic. The old ruler gulps and turns his face away, sweating coldly at the terrible threat. The young heiress closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, preparing her most dangerous technique. The little girl lets out a fake cry, shouting that she hates her grandfather and will never speak to him again. The little one blinks his large green eyes, completely perplexed by her childish attitude. The young girl turns her face away, pouting, as she repeats her bratty tantrum in front of the shocked old man. The patriarch puts a hand to his chest and stumbles back, as if he had taken a devastating blow. The little warrior and the old leader stand frozen, enveloped in an aura of pure desperation and tension. The powerful ruler falls to his knees, completely defeated by that emotional blow. The man shudders with tears in his eyes, murmuring his beloved granddaughter's name in great pain. The little mage raises her nose with an extremely proud pose, stating that she is angry. The boy shouts in frustration, saying that anyone would notice it's just a big act. The old leader grits his teeth on the floor, suffering absurdly from the little girl's simple rejection. The little mage just stares at the scene with a completely empty and very incredulous expression. The desperate patriarch extends his hand and frantically rings a small golden bell. A butler with a mustache rushes into the office, asking if his master called for him. The old man demands in tears that they prepare the fastest carriage in the mansion immediately. The girl shows a mischievous little smile and tells the old man to stand up with a victorious posture. The butler holds his forehead, completely exhausted from the drama, while the boy finds it all bizarre. The great ruler bows, asking his granddaughter for forgiveness, and informs her that the transport is ready. The little mage's expression changes instantly, and she praises the man with her sweetest and most innocent smile. The patriarch blushes with happiness, feeling his heart melt at the girl's kind words. The old man thanks her in relief and pets the young girl, while the boy just judges their drama. The little one blinks in complete silence. Unable to believe this whole charade, the fast and luxurious carriage finally begins its journey along the roads beside the great river. The mysterious young woman with pink hair analyzes the situation and concludes that Manhua is the only way. The little boy is surprised by her statement and quickly asks if she knows this magic. The pink-haired mage named Freya confirms that she knows all the ancient magical titles very well. Little Arya proudly introduces her as the best mage who serves her great-grandfather. The woman quickly recognizes little Arad, remembering him from the Barton family's grand banquet. The boy apologizes, remembering his huge, uncontrolled spell on that festive day. Freya comments with a laugh that young Arya trained very hard, vowing to beat her little friend. The carriage moves along the beautiful country road as the mage asks if the children need to rest. The young redhead denies being tired, stating they need to get to the sacred lands very quickly. The woman questions the plan, reminding them that the healing magic only works if it can be activated. She reveals that she has studied this magic, but never found instructions on how to actually use it. The little one breaks into a cold sweat and plays it off, stating they'll come up with a plan when they get there. The experienced warrior agrees that the ancestral spell is the only salvation for Clarketh. The young heiress wonders if their destination will be like the sacred site of the meteor strike. The talented pink-haired mage blinks. Completely confused by this strange question, little Ared reflects tensely on whether they should have brought their sick friend along on the trip. Freya explains clearly that moving the little maid in such a critical state would be very dangerous. Extreme exhaustion corrupts the magic and leaves the small body completely fragile and vulnerable. The mage compares the little girl's fragile body to a completely withered flower, slowly passing away. The young red-haired heiress looks down, feeling the enormous weight of that harsh and very sad reality. The adult woman observes the little noble girl's sadness in a very comforting silence. Changing the subject, the warrior quickly asks how the boy came up with the genius idea to use the heal. The boy silently recalls all the madness and dangerous destruction he faced at the other lake. He hides the truth, stating that the monsters must have been protecting the ancient spell there. Freya agrees. Impressed with the genius theory about the real function of those immense golems, the experienced mage finds it impossible for such dangerous guardians to exist in a place with no value. Little Arya puts the pieces together and deduces that the Mana Heal area also has its guardian. The charismatic woman winks, smiling as she understands the two children's bold logic. The two little mages exchange very confident glances, focused on their great heroic goal. The long journey finally ends when the group arrives at the stunning, illuminated sacred waterfall. Several colorful birds rest peacefully on the ancient stone structures of the site. The small group stops, amazed, before the majestic and immense golden portal shining in the sun. The young red-haired mage points forward very excitedly, confirming that their theory was right. The little boy observes the structure and soon recognizes an imposing and strange stone guardian. Despite its very different appearance, the creature exudes the same brutal aura as the lake golems. The pink-haired mage steps forward, taking the lead to check the danger level of the area. But the experienced woman freezes completely upon noticing that the children have vanished in the blink of an eye. The little heiress runs hastily across the ancestral bridge, calling for everyone to follow her. The adult woman sighs, completely exhausted by the little noble girl's immense recklessness. But Freya soon smiles, praising the noble and sweet heart of the girl who loves the sick employee. The little adventurer smiles with great tenderness, fully agreeing with that beautiful statement. The warrior stammers, feeling a deep surprise at the little boy's sweet maturity. Enormous and strange magical cylinders hang from chains, shining in the beautiful landscape. The young master advances through the immense labyrinth of staircases so as not to lose sight of his friend. Suddenly, the imposing and gigantic ancestral statue cracks and awakens, activating its strong magic. The mage gets into a defensive position, completely alert, as the sacred monster comes to life. The gigantic monster raises its enormous arm, concentrating a lot of light and pure energy in the attack. The ancestral guardian shoots an immense and swift flaming sphere against the evening sky. The magic swiftly returns through the dark sky and hits the pink-haired mage right in her chest. A brilliant and fantastic divine explosion engulfs the woman and greatly scares the little one. The boy assesses the situation, and she reveals, completely amazed, that her energy is returning. The excited warrior confirms the grand and comforting divine power of the legendary Mana Heal Arya, asks if they can save Clarkus, and the mage confirms that she feels her own mana being restored. The young redhead clenches her fists, determined to figure out how to bring all that magic back home. Freya wonders what makes the statues move, but Arya says Mana Heal is more important. The woman supposes there is a strong connection between the statues and the shining magic of that place. Little Arad realizes that in both places, the dormant statues began to move in the same way. The boy reflects on the mysterious awakening of the sacred beasts and understands they need to find the reason, determined to find the truth. The little boy soon moves forward to investigate the area with his own eye. Arad thinks the secret hidden by the Guardians might be a clue to the true ancient magic. The clever boy thinks like he's in a game, looking for specific quests and conditions, but laments the lack of clues. The boy and the girls suddenly stop upon noticing a strange and sudden movement in the sanctuary. The trio is startled when the enormous ancestral guardians begin to activate their mysterious defenses. The eyes of the immense stone golems shine intensely, emanating an immense and dangerous magical power. The statues suddenly begin to fire dozens of shining spheres, illuminating the entire rocky scenery. Freya admires the spectacle. Finding the beauty of the ancient magic very similar to an incredible painting, Arad lets out a frustrated sigh, wishing they had brought little Clarkus there to be healed. The mage feels her energy overflowing and panics, shouting for the children to flee the location. Freya warns that the intense magical spheres are very dangerous as the rain of light plummets from the sky. In a quick reflex, the little hero pulls the pink-haired mage to the ground with all his agility. A colossal and blinding explosion hits the bridge, throwing everyone violently against the stone floor. An adorable, colorful bird is startled by the immense divine flash that suddenly illuminates the entire area. The strong and absurd luminous impact throws the dozens of colorful birds far from the great bridge. The pink-haired warrior groans in pain as she falls on the boy and asks what on earth just happened. Birds of the region cower in terror at the mysterious tremors and thunderous cracks from the statue. A relentless fury of energy gushes violently from the immense golems, sending the birds flying. The small group on the ground's eyes widen, completely horrified by that great devastating force. The deafening noise of the magic being charged echoes through the gigantic heads of the ancient guardian. Slowly, one of the stone beasts turns its frightening face and locks its aim right on the intruders. The beautiful colored feathers of the birds fall gently from the sky, torn by that intense magical glow. The fallen mage and the little redhead look back, frightened, realizing the situation has become much more complicated. The little boy breaks into a cold sweat and gulps, noticing they have just become the main target of those beasts. The immense and powerful sentinels raise their divine heads. Pointing directly at the two children, Freya screams desperately that the statues are activating a new, merciless attack against the small group. A beam of intense, luminous energy begins to concentrate in the large yellow eye of the relentless beast. Multiple stone guardians align their magical shots, completely focusing their aim on the intruders. A devastating and merciless rain of divine missiles crosses the sky, falling swiftly toward all of them. The boy grits his teeth, understanding that trying to absorb fragments now would be a terrible idea. Arad concludes in terror that taking such a massive hit on such a narrow walkway would be the end. The desperate group gets up and runs up the ramp, trying to escape the terrifying magical fury. Little Arya panics upon seeing one of the massive light attacks coming directly at her. The little hero shouts for his friend to keep running, stating that receiving the raw healing is very safe. The brave trio advances swiftly through the storm of healing energy. Ignoring the dangerous impact, the merciless stone beasts continue to fire thousands of luminous blasts in an endless light show. Panting and exhausted, they finally descend the stairs, securing a brief pause from the chase. The pink-haired warrior emotionally thanks the boy for saving her life so quickly. Arad smiles, revealing that he learned from a childhood book that an excess of medicine can become a poison. The woman praises his intelligence, while the boy thinks in relief that his knowledge comes from mangas. The youngest son finds it very funny that the cliché of harmful reverse healing from mangas is a reality there. The little red-haired mage asks what they should do while analyzing the behavior of those beasts. Arya clasps her small hands, trembling with fear, imagining if the raw energy would make her sick friend explode. The little adventurer dismisses her worries, explaining that the healing only restores mana to the exact limit. Arya realizes that the situation will be much more difficult than they expected. The young girl concludes that they need to overcome some kind of trial in this place. She praises the mage, saying that the woman has become much more reliable. The pink-haired warrior is completely surprised by the sweet compliment. The girl says she would like to show this side of her to her beloved grandfather. Freya smiles awkwardly, while the girl states that it would help the master. The immense stone statue remains still, observing the group in silence. Little Arid wonders what exactly this trial is testing. The boy wants to investigate the giant monster, but regrets not knowing how. He reflects on the difficulty of collecting the magical fragments in the area. The boy thinks the danger is too great to act reckless. Suddenly, the little heiress asks, startled, "Who is in that place?" The pink-haired warrior blinks, confused, not understanding the reason for the fright. The little red-haired girl asks if her two friends aren't hearing, that Arad asks what she's talking about, and the young girl says she heard the sound again. A dark and mysterious voice suddenly asks if the girl desires power. A luminous silhouette suddenly appears at the top of the large stone stairs. The young prodigy's eyes widen upon hearing the voice offering great power. The little mage begins to walk alone, leaving her two friends confused. The red-haired little girl advances in a deep trance, ignoring everything around her. Little Arad looks on in shock at his dear friend's bizarre behavior. Arya's beautiful blue eyes shine as she walks, mesmerized. The little boy shouts his friend's name, trying to wake her from the trance. He shouts louder as the girl approaches the immense pillars. The boy tries to run after her, but Freya grabs his arm tightly. The smart warrior points worriedly to the state of the giant golem there. The little mage stops exactly in the center of the majestic, illuminated sanctuary. The immense ancestral statue vibrates, emitting a very strong golden glow. The gigantic guardian fires a colossal flash of pure divine energy. The boy and the mage cringe, closing their eyes against the blinding light. The young noblewoman floats gracefully, enveloped in beautiful spheres of light. The little girl disappears into the air as Arad shouts her name in terror. The youngest son and the warrior stare at the empty altar in total and absolute shock. Suddenly, the scene changes to a very calm and mysterious pink setting. Little Arya plummets alone through that strange pink void. The little girl awakens from her trance, confused, trying to understand where she has ended up. She floats through the infinite space, calling out her companion's name. The young prodigy looks all around, lamenting that she can't see anything. Determined, the mage extends her hands, trying to conjure her fire. But the girl realizes, completely scared, that her magic doesn't work. The mysterious voice echoes through the void again, asking if she desires power. The girl shouts in frustration, demanding to know the voice's true identity. The dark entity just repeats the same tempting question to the young girl. The little girl frowns, assuming a firm and very brave posture. Arya accepts the offer out loud, and the entity tells her to make her choice. Three young girls mysteriously fall right in front of the little redhead. The mysterious girls have strangely similar appearances to her. The voice says it will give her the power she desires while the girl is in shock. The little heiress questions in surprise if she will really receive a great power. The older versions greet the little girl, finding it all very strange. The youngest version smiles and introduces herself as the materialization of the famous fireball power. The young redhead watches in awe as her own magic is condensed in the adorable girl's hand. The mysterious version raises her right hand and conjures a spectacular whirlwind of pure energy. Soon after, another copy of the girl appears, shooting a majestic firebird through the air. The second version breathes a sigh of relief, greatly celebrating the absolute success of her great spell. This gentle copy closes her eyes, explaining that she represents all the mage's tireless effort. She guarantees that she will always be the living and powerful proof of all that hard and constant work. The little noble girl turns her face startled. Upon hearing the voice of a third and mysterious girl there, the young adult summons a monstrous and colossal bird of flames, displaying absurd strength. The snobbish girl says that weak magics can never compare to grandiose spells. The arrogant version closes her eyes, waiting for an answer while the girl thinks in silence. The imposing young woman smiles, guaranteeing she is the pure personification of the little one's greatest hope. She points a finger, stating that she knows perfectly well that the little girl wants to impress someone. The third copy questions if the girl doesn't want to surpass and catch up to her great rival friend. The alluring version extends her hand, vowing to fulfill all the young redhead's deep desires. The little mage gets a huge shock when her first copy throws the snooty woman away. The furious copy advances, shouting at the adult version to find out who that stranger was, completely oblivious to the confusion. The girl joins her hands and asks for the divine magic of Mana Heal. Her two smaller versions hold her hands, celebrating the fact that she didn't give in. The sweet little girl cries with emotion, knowing that she will finally be able to save her little friend. The imposing voice echoes again, calling the sweet and brave girl its great descendant. The three versions magically disappear as the sacred entity praises the heiress's heart. The young mage begins to be pulled back to harsh reality, panting and very scared. The grand rocky scenery reappears as Arad's distressed voice calls his little friend's name, Mage Freya, and the little boy's eyes widen in amazement at their companion's return. The youngest son says she's back while the woman retreats tensely, trying to protect the poor child. The red-haired heiress blinks calmly, standing on the immense stone bridge. The young prodigy clenches her fists, smiling radiantly for finally having obtained her prize. The charming little girl raises her hands, creating an intense and wonderful healing, magical glow. Her two friends come down the stairs, surprised to confirm that she has obtained the legendary power. The little noble girl tilts her nose up, boasting, while the boy confesses he was scared to bits. The heiress smiles very mischievously, revealing that Mana Heal was not her only gift. The little mage is startled when his friend summons dangerous flames right behind Freya's back. The clever girl keeps her magic crackling in her hands and tells them to pay close attention. With a huge smile, the girl launches a colossal and monstrous bird of fire against the big sky. The boy and the warrior are in complete shock, not understanding how she mastered that spell. Arad shouts indignantly, questioning her absurd ability, and she soon states that she got a bonus. The young girl explains that the god rewarded her sweetheart, so she decided to take everything. The clever boy shakes his friend, trembling with pure envy, while Freya remembers the sick girl. The little heiress gives an awkward smile and agrees that the current priority should be to escape. But little Arad gives no answer and just stares at the dangerous bridge with great tension. The boy deduces that the reward for the test was fair and focuses on figuring out the golem's trigger. The brave boy jumps desperately from the stairs, telling the two girls to wait for him there. The adventurer dives into the void, feeling like a big idiot for not having understood this, before Arad analyzes the monstrous statues and brilliantly concludes the true intention of that evil. The youngest son locks his dangerous gaze with great determination, knowing exactly what the great flaw is. The imposing sacred beast fires its dangerous divine ray at a small part of the rocky terrain. The boy remembers that the girls push their own magic and are therefore healed by the monster. The brave little Arad moves forward to receive the magical healing directly into his fragile child's body. Arad activates dual casting, forcing a huge mana expenditure to nullify the effect of its heal. The boy conjures a colossal bird of flames that advances and collides with the powerful divine light. Little Arya watches the gigantic magical clash reflected in her amazed eye. The monstrous flaming bird completely blocks the terrible rain of sacred energy. The little boy trembles with effort, realizing that maintaining that spell will be very risky. He knows his body will be obliterated by the impact if he ends up losing consciousness there. His little friend calls him, worried, while Freya states that this rough method isn't so bad. The young heiress stares at the woman, completely confused by her unexpected explanation. The adult mage soon explains that little Arad used a simple fireball magic. She states that summoning a bird of that absurd size consumes an almost infinite amount of mana. The boy falls backward, completely exhausted, and scares the little girl who is watching the terrible scene. The warrior concludes that the constant healing allowed him to force such an extreme technique. Freya smiles in admiration, remembering that just controlling flames of that size is already a miracle. The little boy is brutally thrown backward due to the strong and dangerous magical shock. A rod flies through the sky, still conscious, as his eyes widen, noticing a big detail. The boy celebrates upon receiving the sacred notification that he has finally acquired the great mana heal. The immense bridge is covered in a tense silence as the golems stop firing the lights. The gigantic and fearsome statue returns to its dormant state under the beautiful evening sky. The exhausted youngest son looks at the sanctuary, trying to process everything he has just experienced. Young Arya calls for her friend, desperately, from the top of the great stone temple stair. The heiress quickly descends the stairs and worriedly checks if the little adventurer was injured. The little red-haired girl breathes a sigh of relief, her eyes full of tears, upon hearing he is okay. But soon Arya's expression changes, and she puffs out her cheeks, annoyed, while the mage just laughs at the scene. The little girl scolds the boy, demanding that he stop risking himself alone in that crazy way. The girl starts to cry, terrified, imagining what she would do if something serious had happened to him. Freya listens to the severe reprimand and notices that the little mage is very sorry for his action. The experienced woman mentally agrees with Arya, knowing that one false step would have been the end for sure. The youngest son clasps his hands, begging for forgiveness, while the warrior reflects on his fear. The mage wonders if he acted out of childish curiosity, even in the face of a dangerous and absurd risk. The repentant boy bows, admitting that he acted recklessly and made everyone worry. Arya accepts his apology while Freya approaches, asking about the boy's curiosity. The young noblewoman gives her best smile, announcing radiantly that now they can save Clark. The trio finally leaves the grand ancestral sanctuary, walking across the bridge toward the exit. The boy focuses his gaze behind him and wears a thoughtful expression, staring at that challenge. Erad's green eyes shine as he wonders if his incredible deduction was correct. The boy descends the staircase, brilliantly concluding that the beasts react to reincarnated soul. The large carriage starts to race again, kicking up a lot of dust along the long, isolated road. The starry night arrives quickly, and the little heiress peeks tensely out the carriage window. Arya looks at the adult and impatiently questions how much time is left until they reach Lord Barton. Arad scolds his friend, stating that increasing the speed would weaken the transport's part. The carriage sways heavily along the dark path, maintaining its fast and constant journey. The young girl retorts desperately, remembering that little Clarkus is suffering a lot right now. The pink-haired warrior shrinks back, paying close attention to the noble girl's great distress. The little adventurer's face hardens, and he states that their efforts will be useless if they arrive late. The woman smiles gently, understanding the enormous courage of those two pure, heroic children. Freya agrees with the kid's determination, even knowing the dangers of speeding up the journey. She winks at the children excitedly and says this is a situation where they should take a risk. The experienced warrior orders an urgent advance, and the carriage speeds up in the dark forest. The driver adjusts his glasses, shocked by the absurd speed the transport has now reached. The wheel spins furiously as the mage tells the two children to hold on very tightly. The brave Arad protects his little friend as the carriage begins to shake very violently. The little red-haired girl clings to the boy because of the strong swaying, and the mage notices her action. The strong white horses gallop desperately along the dark and dangerous dirt road. The violent shaking of the transport startles the small group, who huddle in the luxurious cabin. The boy looks through the small glass window and notices a strange glow on the night road. The mage asks what's wrong, and the little one points out the mysterious lights on the dirt path. Young Arya peeks through the window but says confusedly that she can only see the darkness outside. The little warrior blinks his large green eyes, quickly understanding the whole situation. He realizes that those lights on the road are mana traces that only he can see. The boy recalls his conversation with the old count about the rumors of the fake magic toll booth, The clever boy's eyes widen as he understands that concealment magic was at work in that location. Suddenly, the fast carriage hits a large, invisible hole and completely loses control. The pink-haired warrior acts quickly and protects the two children as the transport overturns. An immense cloud of dust and dirt rises, covering the entire road after the terrible crash. The fancy and heavy wooden transport is left completely overturned and destroyed on the side of the road. The agile warrior kicks the carriage door open and emerges unharmed from the dangerous nighttime accident. The terrified driver asks if the lady was injured, and the mage assures him that everyone is fine. The group sighs in relief, noticing they only suffered light scratches and the horses are safe. The poor white animals neigh loudly. Very frightened by all the desperation of the crash, little Arad runs swiftly across the dirt path, leaving his little red-haired friend very confused. The boy approaches the accident site and finds dozens of mana traces floating there. The little mage extends his hand, amazed by the absurd amount of concentrated energy. He touches the ground and confirms that there is a large hole hidden under that perfect magical illusion. The mage approaches furiously, complaining that the concealment magic caused the serious accident. The boy sits on the edge of the invisible hole, deducing that this was the great mystery of the toll booth. The experienced woman sighs with irritation, revealing that this type of trap has been quite common. She looks at the boy seriously, warning that they can't continue the journey like this. The desperate coachman cries, apologizing to the little noblewoman for the huge broken wheel. Freya shouts in frustration, pulling her own hair for never having learned to ride a horse in her life. The little hero calmly approaches, assuring the warrior that he will solve the problem. The little boy rolls up his sleeves with a very determined look to use his magic. The youngest son walks hurriedly, asking his little friend to watch the trick he's about to do. The red-haired little girl holds his hands, worried, but the boy reassures her with a beautiful smile. The clever boy concentrates a large amount of cold energy, preparing his ice magic. He creates a sturdy ice wheel, using the thick fabric of the curtains to absorb the impact. The experienced coachman praises the makeshift repair and says they can continue their journey. Little Arya exalts her friend's intelligence, while Freya watches everything in complete silence. The mage asks in surprise how the fire boy can use ice magic, and he tries to play it off. Without wasting any more time, the carriage starts running again across the dark plain with its new shining wheel. The sturdy ice wheel spins swiftly and supports the weight of the transport on the rough road. The boy silently hopes the wheel will hold until they reach the Count's enormous mansion. Little Arya peeks at her friend through the internal window, asking if he needs any major help. Arad sweats from the continuous effort and refuses the kind offer, saying the girl needs to rest. He explains that he needs to save all his mana to use the sacred healing on their sick friend. The wise pink-haired mage appears right behind the little girl and fully agrees with the boy. The warrior reminds the young noblewoman that she also needs to be healthy to help the maid. The little redhead sits on the cushioned bench, agreeing very nervously with her great advice. The youngest son watches his tense friend and fears she might faint from pure exhaustion before they arrive. After the tense night run, the fast horses finally reach the immense illuminated property. The exhausted group gets out of the carriage, illuminated by the lanterns next to the shining ice wheel. The little red-haired heiress runs hurriedly to the mansion entrance with great determination in her eye. The children run desperately through the dark corridors of the immense mansion. They spot the imposing Lord Barton resting peacefully on a bench. The powerful ruler turns his face in surprise upon hearing the hurried footsteps. Little Arya quickly asks worriedly about her little friend's health. The old lord smiles very gently and tells the children to go see her. The young redhead gives a wide smile, completely relieved by the news. The little mage starts running quickly again toward the dark infirmary. The experienced leader looks at the boy and assumes their adventure was a success. The master strokes his large gray beard with a very wise smile. The Lord praises the children, stating he figured everything out just by looking. The old man is shocked to realize that the girl has mastered the legendary mana heal. The patriarch snaps out of his thoughts and tells the youngest son to go in as well. The boy thanks him and runs swiftly down the long, silent corridor. The little boy blinks his large green eyes, totally surprised when he arrives. He finds the mansion's adventurers waiting in front of the door. The swordsman greets the boy, who immediately asks about the employee. The blonde warrior points inside, very impressed with the light. Little Arad approaches the door, accompanied by the strong warrior. The immense and warm golden light completely illuminates the dark room. Young Arya kneels on the bed, releasing all her great divine power. The boy shows a beautiful smile, admiring his friend's immense effort. The dedicated heiress focuses completely on transferring her magical energy. The terrible purple miasma begins to disappear from the little patient's hand. The little red-haired girl breaks into a cold sweat and trembles badly, pushing her own mana. The young blonde warrior observes the situation with a very worried look. The sweet mage loses her balance, falling into a sitting position after spending so much pure energy. The little adventurer runs to catch her, fearing another exhaustion. The youngest son worriedly asks if his prodigy friend is feeling okay. The young noblewoman raises her arms, panting, assuring him that everything is great. The stubborn mage gets back into position and continues healing little Clarket. The maid's pale face finally begins to regain its color and life. The little patient moves her fragile hand slightly, and the mage is startled. The boy approaches and notices that his friend's energy is running out. Arad reflects tensely that Arya will soon faint from exhaustion if she continues. The clever little boy decides to use his ability away from the warrior. The boy casts the healing magic very quietly and stealthily. The exhausted noblewoman shouts, determined to continue the healing until the end. Arad transfers his own mana to her, keeping the flow going. The boy regrets that the healing spell doesn't transfer the energy completely. He understands the inefficiency, remembering his tests during the trip. The youngest son deduces with frustration that the transfer has great mana losses. The boy concludes that doing the double transfer uses up the magic much faster. The little mage reflects, placing his shining hand on his little friend's back. He looks at the redhead's brave face, accepting that this is the only way. Young Arya makes a great effort to save the life of her sweet maid. The boy supports the mage's action, wanting the victory to be all hers. The fragile employee breathes calmly, regaining full consciousness. The two children shout excitedly when their little friend finally wakes up. The adorable maid slowly sits up in bed, leaving the children amazed. Clarkus's beautiful blue eyes shine, illuminating the beautiful reunion. Young Arya jumps for joy and hugs her friend tightly on the bed. The maid wakes up, startled, and asks confusedly why the young lady is there. The little redhead cries with emotion, stating she's very happy she woke up. The heiress continues to hug the girl and asks how her body is feeling. The little employee doesn't understand anything, and young Arad watches her in silence. The boy explains that the maid fainted due to extreme mana exhaustion. Sweet Clarkus is startled to hear about the dangerous energy exhaustion. The heiress proudly assures her that she has already restored all the magic in her body. The noblewoman brags that she used an incredible spell, but the maid just apologizes. Arya is a little disappointed with her sick little friend's strong sense of guilt. Young Arad interrupts the conversation, saying the maid should just be thankful at this moment. The sweet girl smiles gently and thanks the young noblewoman for saving her life. The little redhead cries with joy, stating she was just doing her duty as a senior, the warrior. Freya joins the big emotional hug while the boy smiles near the door. The little employee continues to hold the blanket, looking quite thoughtful. The blonde leader enters the room, scolding everyone while the girls laugh beautifully. The sick young girl looks at the door and also thanks little Lord Arad for his help. The little boy rubs his nose, smiling with satisfaction at receiving such a sincere thank you. The maid feels the magical warmth of her friend mixed with the boy's powerful protective energy. The next morning, friendly little birds sing cheerfully on the roof of the enormous mansion. Little Clarkus peeks down the hallway very carefully through the large glass windows. The dedicated employee breathes a sigh of relief, grabbing her well-hidden work uniform. The little girl puts on her clothes, very determined to return to her beloved job, but the door is thrown open abruptly, startling the little one, who lets out a loud scream of terror. Young Arya enters, pointing her finger and stating that she already knew the stubborn maid's intention. The girl stammers, sweating coldly, as she asks what the little heiress is doing there so early. The noblewoman walks hurriedly and tells the employee to go back to bed, demanding that she rest. The redhead pulls the covers, telling her friend to take a break even against her will. The heiress shows a big smile, forcing the little girl to relax a bit more. But suddenly, a familiar voice calls the young mage's name, interrupting the lecture. Little Arad peeks through the door, stating that he finally managed to find his little friend there. The redhead runs to complain that the stubborn maid keeps trying to work non-stop. The boy approaches and warns that the patient needs to be very careful with her fragile body. The heiress crosses her arms, giving a scolding like a demanding and protective older sister. The youngest son remembers that even the severe head maid had already ordered her to rest. The little noblewoman pushes her friend onto the bed, ordering her to stay very still on the mattress. The boy recalls his past life, knowing how difficult it is to relax with work nearby. The young hero raises a finger excitedly, revealing that he just had an excellent genius idea. The two little girls look curiously at the boy, not understanding what he's planning now. The beautiful sunny sky illuminates the large and beautiful white clouds scattered through the blue air. The luxurious carriage moves along the peaceful roads, crossing the bridge of an adorable village. The transport passes through the dirt alleys between the simple and charming little houses of the village. The friendly little boy guides the little heiress, helping the girl down the high step. The youngest son extends his hand again and also helps the confused maid out of the large carriage. Young Clarkus blinks her beautiful blue eyes, amazed by the simple look of that place. The boy explains that they have arrived at his family's humble home in the middle of the peaceful village. The little girl observes the entrance of the simple dwelling, enchanted by the young master's origin. Arad looks at his friend, knowing she would never be able to relax in the Lewis family mansion. The boy smiles, deducing that taking the maid away from her work environment would be the best solution. The youngest son remembers with relief how the old patriarch accepted this little trip so easily. The boy finally opens the old, creaky door of the modest dwelling. The little warrior announces that he's home. Peeking through the entrance, he notices that the house is completely empty and laments the situation. The boy decides he'll make the introductions to his family later. The children walk together through the small courtyard of the humble rural village. The boy smiles calmly while the noblewoman asks, "What's there?" The confused maid looks around, asking what she should do. Arad laughs at the situation and says the little one doesn't have to do any work. The clever boy calls his two friends to follow him for a moment. The three children arrive at a beautiful green area illuminated by the sun. The boy lifts some beautiful leaves, asking his friends to look. The young redhead asks confusedly what kind of strange plant that is. Arad explains that he always collects those fragrant herbs to sell. The youngest son proposes that they work together to earn some coin. The excited trio starts walking along the beautiful and quiet dirt trail. The little girls peek into the forest, attentively looking for the valuable herbs. The little noblewoman asks if there's some kind of training in this. The friendly little boy gives a wide smile, assuring her it's just a walk. He watches the dedicated maid, imagining that this light work is good for her. Young Arya asks if this is safe, and the little one quickly reassures her. They continue walking together, descending the hill toward a beautiful field. The group comes across an immense and wonderful plain full of flowers. A delicate little purple flower is placed on the cute employee's ear. The two girls rest happily, playing together in that beautiful field. The youngest son sits on a log, celebrating as he sees his little friends having fun. The boy thinks that bringing the maid to the forest was a perfect choice. The happy children start exploring the rocky edges of a small river. The friendly little boy shares the delicious red fruits with the girl. Suddenly, a suspicious noise in the bushes catches the little hero's attention. The boy alerts his friends and quickly extends his arm to protect them. A dangerous wild boar comes out of the woods, staring at the small children. The little boy tensely warns his friends to be very careful with the beast. He clicks his tongue in frustration for having chosen a path with monsters. The girls are terrified, but the boy tells them both to just watch. Little Arya tries to attack, and the boy shouts, telling his friend to stop immediately. The furious, red-eyed monster charges brutally. Kicking up dust, the little warrior warns of the danger and steps in front of the red-haired noblewoman. He fights against the wild beast, while the maid screams for him in panic. The clever boy rolls on the ground, taunting the boar to get its attention. The boy quickly extends his hand as he tries to conjure his strong magic, but the monster leaps violently through the air, leaving the little boy terrified. Their Arad dodges swiftly and regrets not having the time to finish the spell. The little hero breaks into a cold sweat, feeling the enormous duty to protect his little friend. The enraged boar runs directly toward the girls huddled in the bushes. The young red-haired heiress's beautiful blue eyes widen with pure terror. The boy runs desperately to save his friends from the monster's attack. The little maid hugs the noblewoman, trying to protect her with her own body. Suddenly, a dangerous and colossal pillar of fire falls, crushing the terrible beast. A majestic and gigantic bird of flames spins, burning everything around it. The two little girls look at the sky, completely shocked by the magic. The little warrior is completely surprised by the result of his attack. The two little girls spin, holding hands, celebrating the great victory in the forest. Young Arya thanks the little maid, stating that her action was incredible. Little Arad agrees, stating that everyone there is alive thanks to sweet Clarkus. The boy gives a thumbs up, praising their perfect teamwork. The little employee blushes with embarrassment, very happy with the sweet compliments the clever boy celebrates. Remembering that the enormous boar will fetch a good price, he explains with shining eyes that the defeated beast is worth much more than herbs. The young maid smiles in relief, confessing she's very happy to be able to help. Suddenly, the little heiress claps her hands, announcing she's had a wonderful idea. The super-excited, red-haired little girl suggests that the three of them form a great clan together. The little mage and the sweet employee are totally confused by the new proposal. The boy looks at the vast green plain, trying to understand his little friend's concept. The noblewoman explains that it's a group of mages united to resolve incidents and travel. The youngest son thinks the idea is identical to a game guild, but keeps it to himself. Little Clarkus asks very nervously if she could also join the clan. The maid thinks it's impossible for someone as humble as her to be in the same group as a noblewoman. The sweet little girl looks down, totally insecure about her social position there. The two little mages stare at the girl with expressions of total doubt and confusion. The little adventurer reassures her, stating that young Arya truly chose her. The adorable employee's beautiful blue eyes widen, becoming very emotional. The red-haired heiress happily confirms while the boy is amused by the cute scene. The maid's shining eyes begin to fill with tears of pure gratitude. The girl cries, waving her hands. While the noblewoman asks if she really wants to join, the employee accepts the beautiful invitation, and the three celebrate the union of the new group. The excited youngest son embraces the great idea, and the redhead asks them to hurry up. The clever girl says they need a beautiful emblem, and the boy loves the idea. The little girl wants a really cool design while the boy thinks about the perfect shape. Sweet Clarkus touches her face thoughtfully and suggests a bird design. The two little mages' eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected idea. The young girl blushes, confessing she found her little friend's immense firebird very beautiful. The boy thinks the suggestion is wonderful, and the little noblewoman is extremely proud. The heiress decides to focus on the shape, stating that the final design is super important. The youngest son picks up a thin branch from the ground and decides to make a quick sketch there in the dirt. The wind sways the enormous green canopies under the beautiful and bright afternoon sky. The adventurer finishes the drawing, but the art turns into an incredibly ugly scribble on the ground. The two children stare at the ground, maintaining a total and very awkward silence. The red-haired little girl bursts out laughing, mocking her little friend's great lack of talent. The boy tries to come up with a lame excuse to justify the hideous creature. The red-haired mage ignores his boring talk and quickly asks if the maid made her own drawing. The little noblewoman looks at the dry earth and her eyes widen in complete amazement. The little girl excitedly calls the boy, praising the immense beauty of the art made by the maid. The little warrior analyzes the lines, assuring that her level of talent is absurd. The red-haired mage decides to make the artificial and states that now they need to make the insignia. The little boy is surprised and asks if his friend is talking about large, real badges. The noblewoman assures him that her powerful grandfather will pay for everything and asks them to return quickly. The clever boy sighs tensely, already imagining the old man gathering the greatest artisans in the region. The brave boy asks for a lot of calm, saying they need to wait just a little longer. The adventurer reminds the anxious mage that they need to sell the large defeated monster. The adorable redhead smiles proudly, agreeing to protect their first prize as a group. The young noblewoman agrees, but then questions how they will move such a large beast. The boy displays the enormous boar carcass completely frozen inside an ice cube. Arad explains that they just need to freeze the animal and push it calmly through the grass. The boy says he'll need his friend's help to restore his mana along the way. The trio walks, dragging the ice, while the young girl chatters excitedly about her great match. The three children finally arrive in the bustling city filled with large red roofs. The group walks with their catch through the busy stone streets full of workers and residents. The butcher shop merchant's eyes widen, completely shocked and sweating coldly with surprise. The man can't believe the little boy brought a frozen boar of that size. The children's effort yields a wonderful and shining gold coin with the guild's symbol. Arad gives the profit to the little maid, while the merchant approves the sale in the back of the shop. The group walks happily through the streets decorated with beautiful little flags under the lovely blue sky. The little girls approach, amazed. The window of an elegant shop with a rounded roof. Young Arya and sweet Clarkus peek through the glass with their eyes shining full of enchantment. The place displays luxurious lamps and beautiful golden sculptures that leave the girls fascinated. The little warrior asks curiously if the place is a general store, but Arya says it's a jewelry shop. The boy is surprised by the type of shop, and the redhead confesses it's her first time there too. The little heiress looks at her friend, asking why he brought the group to that place. The little mage explains that they came there because of the silver coins they received before. The clever boy points out that those silvers represent the first profits they earned together. Arad suggests it would be incredible to preserve this great achievement by turning the coins into something else. The little boy smiles and says he'll only do it if his two friends completely agree with the great idea. Little Clarkus clasps her hands in wonder, stating she would love to do that very much. The sweet employee smiles excitedly, showing all her enormous support for the boy's incredible plan. Young Arya's blue eyes widen slightly. The humble maid celebrates the idea, and the youngest son waits anxiously for the noble little friend's response. The redhead shows a huge and radiant smile, agreeing to participate in this adorable memento. The trio enters the cozy shop and approaches the friendly artisan at the large wooden counter. The attentive maid goes over the details of the drawing for the woman, who listens very carefully. The children stare at the small plate on the table, completely amazed by the beautiful result. The talented jeweler gives a thumbs up, very proud of the beautiful work she has just created. The city's tower bell rings, announcing the end of the afternoon through the beautiful and ancient village street. The small group finally leaves the jewelry shop, holding their new and valuable keepsake. The little girls stare at the items in their own hands, their hearts filled with immense joy. The artisan transformed the silver into a beautiful golden badge with the lovely design of a bird. The boy praises the quality of the service, finding the result incredible for such a low price. The clever boy celebrates, stating that the service yielded much more than he had really expected. The young noblewoman hears his comment and suddenly becomes thoughtful about that strange price. The redhead asks them to wait a moment and runs hastily back inside the jewelry shop. Arad and Clarkus stand on the street, staring at the door, totally confused by their friend's action. The golden bell on the door rings again, announcing the immediate return of the small and hurried heiress. The boy asks if there was a problem, but Arya assures him she just went to thank the artisan. The little warrior blinks, a bit surprised, but soon accepts her quick explanation. The artisan sweats coldly, waving tremulously, and terrified after receiving some major threat from the girl. The three children start walking side by side again, enjoying the end of the beautiful and pleasant outing. The group stops in front of the city's stone wall. Admiring the extensive view of the Green Mountain, young Arya looks at her beautiful and valuable badge with a smile full of great sweetness. The adventurer asks curiously if his little friends really liked the final result. The sweet maid pins the item on her clothes, happily stating that now everyone has the same insignia. The boy smiles affectionately while the little noblewoman holds the clan symbol with great affection. The young red-haired mage smiles proudly as her two friends follow her closely. The little heiress blushes with happiness, assuring them she loved her beautiful present very much. The trio enjoys the beautiful panoramic view of the bustling city illuminated by the sun. The red-haired little girl walks, humming, super excited about the creation of the new clan. The sweet noblewoman puffs out her chest, exuding a radiant aura of pure pride and confidence. The two little friends watch the leader's joy with a very affectionate smile. Suddenly, the little warrior's eyes widen as he notices something in front of the group. The immature older brother Robin appears, staggering and hiccuping along the stone path. The intoxicated firstborn recognizes the youngest son and calls his name, totally confused. The young man stops walking and asks, impressed, if the little boy was already back. The clever boy confirms with a sheepish smile, while the young man scratches his head, inebriated. The older brother squints and stares at the little red-haired heiress with great doubt. Humble Clarkus hides terrified behind the boy, who just watches the scene tensely. The young man scolds the boy, finding it absurd that he's playing after the long trip. The young man notices the shining clan emblem perfectly pinned to his little friend's clothes. The firstborn gives a lecture, telling the boy to make good social connections from now on. The youngest son grumbles mentally, finding it ridiculous for a child to go to drinking parties. The brother laughs smugly, leaving while Arad laments the young man's tragic habit. The noblewoman asks who the young man was, and the boy quickly introduces his unfortunate older brother. The little redhead is shocked, confirming that she remembers her recent encounter with him. The youngest son smiles in relief, knowing that the immature firstborn didn't recognize her on the street. The polite little girl regrets not having greeted him, but the boy assures her it's fine. The former worker deduces that his terrible brother should focus on remembering important faces. The little warrior sighs, hoping the useless parties will yield something in the future. The wonderful clear sky illuminates the immense, colorful roofs of the houses in the beautiful city. The excited trio continues their long and relaxing walk along the wonderful stone wall. The little one's eyes widen as he comes across three imposing figures on the path. The little boy lets out a cry of surprise upon being recognized by the experienced female warrior mage. The young mage waves and thanks him very kindly for his great help in the last mess. The adventurer humbly rejects the praise, but the clever little boy politely denies it. The youngest son recalls when those strong warriors knew nothing about ancient magic. The boy snaps out of his thoughts and introduces the brave warriors to his little friend. The friendly group of skilled adventurers waves smilingly at the three little children. The bald warrior notices the beautiful golden emblems, asking if they have formed a clan. The young red-haired heiress puffs out her chest, answering with immense pride about her beloved clan. The swordsman is surprised and asks curiously if all those little ones use great magic. The warrior clasps her hands, amazed by the immense cuteness of the three talented little ones. The smart mage smiles, deducing that the boy asked about magic because he is also a wizard. She asks about the mysterious investigation, and the little adventurer sweats, having nothing to say. The proud red-haired little girl announces that she has already mastered ancient magic, leaving the boy terrified. The youngest son remembers the patriarch's terrible and severe reaction when asked about the power. The old ruler had warned that the sacred ancestral power is a great royal secret. The clever boy deduces that he needs to quickly change the subject to keep the girls very safe. The little boy is startled when the impatient girl conjures the immense glow at that very moment. The noblewoman smiles, displaying the fantastic divine aura while the humble maid claps beautifully. The experienced warrior's eyes widen, completely amazed by the famous magical legend. Curious city dwellers stop to admire the beautiful scene, creating a huge commotion. The intelligent warrior panics, fearing the terrible rumors and dangers of the crowd. The hero desperately interrupts everything, asking if the adventurers would go on a hunt. The swordsman and the mage calmly explain that they just came to sell the magic stone. The experienced adventurers observe the three small children in total silence. The friendly group of warriors says goodbye to the children, waving with great joy. The little red-haired heiress turns quickly, facing her two little friends. The excited little girl calls the little mage, leaving the boy quite surprised. Then the noblewoman also calls the adorable maid's name, who blinks in confusion. The clever girl suggests with shining eyes that they should also hunt monsters. Arad stammers, scared, while Arya celebrates the chance to do a clan quest. The little one breaks into a cold sweat, imagining the great danger of hunting with only children. The little boy looks at his two companions, doubting if he could protect them in a fight. He reflects that he has lived there for a short time, and his mind still belongs to modern life. The youngest son feels that his past self totally affects his current mentality. The adventurer realizes that his soul has not yet completely merged with that world. The boy recalls that children working early is extremely common in that era. He himself earns his own money and is treated as an adult by the city merchant. The little boy feels his old school, memories disappearing into the air of that place. The hero struggles to overcome the barrier of his old, age-driven society. The little mage closes his eyes, calmly accepting being treated as an adult there. But he realizes that his adult mind always ends up seeing the two little friends. The warrior holds the badge, frustrated for treating them just as mere little children. Little Arad holds his clothes close to his chest, maintaining a very thoughtful silence. The red-haired little girl notices his tension and asks worriedly if something is wrong. The boy smiles, hiding his strange reflection, and assures her that he's fine. The clever boy suggests they train a lot before starting the dangerous hunt. The three children gather on the enormous green plain just outside the city. The boy holds a small stone, asking if his friends are ready for the test. The little warrior throws the stone with great force into the air in a swift movement. The object falls quickly, hitting the grassy ground with a dull and dangerous thud. An immense and dangerous ice crystal emerges violently from the earth, causing a loud noise. The brave trio of young mages follows the magical target with very focused gazes. The youngest son throws himself on the ground and shouts little Clarkus's name to activate the grand plan. The young maid uses her quick energy, and the boy hits the ground with his magic. A colossal and dangerous frozen pillar erupts from the earth, illuminating the entire green area. Arad hits the immense structure with force, causing a crack in the resistant ice. The boy shields his face as the frozen debris flies dangerously through the air. The monstrous magical wall shatters, creating a strong shower of shining crystal. Little Arya approaches very confidently to continue the quick combo of attacks. The young redhead summons her flaming magic, supported by the swift buff of the sweet maid. A brutal explosion of flames erupts with absurdly devastating force in the attack. A beautiful golden bird crosses the air, spinning and shining under the afternoon sun. The fury of the flames quickly melts all the frozen remains on the green lawn. The young noblewoman celebrates the great success, while the boy agrees, touching his chin. He explains the genius training device made with contact magic and a stone. The little one deduces that this dangerous combo would take down the monster, while the girls smile. The boy praises sweet Clarkus's precision, leaving the employee immensely happy. Arad takes a deep breath, realizing that taking down a boar will be very simple for them. Little Arya calls out to her friend, wearing a huge and proud smile on her face. The young noblewoman states very confidently that the three of them together can defeat a monster. The adventurer observes his friend's great determination, understanding the whole situation. He shows a gentle and very proud smile, internally agreeing with her. The boy says they will leave tomorrow, Deciding to stop acting like an annoying protector, young Arya plans with her friend to study everything about the new quick magic at night. The excited group is interrupted by a voice suddenly calling out to them. The young female warrior from the guild appears, wanting to introduce someone important to them. She invites the group, saying that clans have advantages when joining the guild. Little Clarkus is startled. Remembering that joining the guild is very difficult, the little adventurer agrees. Remembering that he also heard the same rumors, the clever boy asks why the woman is giving them this great chance. The experienced adventurer smiles, stating that she chose them because Arad remembered her. The little boy blinks his large green eyes, unable to understand that silly reason. He scratches the back of his neck, shocked that just a simple memory earned him a spot in the guild. The young warrior doesn't think remembering someone's face is such a great feat. The woman gestures, stating that remembering random adventurers is impressive. She points out that almost no one does that. And the little mage starts to agree with her. The friendly warrior smiles and asks if the three mages will want to join her. The two girls exchange glances, celebrating that it would be very cool to accept the invitation. The little noblewoman asks the maid's opinion, who soon agrees, very excited. Young Arad shows a beautiful, satisfied smile upon seeing his little friend's great joy. The boy accepts the offer, and the woman promises to let them know when she confirms everything with the chief. The adventurer mage says goodbye, asking for the leader's name, and he introduces himself politely. The woman waves and leaves, praising the excellent atmosphere of their newly formed clan. The three children watch the great warrior disappear over the horizon of the vast plain. Little Arya gives a huge and radiant smile, celebrating their first great victory. The brave trio rests, sitting on the large green lawn, enjoying the beautiful landscape. The boy walks through the bushes on the way back home, finding the surroundings very strange. The happy children cross the ancient stone bridge under the bright afternoon sun. Time passes, and the starry night completely covers the peaceful houses of that village. The next morning, little Arad stretches sleepily in the wooden attic room. The little boy comes down the wooden ladder while the little employee wishes him a good day. The sweet maid holds a basin of water and asks how the young warrior's health is. The boy thanks her for letting him sleep there, and she apologizes for the house not having a guest room. Arad asks about the red-haired noblewoman, and the maid says their little friend has already woken up from her long sleep. The little one approaches the bedroom door, wishing the mage a cheerful good morning. Young Arya sits on the bed with her hair completely messy and still very sleepy. The helpful Clarkus quickly approaches, bringing fresh water for the girl to wash her face. The boy smiles, grabbing the wooden comb. Noticing that the heiress is still half asleep, the kind maid brushes the little girl's beautiful red hair with immense gentleness. The boy politely decides to go downstairs and leave the two little friends alone in the room. Little Arad fully trusts the attentive Clarkus's great care of the noblewoman. The dedicated employee dries the sleepy Arya's face and assures her friend that he can relax. The youngest son arrives on the lower floor of the old house, calmly greeting his beloved parent. The old gray-haired father greets his son with a very attentive and quite calm look. The man looks for the little noblewoman, and the boy says the maid is helping the young girl. The wise father warns that it is Arad's duty to ensure the illustrious guest is comfortable. The boy blinks his large eyes, understanding his beloved father's firm and important order. Arad scratches the back of his neck, completely confused, and the patriarch asks if there is a big problem. The youngest son finds it very suspicious that his father is acting normally, even knowing the young girl's nobility. The little mage reflects on the absurd shock his older brother felt the day before. The proud firstborn even bowed, pathetically begging the young girl to buy the house. The old father gets the boy's attention, telling the boy to listen to one more piece of his valuable advice. The calm patriarch teaches that a noble must always behave in a dignified manner in any place. The father teaches that a true noble must always carry the great honor of their family. The patriarch explains that even though he is from a branch family, he should not bow his head. The little mage recalls his brother Robin humbling himself in front of the leaders of the main house. The father formally introduces himself as the leader of the Vale family, maintaining a proud posture. The little boy realizes with admiration that his father has very different attitudes from his terrible brother. The boy notices his father scolding the firstborn to maintain the good appearances of the place. Sweet Clarkus finally appears, accompanying young Arya dressed in very simple clothes. The family quickly prepares the large wooden table for the pleasant breakfast. Everyone in the humble house enjoys the family atmosphere in a moment of pure tranquility. The morning sun illuminates the beautiful green plain and the large wheat field around the village. The young maid carries a modest picnic basket very carefully by the handles. The brave trio walks through the field, while the young noblewoman comments on the boy's scent. The little boy smells his own arm, confused, and the redhead jokes that he smells like the garden grass. The youngest son smells the sleeve of his shirt, realizing his friend was telling the absolute truth. The adventurer asks if they can check something on the way before starting the great hunt. The boy walks thoughtfully through a puddle of dark mud, testing the moisture of the wet earth. The heiress asks if he found anything there, but the boy denies it and decides to look elsewhere. The three children bravely enter the dense green forest, stepping on the dry leaves. Little Arad's large green eyes widen, totally surprised by what he has just seen. The group finds a little white rabbit trapped inside a beautiful and sturdy ice cage. The red-haired little girl is amazed, asking if that dangerous trap was his magic. The noblewoman deduces that he was secretly working on it during the previous training. The clever boy happily confirms that he tested the ice cages using delayed magic, but suddenly the magical trap breaks, and the little rabbit struggles to try to escape. The adorable little animal flees swiftly while the boy cries, watching his prophet disappear. The little adventurer hangs his head, completely frustrated with the trap's great failure. The youngest son remembers the butcher warning that live beasts are worth much more gold coin. The boy regrets that the ice stakes took down the prey, and that's why he invented that cage. The young boy concludes, annoyed, that the ice trap ended up melting too quickly in the sun. The little mage explains that creating ice forms requires total adaptation to the environment and climate. The young maid praises his genius, and the boy thanks her for the great compliment, embarrassed. The attentive heiress calls out to her friend, who turns his face, confused, awaiting her question. The adorable Arya asks very curiously if the delayed magic works with any spell. The boy confirms that the technique works well with fire, and she decides to learn the skill. The little adventurer is confused, asking if the girl wants to train at that exact moment. The dedicated redhead asks if her little friend agrees, and the maid accepts with a beautiful smile. The brave trio walks to a beautiful clearing filled with lovely white and yellow flowers. The talented Arya throws a magical ribbon into the air, concentrating all her great power. The powerful spell creates a spectacular shower of shining spheres falling over the flowery field. The three children rest peacefully in the beautiful green scenery illuminated by the sun. The boy wakes up from his sleep, drooling. While his red-haired little friend calls him gently, the youngest son rubs his eyes, apologizing profusely for his accumulated fatigue. The attentive Clarkus quickly organizes the large white towel, preparing the beautiful meal. The little boy smiles excitedly at the delicious food while admiring the beautiful daytime sky. The little mage hears the sound of slow footsteps stepping on the tall grass right behind him. The boy gets a huge fright from a bright and festive explosion of mana at his. The little boy praises it in amazement while the redhead smiles, super proud of her magic trick. The friend praises her learning speed, but the young noblewoman thanks him for his incredible lesson. Arad sits with his back to his friend, concluding that she managed to delay the great ancient magic. Young Arya shows a sweet, blushing smile and sincerely thanks him for the great training. The boy laughs it off as nothing special, but soon notices something strange. His two little friends notice his confusion and quickly ask what's wrong. The little mage analyzes the field very carefully, but plays it cool, denying everything. He reflects with intrigue on the mana traces from his friend's failed spell. The boy puts a hand on his chin, wondering why the energy disappeared. A mysterious and strong golden light appears, shining near the dirt bank. Strange. Invisible footprints begin to form quickly on the green lawn. The hidden beast's steps mark the damp earth, walking toward the light. A glowing wolf suddenly appears, feeding on that pure magical energy. The group leaves their shoes at the entrance and gives thanks for the day's delicious meal. The young noblewoman wipes her face, confessing she was very surprised by everything. The boy praises his friend, not expecting her to master the technique so quickly. The little redhead smiles excitedly and shows that she can also do a new magic. The little boy blinks his eyes, completely shocked by her big reveal. The heiress walks with a magical healing sphere floating like a little pet. She explains that she got this brilliant idea thanks to some help from Sweet Clarket. The young noblewoman points to the modest basket, calling the technique a mana lunchbox. The adventurer is shocked, knowing you can't just improvise something like that. He recalls that delayed magic deals with activation and effect at the same time. The usual delay only holds back the activation time, waiting for its trigger, but the little mage notices, sweating coldly, that his friend's ability is very different. The prodigy girl managed to separate the casting and delay only its effect. Controlling ancient magic this way proves the girl is on another level. The boy stares at the little heiress in a deep and very impressed silence. The little red-haired girl is confused by his look, and the boy quickly calls out to her. The youngest son curiously asks for how long she can keep that magic active. The noblewoman calmly assures him that the spell will last as long as she wants. She extends her hand, explaining that the divine energy will only activate if someone touches it. The clever boy's large green eyes widen, totally shocked by the answer. The girl laughs, confessing it's hard to explain, but she can feel the control. The redhead points out that this magical retention doesn't work with fire spell. Little Arad gives a wide smile, perfectly understanding the whole logic. The boy deduces that mana heal flows better because it's his family's specialty. The young maid watches the noblewoman in awe as the boy approaches her. The youngest son sits on the plain's ground, saying he needs to confirm something incredible. He explains that the technique works exactly like a magic lunchbox. The boy brilliantly concludes that the retained spell no longer consumes energy. Arad realizes the ability acts like a valuable, endless magic battery. He points to the light, praising the immense advantage that only the mage can see it. The little boy extends his arm, saying that the best part is a different detail. The boy tries to touch the shining sphere, but his hand passes through the divine light. The sacred energy hits the girl, perfectly healing her wounds on the spot. The little heiress smiles gently, asking if he has any more questions. The boy thanks her for the demonstration, stating he learned much more than he expected. Arad thinks the noblewoman is just like the incredible, invincible protagonists from mangas. The young redhead notices her friend's tension and asks the reason for his grim face. The youngest son focuses his gaze, very worried, wanting to know if she has realized it yet. He warns very seriously that his little friend's powerful magic is very dangerous. The two girls blink, confused, not understanding the boy's big warning at all. The adventurer gestures, reminding them that mana usually recovers every day. The boy uses a dangerous term, leaving the young maid a bit confused and scared. Little Clarkus lowers her head, apologizing, thinking she made a mistake. The adventurer gets flustered and waves his hands, assuring her it wasn't a criticism of her. Arad clasps his hands, offering a sincere apology to both his little friends at the same time. The beautiful field of yellow flowers attracts lovely, colorful butterflies on that sunny morning. The boy explains that the stored magic accumulates and can be used twofold the next day. The two little girls pay close attention, their eyes widening in amazement. He teaches that the limit of that reserve depends exclusively on the storage time. The boy calculates that storing it for 100 days would yield 100 days' worth of power for the mage. The little one explains that even the leftover daily portions can be safely stored. The young noblewoman understands that she can accumulate an incredibly absurd amount of mana. The clever boy smiles, remembering the true offensive potential of so much energy combined. The adventurer points out that she will be able to use much more mana than any other mage. The little boy imagines the young noblewoman firing her brutal spells with full force. The cautious boy suggests they don't go too deep into the enormous dark forest. The redhead thanks him for the advice and confesses she never would have had that brilliant idea alone. Arid stares at the ball of light. Finding it very difficult to apply ancient magic in other ways, he deduces that her success is solely due to the great and noble blood of the Lewis family. The boy always thought that the healing was ancient magic, just because it restored energy. The little adventurer realizes with shock that this thought was a big mistake on his part. The boy concludes that the true ancestral power only awakens in the original descendant. A sound of rustling leaves near a tree catches the hero's attention. The boy tells his friends to stop immediately, suspecting that danger has finally arrived. The youngest son focuses his gaze and tells little Clarkus he will really need her help. Sweet Arya glows, conjuring her intense and wonderful magical aura to help the group. The boy and the maid are startled when an immense root twists right next to them. A monstrous trunk comes to life, creaking loudly and showing frightening red eyes. The adventurer faces the terrible monster, trying to remember the beast's name from the games. Young Clarkus stammers in terror, recognizing the terrible and dangerous creature as a Trent. The little mage dodges the furious attacks, wondering if that monster is alone. Young Arya calls out to her friend, and he decides to use the same strategy as in their last training. The adventurer turns his head and quickly conjures his large and sturdy ice magic. An immense and majestic frozen pillar appears, creating a barrier between them and the monster. The violent Trent attacks without mercy, throwing its heavy roots against the huge wall. The little boy's eyes widen in impression as his little friend summons her bird. The little red-haired girl launches the attack, and a colossal, monstrous pillar of fire consumes everything. The clever boy praises the technique, noticing that she improved its strength by shooting the beast upward. Arya tries to celebrate the victory, but the little boy interrupts her very hastily. The completely engulfed Trent continues to move and greatly scares the two little girls. The boy sweats, noticing that the large monster has a lot of resistance to fire. The hero decides to draw the beast's attention while fully trusting his little friend's strength. The youngest son notices with his keen eye that the creature reacts directly to movement. The little adventurer touches the ground and quickly activates a genius trap of ice decoys. The moving decoys distract the large flaming monster, which attacks completely out of control. The young redhead takes advantage of the big opening and hits the powerful enemy with a dangerous explosion. The children take cover as the flash of that violent attack destroys the dirt ground. A gigantic and monstrous pillar of fire tears through the earth of the dense and dangerous forest. The colossal white smoke rises to the sky, tearing through the clouds on that beautiful sunny afternoon. A large, reddish magic stone is left in the dust right after the big and violent fight. The brave children sigh, very relieved, and confirm that no one got hurt. Little Arya breathes a sigh of relief, and then asks about the large ice structure. The boy proudly explains that he used his magic to create that ice clone. He thanks the maid for her help, stating that he managed to create everything quite easily. The boy compares the use of power to the little employee's culinary work. Sweet Clarkus nods in agreement, understanding that explanation very well. The youngest son recalls the Count's great lessons about the difficulty of magical control. The clever boy assures them he only managed to launch the attack thanks to his little friend's support. The humble maid blushes with embarrassment and thanks him for the lovely compliment with a beautiful smile. Suddenly, a mysterious young man in a cape appears running and shouts the adventurer's name. The young hooded man falls to the ground, totally relieved to see that the children are alive. The stranger shows his terrified face and demands that they leave the forest at once. The little boy blinks his eyes, completely confused, asking what is happening there. The scared young man warns, sweating, that something very dangerous is attacking the area. The group stares at the tense young man, wanting to understand more about the unknown creature. The mysterious young man reveals, panting, that there is an invisible monster roaming around. The three brave children are very frightened by the imminent danger of his report. The young man states that he will explain everything in detail when they are safe. The tense young man tells everyone to follow him, and the clever boy agrees, completely terrified. The hero agrees, and the group of children begins to follow the stranger through the forest. Suddenly, A monstrous and violent barrier of wind appears, surrounding all of them. The hooded young man says that the magic will serve as a makeshift protection. The boy peeks outside, noticing the violent magic colliding against nothing. The young warrior explains that the strong wind ensures safety against the attack. He rubs his forehead, panting, stating that the great enemy is nothing ordinary. The two little girls huddle, trembling with fear from the terrifying situation. The noblewoman squeezes her little friend's hand to try to calm her amidst the great tension. The redhead tries to maintain her courage, suggesting they blast the beast with magic, but the warrior interrupts her harshly, demanding only their total obedience. The little heiress thanks him for the immense protection and agrees to lower her own guard. The little warrior furrows his brow, finding this conversation very suspicious and strange. He questions the young man, reminding him that the top priority here is the heiress's life. The young man hesitates for a brief moment and agrees with the little boy's statement. The boy crosses his arms, staring at the strange warrior with a very suspicious look. The little red-haired girl asks softly what that crazy talk meant. The youngest son looks at the girl, stating that his beloved clanmate is very important. The boy shows a serious and threatening look, warning that nothing bad can happen. The mysterious young man swears he will protect the little girl even if he ends up perishing himself. The hero sadly reflects that in this cruel world, the noblewoman's life is worth much more. The adventurer faces the forest, fearing that the great danger will be perilous for the group. The warrior reassures everyone, stating that protecting people is just his duty. The two little friends watch the strange, caped figure still overcome by immense dread. The young man gives a very sincere smile, thanking them for obeying so well. The brave trio of children relaxes a little more upon seeing the young man's sweet sincerity. But suddenly, enormous and monstrous explosions brutally hit the magical barrier. The group's eyes widen, completely terrified by the violent and strong impact. The boy realizes that the powerful force of those impacts was a harmful magic. Little Clarkus calls out to her little friend, worried, noticing the youngest son's immense shock. The maid points a trembling finger and says she saw the familiar warriors right ahead. The redhead and the boy peek through the wind, totally shocked by their terrible situation. The maid reveals, crying, that one of the skilled warriors was already down on the ground. Little Arya becomes desperate and runs hastily, saying they need to help the warrior. The little red-haired girl crosses the wind barrier, completely ignoring all the mortal danger. The sweet maid runs hand in hand with her little friend to try to ensure her safety. The hooded young man is shocked by the sudden escape, while the little boy apologizes. The warrior tries to protect her two seriously injured partners who are down on the dirt ground. The young female warrior holds her magic wand, panting and completely terrified in the fight. The bald warrior groans in pain, clutching his terrible and dangerous bleeding wound. The adventurer and the caped young man observe the immense magic ball illuminating the dense forest. The brave female warrior screams desperately, warning that the place is extremely dangerous for them. The woman is startled by their sudden arrival and quickly warns that there is something hidden around. The little red-haired girl swallows hard, becoming very confused and totally scared by the warning. The mysterious warrior slides down the large dirt bank, rescuing all the children. The hooded young man faces the group, asking if they were also attacked by the invisible being. The little warrior blinks his large green eyes, completely surprised by that deduction. The young female mage agrees with the young man, stating that only an invisible beast could cause so much damage. The young man reveals that his group also attacked in all directions, trying to scare the monster away. The warrior warns the youngest son that jumping to any hasty conclusions in that place is a mistake. The other warrior of that small group also agonizes, lying on the bloodied ground of the woods. Little Erat approaches, very worried, and quickly asks if they suffered brutal bites. The female warrior sighs, very relieved, and thanks the group of children for all their great help. The woman suggests they flee together, but the hooded young man rigorously refuses the idea. The two warriors look at the mysterious young man, completely confused by his strong refusal. The young man explains with great tension that the terrible wounds might open up even more if they walk. The short-haired female warrior panics upon realizing her friend's situation is extremely serious. The young man glances at the children, wondering if the small group has healing magic. The female warrior concludes that magic is out of the question and quickly asks if her partner has a potion. The mage raises her hands in indignation, remembering that those magical remedies cost a great fortune. The hooded young man throws a beautiful shining flask, ordering them to use the item quickly. The woman holds the item. Amazed by the incalculable and absurd magical value of that bottle, the serious young man demands that she stop with the formalities and heal her friends immediately. The mage holds the potion firmly and thanks him with a beautiful smile full of gratitude. A beautiful and spectacular healing light illuminates the entire place, saving the injured warrior. The partner's dangerous bleeding disappears as the powerful divine magic rebuilds the flesh. The little mage's large green eyes widen, totally impressed with the item's healing. The youngest son curiously asks what that was, and the warrior calmly replies that it's a potion. The little hero remembers seeing beautiful potions being sold in the city's shop window. The boy always thought those beautiful and shining items were nothing more than a very expensive ointment. But the boy realizes with shock that the flask's healing effectiveness is superior to what he supposed. The woman says the warrior will be perfectly healed in just about 3 minutes. The brave little boy deduces that the group will need to hold off the dangerous attacks during those minutes. The hooded warrior asks the youngest son to watch the rear, and the boy swiftly accepts. The young man explains that the large whirlwind of wind would block the view of so many people. The caped adventurer goes back to observing the woods, while the clever boy devises a plan. The youngest son casts, activating a large, bluish, and invisible dome covering his entire group. The proud boy celebrates that the magical camouflage will perfectly hide his group there, but the little warrior sweats, fearing that the barrier will also prevent them from seeing outside. Little Clarkus lets out a huge scream of fright, and the boy turns, paying close attention. Young Arya points her trembling little finger toward the forest, warning that the beast is coming. The group faces the immense dirt clearing, preparing to confront the dangerous beast. The little warrior blinks, totally confused, realizing that the magic allows the group to see. The boy sighs in relief, but soon notices a mysterious shining dog on the ground. The little warrior's eyes widen, completely surprised by that creature. The mysterious magical beast leaps nimbly toward the sphere of light on the ground. The little boy blinks his eyes, totally perplexed, not understanding what is happening. To the boy's total shock, the shining dog simply devours the magic. He remembers that those beautiful fragments appear when magics are used. The clever boy had always believed that only he could see and touch those lights, but now he watches in shock as the beast interacts with the divine energy. The youngest son panics, seeing the monster swallow the entire mana trace there. The dog of light sniffs the surroundings without noticing the children's presence. The boy realizes with relief that the invisible enemy hasn't found them yet. The clever boy concludes that his invisibility barrier is working well. The little boy asks for silence and calls the hooded warrior very cautiously. The young man and the girls look confusedly at the boy in the middle of the dirt path. The adventurer points to the road, asking them to move forward. Suddenly, the dangerous magical dog raises its ears, hearing something. Little Arad is startled to realize that a large boar is approaching them. The wild beast calmly comes out of the bushes, very close to the invisible dog. The group remains hidden in the barrier, just observing the tense situation. The monster of light silently prepares to make its big pounce. The magical dog advances and bites the boar with brutal and relentless force. The boy and the hooded young man are terrified by the beast's violence. The poor animal is brutally struck down. The large boar falls to the ground, no longer moving, very close to the injured adventurer. The two little girls huddle in pure terror at the frightening scene. The invisible beast holds a huge piece of meat in its monstrous mouth. The young warrior reacts quickly and launches a swift attack against the creature. An immense and powerful blade of wind cuts through the earth toward the monster. The violent attack hits the ground, creating a large and dangerous explosion. The young man asks if he hit it, but the boy says the beast fled quickly. The short-haired female warrior approaches the bald man, asking if he's okay. The experienced man confirms that the potion healed almost all of his injuries. The caped warrior asks the boy to protect the noblewoman while they buy time. The young man orders the children to run straight to the village without looking back. The brave warrior summons his powerful wind magic with great force. A brutal cyclone hits the ground, sending a lot of dirt flying everywhere. The magic creates a strong impact that destroys the surface of the large road. An immense and dense cloud of dust rises, covering the entire region. Little Arad runs desperately, asking the young warrior to wait. The boy holds his friend's hand, proposing that they also fight against the beast. The little red-haired girl is shocked, remembering the terrible takedown of the large boar. The boy says that children could never escape from such a fast monster. The trio observes the large dust cloud slowly dissipating in the air. The boy stares at the edges of the smoke, knowing the hiding spot won't last. The little warrior's eyes widen. Suddenly having a brilliant idea, Arad remembers his strategy with the wet mud earlier that day. The youngest son quickly orders the little maid to use her support magic. The clever boy casts his magic on the ground, creating a huge puddle of water there. The water spreads swiftly over the entire dangerous dirt path. The boy explains that the puddles will reveal the footprints of the terrible invisible beast. The boy reflects that his mud puddle is a rustic trick, but very effective now. This youngest son says he intends to make his friends invisible and serve as a live bait. Young Arya decides to help by spreading an immense, shining magical light across the blue sky. The group admires the shining symbol floating in the air to alert their strong ally. The noblewoman uses mana heal to light up the area, and her friend praises her great effort. The attentive Clarkus asks them to leave the rear guard to her as they walk through the mud. The children run together through the dirty puddles with great haste and determination. The tiring forest path drains the trio's energy, and they breathe pantingly. Adventurer Arad runs desperately, feeling the enormous weight of the frantic escape. The small group celebrates with relief upon realizing the dangerous forest is ending. The beautiful green valley appears on the horizon, bringing great hope to the trio of mages. But suddenly, a violent roar shakes the earth and greatly scares the small children. The enormous edge of the cliff brutally collapses, raising a frightening cloud of dust. The clever Arad freezes in shock, unable to believe the complete disaster. A gigantic and terrifying shadow of a monster emerges from the very bottom of that chasm. The monstrous stone beast shows its shining eyes, leaving the children terrified. The little boy remembers with surprise that magical creatures usually protect their territory. The colossal monster steps on the earth, confirming the real reason that forest is so perilous. Young Arya recognizes the armored beast, stating it's the same giant creature from before. The group is cornered at the edge, knowing the peaceful village is just beyond the valley. The brave boy steps forward, guaranteeing he will protect his little friends no matter the cost. The little redhead shouts, annoyed, immediately rejecting his reckless, heroic promise. The noblewoman reminds him that they formed a clan and all three need to return alive and well. The little adventurer's eyes widen. Surprised by his companion's great maturity, the boy smiles, accepting her request and deciding they will find a good way out. The clever boy faces the gigantic enemy, trying to come up with a genius and quick strategy. The redhead complains about the dangerous impasse, fearing they will never reach the small village. The attentive Clarkus deduces that the beast must be very furious for having been bitten. The boy notices the enemy's marks, confirming the sweet maid's brilliant deduction. The little heiress also understands the mystery and calls her friend with a beautiful, proud smile. The young noblewoman states that the giant creature must still be chasing the invisible beast. The youngest son recalls the brutal battle between the two giant monsters in the destroyed clearing. Dad concludes that the big one is lost and extremely furious because its prey escaped. The noblewoman is indignant, knowing that the invisible monster had already returned to the forest. Little Arad has a wonderful idea, celebrating his red-haired friend's great discovery. The little boy smiles excitedly, revealing that they will use this to trick the furious monster. The young noblewoman observes her floating mana trace without understanding his genius plan. The maid stammers, confused, and the little adventurer quickly calls out the fire mage's name. The clever boy asks if the young girl can alter the great visibility of the mana heal. The little red-haired girl perfectly understands the brilliant strategy and claps her hands happily. The boy smiles, confirming the plan with his friend, who assures him she has a good handle on the new spell. The heiress quickly asks for the swift magical support of little Clarkus to prepare. The colossal stone beast moves, causing brutal tremors throughout the terrain. The tension makes the little maid mess up the spell, startling her little friends at the same time. The girl falls to the ground, apologizing and crying while the noblewoman checks if she's okay. The understanding Arad extends a hand to help his colleague, telling her to try one more time. The employee thanks him in relief, and her two companions pull their sweet friend up from the dirt ground. The two children lift their little friend without noticing the small magic fragment on the green ground. The young warrior stares at his own feet, paying close attention to the maid's failure. Little Clarkus observes the intense glow of her fragment floating on the green grass. Little Arya celebrates very happily, stating she finally managed to carry out the plan. The noblewoman admires the perfect, shining mana doll while the boy agrees. Sweating, sweet Clarkus praises the magic, amazed, while the boy extols the heiress's great talent. The little hero takes the lead of the brave group and announces the start of the grand operation. His two little friends agree very excitedly, while the colossal stone monster roars. The young maid wrings her hands, completely terrified by all the immense tension. The little red-haired girl notices her sweet little friend's great fear and watches her in total silence. The boy notices the distraction and asks if the heiress is okay, but she quickly assures him she is. The little one gives the signal, saying the cute magic doll will lure the monster back. The gigantic stone creature focuses its attention on the magical distraction floating across the field. The dangerous monster lets out a frightening roar, advancing with fury against the shining bait. The little redhead celebrates the plan's success, while the hero watches, very relieved. The colossal, heavy beast continues to run furiously toward the interior of the forest. The sound of the dangerous creature's thunderous steps slowly fades through the beautiful valley. The boy listens to the silence, paying close attention while the little girls relax in relief. The excited trio starts walking again along the bank of the beautiful river, deciding to return to the village soon. A sudden and mysterious noise on the riverbank breaks the tranquil silence of that place. Humble Clarkus's immense blue eyes widen, screaming desperately for the hero's name. The clever boy turns his head, very confused, not understanding the real reason for that big scream. The frightening and shining invisible dog suddenly appears, bearing its sharp fang. The agile boy pushes the red-haired heiress forcefully, saving his little friend from the brutal pounce. The little noblewoman falls safely onto the green grass, scared by the immense violence of the magical beast. The dangerous, shining monster lands on the ground, holding a large piece of the hero's torn sleeve. Sweet Clarkus covers her mouth in pure shock, desperately warning that the boy is bleeding. The brave boy clutches the terrible wound on his arm, assuring them it was a simple scratch. The youngest son orders the girls not to lose sight of the dangerous beast under any circumstance. The little red-haired girl is shocked, not understanding how that dangerous beast found them so quickly. The immense, luminous beast walks slowly, threatening the three small and vulnerable children. The boy observes the dangerous creature stepping on one of the small magic traces on the green ground. The little hero sweats, deducing that the monster perfectly followed young Clarkus's trail. The terrible dog of light devours that small sacred energy and ends up undergoing a mutation. The brave trio is terrified to see that the beast's body grew swiftly with the magic. The colossal invisible beast shines intensely, facing the three scared, easy preys. The sweet and innocent employee blinks her eyes, completely paralyzed by pure mortal dread. The enormous, brutal dog leaps swiftly toward the vulnerable maid to tear her in half. The agile boy activates his freezing attack, launching a magic wall to stop the fierce dog. The sturdy ice barrier shatters brutally, greatly scaring the young maid right in front of it. The irritated Arya throws her flames, yelling that no one will ever touch her best friend. The immense and majestic flaming bird tears through the skies in an absurdly devastating attack. The fierce dog of light dodges the brutal spell with frightening and impressive agility. The confident heiress shows a beautiful smile and throws more spells to try to hit the monster. The young mage's violent spells set the entire lawn on fire, scaring the dangerous magical beast. The young noblewoman huffs, irritated, finding it a true cowardice for the beast to fight completely hidden. The brutal flames in the brush create an intense and thick curtain of smoke, blocking the view. The adventurer praises her reasoning and orders his friend to keep firing to keep the dog away. The brave redhead agrees with the plan and prepares to burn the entire dangerous invisible beast. The brutal pillars of fire erupt across the field, forcing the magical beast to retreat quickly. The little girl screams furiously, firing non-stop and flooding the entire immense valley with smoke. The clever boy uses the enormous gray fog as a disguise and orders everyone to flee the area. The little warrior hurries the girls, reminding them they can't fight against that giant dog. The brave trio takes advantage of the immense smoke screen and runs desperately through the valley. Suddenly, the little adventurer suffers a dangerous and brutal attack on his injured arm. The little boy's eyes widen in pure shock as his blood flies through the air. The youngest son falls to the green grass, holding the terrible, bleeding wound in great pain. His two little friends scream desperately upon seeing the young hero down on the ground. The boy tells the girls to stop, warning that any movement could worsen the wound. The hero groans in pain, finally understanding the experienced warrior's great warning. He asks his friends to hide, noticing that the attack causes continuous damage. The bright afternoon sun illuminates the entire immense and dangerous rocky valley of that region. The injured adventurer says he urgently needs a cloth to stop the bleeding. The young redhead quickly tears her own clothes, offering the piece of fabric to him. The clever boy is surprised by the noblewoman and peeks at the smoke dissipating on the horizon. The terrible invisible dog appears, eating the magic lights left on the lawn. The boy notices the beast is distracted, devouring the magic while the maid ties the bandage. Little Arya sighs, very relieved to know the dangerous monster didn't devour her friend. The little red-haired girl holds his face, holding back tears of pure desperation and fear. The youngest son analyzes the large wound, fearing it might be a dangerous continuous damage effect. He concludes that his arm could be torn off if he suffers another major attack like that. The brave boy murmurs, determined to ensure the total safety of his little friend. The terrible wound on his arm throbs, causing an absurdly unbearable pain. The immense pain distracts his mind, preventing him from focusing on his great magic. But the clever boy resists and conjures his large, invisible dome to hide the group. The panting hero sighs in relief for managing to protect the group from that invisible beast. He looks at his friends, worried, knowing that the disadvantage in this dangerous fight is real. The little boy reflects seriously, remembering that the enemy has perfect invisibility. He recalls that the beast can only be seen clearly when it eats magic or decides to attack. The hero warns that the dangerous beast will destroy the peaceful village if they just flee. The young warrior sweats, imagining that the worst-case scenario has already happened to them. He deduces that trying to find the adults in the immense forest would be a huge and dangerous mistake. The youngest son lowers his head, thinking of hiding his friends and serving as bait for the monster. Little Arya argues with him, assuring him that the clan's friendship means they fight together. The boy smiles internally, giving up the sad idea because he can't just focus on himself. The clever boy cautiously peeks around the large tree and calls for the fire maid. The boy says the redhead needs to shoot the firebird with force when he gives the signal. The young heiress gets very nervous, remembering they can't aim at an invisible enemy. The hero smiles gently, asking his skilled friend to trust his plan. The warrior sweats, knowing that the painful wound on his arm requires a swift solution. The dedicated Clarkus finishes the bandages, supporting the hero with great kindness and compassion. The brave boy peeks into the dangerous green valley, assuring the maid he will be fine. The clever boy despairs upon realizing that the terrible beast has disappeared across the large valley. The little one carefully observes the tall grass, looking for any sign of the enemy. The attentive adventurer's large green eyes widen, shocked by what he has just seen. The boy panics completely upon noticing a shining magical energy floating nearby. The little boy extends his hand and tries to touch the magic light. Realizing it's something untouchable, he reflects, scared, remembering that if the magic is untouchable, then it doesn't belong to Clarkus. The clever boy sweats, finally putting the old pieces of that great puzzle together. The hero discovers with terror that the mana trace was generated by his magic dome. The youngest son recalls that the intense pain from the wound made him leak energy during the casting. The boy screams desperately, warning that the fatal beast will attack the exact point of that magic. The colossal magic dog hits the old tree with frightening and very brutal violence. His two little friends' eyes widen while the hero sweats, terrified. The immense and dangerous invisible beast brutally attacks, breaking the barrier with its teeth. The dangerous monster of light swiftly devours the scared boy's enormous magic dome. The young warrior's large green eyes widen, completely shocked and in a panic. The adventurer sweats upon realizing that the beast grew even more gigantic with that man. The beast brutally destroys the tree, sending the little boy flying in a strong attack. The two girls hide, very scared, in the bushes of that rocky canyon. The strong impact destroys the ground and throws the little red-haired noblewoman violently onto the grass. The little boy is terrified to see the monstrous, dangerous fangs advancing toward him. His two little friends watch the terrible and desperate situation from a great distance. The young fire mage screams her friend's name, completely overcome by great fear. The little one bravely resists, creating a sturdy, bluish ice barrier. The dangerous magic beast bites the structure forcefully, and the ice begins to crack dangerously. The boy sweats, using all his little energy to maintain that shield. The adventurer reflects on the dog's power and understands that the beast uses invisibility magic. He brilliantly concludes that invisibility is a spell that purely alters appearance. The two girls' eyes widen, amazed by the clever boy's genius deduction. The boy nullifies the camouflage, and the beast reveals its true and terrifying markings. The clever boy smiles, panting, telling his little friends to use the full power of their beloved clan. The heiress summons her brutal and gigantic aura of flames, ready to attack the enemy. The little red-haired girl tells her friend to get back, shooting her violent power with immense fury. The spectacular bird of fire hits the fearsome visible monster with a destructive roar. The dangerous, incandescent flames devour the entire immense creature in a very brutal way. The monstrous magical collision shatters the high stone mountains of that enormous valley. A devastating explosion kicks up all the dirt, creating a colossal cloud of gray dust. The skilled young man in the cape leaps through the air, quickly returning to the tense location. The mysterious hooded warrior lands perfectly on top of a sturdy pillar. The calm young man observes the dangerous surroundings, wiping the sweat from his own forehead. The experienced bald warrior and the mage arrive shortly after, asking about the terrible monster. The three adventurers hear a terrifying noise and face the dangerous plane. The caped young man points worriedly to the immense gray smoke rising on the vast horizon. The violent magical wind from the explosion hits the valley, forcing the girls to take cover. The young man is caught by surprise and is brutally thrown through the air. The warrior finds the little girls fallen on the ground and asks if they are hurt. The red-haired girl points desperately into the distance, shouting that her beloved hero is in danger. The sweet maid says she only felt a slight dizziness, reassuring her confused ally. The warrior tells the girls to wait safely there and runs to help the little mage. He comes across the immense and dangerous magical beast, turning into just a pile of ashes. The young man finds the young hero's small, bleeding hand floating in a puddle of water. The little boy Arad smiles, exhausted and lying in the cold water, celebrating his survival. The exhausted hero relaxes his small body, wishing his dear friends are okay. He observes the beautiful sky, reflecting on the enormous pain of his terrible burn. The brave boy realizes that learning healing magic will be his great future priority. The calm young man approaches quietly, greeting the boy who watches him from his lying position. The hooded man looks down at the little adventurer upside down, asking if he's breathing. The youngest son jokes that maybe he's already gone while the young man sits beside him. The friendly ally extends a hand to rescue the injured boy and help him up. He shows the magic crystal, praising the boy's immense and impressive victory. The warrior points to the enormous puddle, but the boy attributes the great feat to the heiress. The young man concludes that the boy is quite incredible and offers a valuable potion to heal him. The young man applies the valuable magic potion and thanks the little hero for his great help. The experienced warrior acknowledges that the brave boy risked everything to protect the heiress. His two little friends watch intently as the injured adventurer is finally healed. The friendly hooded man carries the exhausted boy on his back while the girls follow them. The brave group walks calmly through the green valley to reunite with the other warrior. The experienced adventurers are completely impressed with the children's great victory. Little Arad rests on the young warrior's back, listening to the group's many praises. The young man states that keeping the young noblewoman completely unharmed was the greatest and most brilliant feat. The warrior reveals with a smile that the experienced count taught him a great lesson in the past. The young man recalls the lesson, teaching that a true man must always protect a young lady. The fun-loving warrior starts acting as if the skilled boy were his brilliant disciple. The adventurer jokes smugly while the hero internally agrees, feeling very relieved. The group finally arrives at the entrance of the peaceful village at the end of that terrifying and long afternoon. The blonde female warrior approaches hastily and cheerfully calls out the group leader's name. The adventurer asks about the blonde friend while the group confirms that young Arya is doing very well. The excited warrior points to the small basket, wanting to show everyone a very important detail. Young Clarkus displays two immense and shining magic stones recovered during the hunt. The warrior shows a proud smile, stating that the small children defeated the beast. The young female adventurer's eyes widen, and she is shocked, thinking it was a big joke. The other warriors are curious, wanting to know why the mysterious young man was so proud. The young warrior guarantees that sweet Arya was the one truly responsible for the final blow on the monster. The dedicated Clarkus quickly agrees, showering her beloved heiress with immense and beautiful praises. The little redhead smiles, super excited, bragging about having summoned the colossal firebird in the fight. But the humble little girl acknowledges that her magical talent still doesn't compare to little Arya. The brave group smiles in a super pleasant atmosphere, enjoying their well-deserved and relaxing rest. The attentive blonde female warrior observes the clever boy in silence, paying close attention to the scene. The exhausted hero turns his back and relaxes his body while his dear little friends talk. The experienced blonde smiles discreetly, touching her chin and deducing the youngest son's great power. The warrior leader praises his fake disciple, but his companion doesn't believe that story. The adventurer changes the subject, and his friend assures him that the messenger crow has already been well sent. The experienced young man turns his face and tells little Arya that everyone will need to leave soon. The little red-haired girl is very upset about having to leave the peaceful village so quickly. The kind blonde female warrior approaches the small trio, asking them not to worry. The woman promises she will guide them to a perfect place where the sweet noblewoman can rest a lot. The little girl gives a beautiful smile when the adventurer confirms that the trio will not be separated. The calm warrior explains that the great journey will only begin when the strong reinforcements arrive. The brave group agrees under the bright orange sky of that late afternoon in the village. The group leader says he will go back to investigate the great mysteries of that dangerous forest. The boy's immense green eyes widen, thinking it's crazy for him to return there. The warrior says they need to check the surroundings to see if there are other monsters. His teammate seriously agrees with the leader's important and cautious plan. The young swordsman volunteers for the mission, guaranteeing they will do everything completely for free. The bald warrior laughs friendly, saying that the dangerous service will serve to pay for the potion. Little Arad understands the team's strong motives and realizes the immense weight of debts of gratitude. The excited leader suggests a meeting to devise the grand strategy for the next night hunt. The adventurer looks at the little one and asks to use his large backyard that night. The boy agrees amicably, assuring him that using the central courtyard will not be a problem. The clever boy recalls that the residents already have a habit of gathering there in the open yard. The long day ends, and the dark night silently covers the beautiful roofs of that village. The brave kids and the warriors set up a small campfire to start their secret meeting. Little Arad serves hot drinks, and the cheerful warriors thank him by celebrating together. The young redhead and the blonde girl chat excitedly, while the sweet maid cooks with the village women. The old father proudly watches over the quiet yard, while the experienced leader handles security. The next morning, the lazy older brother is sleeping soundly in the messy bedroom of the house. The terrifying charred remains of the monstrous stone giant are scattered across the field. The skilled warrior with short hair is surprised when she notices something and looks toward the path. The lively group waves goodbye to the friendly leader as he starts his journey with the young blonde girl. The heavy sound of large wooden wheels echoes across the dirt ground, surprising the calm. The clever boy and the two adventurers are startled by a fancy carriage that suddenly arrives. The boy's big eyes go wide, completely shocked to see the beautiful horseless carriage right there. The young leader apologizes to the great mage for the very urgent and unusual summons to the village. A mysterious little old man with glasses calmly steps out of the old carriage, assuring them everything is fine. The friendly blonde girl approaches, exhausted, and the calm warrior explains the difficult journey to the old man. The wise mage studies the young boy, very impressed, and points out a significant detail in the area. The experienced old man observes closely, praising how useful the boy's brilliant ability is. The frightened adventurer breaks into a cold sweat, feeling that the strange, wise old man knows a lot. The leader reveals he needed a favor, and the boy understands he's referring to the location of the fight. The boy is surprised when the old mage says he can see magical traces easily. The experienced man reveals he understood everything when he got the message and decided to come in person. The powerful mage surprises everyone by asking to take the skilled boy with him for a moment. The boy scratches the back of his neck, completely confused by the unexpected invitation to go for a walk. The two warriors from the lively clan are startled by the mysterious wise mage's actions in the village. The wise man pulls the confused boy along, confirming that he was the leader's fake reinforcement. The bald warrior peeks at the beautiful magic crest on the old man's carriage, breaking out in a cold, frightened sweat. The impressive and dangerous crimson dragon crest shines on the heavy, red wooden door. The warrior is in shock when he confirms that the wise old man is the great archmage Ilum. The curious boy hears the adventurer's loud commotion as he follows the experienced maid. The little boy walks through the long, rocky canyon and says the monster's mysterious name. The wise man explains that the terrifying magical hound is usually called Gluttony in that region. The old mage points his finger, emphasizing that invisibility is the great beast's signature move. The experienced Ilum faces the scared boy, warning that the terrible monster feeds on mana. The old man sits down comfortably, and the boy blushes and agrees upon hearing the mage talk about mana traces. The little adventurer remembers with surprise how the invisible hound swallowed the traces during the dangerous fight. The boy understands the bizarre logic of the dangerous magical beast, and the old man agrees with him. The serious mage warns that the invisible beast is dangerous, as even its smallest bite could have dire consequences. The boy rubs his arm, remembering the immense pain, and the old man is startled, figuring out the truth. The little boy lowers his head, confirming he was attacked, and the mage asks him to tell him everything. The little hero agrees with a beautiful smile, relieved to be able to talk with an experienced mage. The observant Ilum touches his chin, suspicious of how the beast got so fat from devouring those traces. The wise man reveals that the terrible magical beast belongs to a category of powerful phantom monster. The innocent little boy gets excited, thinking the creature's famous title is really cool and amazing. The experienced mage studies the gigantic green valley, commenting that the beast had never appeared there before. The curious youngest boy asks the main reason for this, and the wise mage deduces the hound's strong motives. The old man suspects the boy's magical failures, and the little one panics, remembering his training. The suspicious Ilum leans forward, noticing the little hero's panic right away. The scared boy breaks into a cold sweat, not knowing how to hide the big secret of Arya's intense training session. The youngest boy makes up a lie, taking full blame for Gluttony's appearance in the valley. Little Arad apologizes, very ashamed, and the old mage scolds him for the scale of the danger. The sad boy reflects unhappily, feeling very guilty for almost getting his whole beloved group taken out. The wise mage gives a knowing smile, showing great empathy for the brave boy. The wise old man gently asks the little adventurer to stop blaming himself so much. The boy blinks his big green eyes, not understanding what the experienced mage meant. The hero asks who he is talking about, and the mage mentions the kind Count Barton's speech. The old man guesses that the nobleman must have said something about him needing to be a great man. The little boy is surprised, and the mage laughs, saying that it's an old verbal tic of the nobleman. The boy recalls the Count's big smile and understands the whole situation perfectly. The experienced mage laughs, stating that the great nobleman just wanted to look cool in front of him. The hero smiles, knowing he would have protected his little friends anyway, even without that warning. The experienced Ilum takes the chance to advise the boy to keep seeking. The boy repeats the word very attentively and thoughtfully at that exact moment. The youngest boy reflects that learning more magical information is his biggest priority right now. The wise mage assures him that accumulating a lot of knowledge is never an over-the-top thing to do in life. He explains that knowing more doesn't mean a person will always make the right decision, but the old man points out that knowledge helps you extract something valuable from every experience. The experienced mage asks what the hero's attitude toward the beast would be, and the boy assures him he would run. The wise man laughs, proud of the quick answer, and praises the little boy's decision-making ability. He teaches that the boy should always focus on asking the right person for help on a mission. The clever boy looks at the old mage, stating that he has a very peculiar way of talking. The amusing old man lowers his glasses and decides it will be much easier to show him in practice. The little adventurer blinks his eyes, completely surprised by that sudden action. The mage throws small magical baits on the ground and asks if that would be enough. The wise man deduces from the boy's incredible story that the defeated beast was not an adult. The little hero breaks into a cold sweat, remembering that the dangerous creature was the size of a small dog. The old man explains that those terrible monsters raise their young in their own territory. The youngest boy panics, concluding that there are still other beasts roaming the large valley. The shiny magic baits disappear from the dirt ground, and the boy quickly alerts the experienced mage. The wise man calmly adjusts his strange glasses and asks for the invisible beast's exact coordinates. The observant boy points to the sturdy rock wall about 20 paces away. The boy shouts out the exact location, paying close attention to the enemy's movement. The experienced old man praises the boy and prepares a powerful dark magic in his hand. The incredible mage intensely focuses all his enormous power using his special lens. A gigantic, monstrous pillar of earth erupts from the rocky ground in a massive explosion. The little adventurer's eyes go wide, completely amazed by that colossal spell. The immense block of earth crushes the invisible monster with no trouble at all in the green valley. The old man extends his hand and shoots shining rings of magic toward the sturdy structure. The magical energy surrounds the entire enormous stone pillar, creating a perfect and inescapable trap. The wise Ilum closes his fingers with great conviction, activating the true effect of his technique. The colossal pillar shatters in a ridiculously powerful explosion, sending rocks flying through the air. The strong blue rings squeeze the invisible magical creature, with terrifying force. The monstrous beast falls crushed onto the dirt ground, kicking up a giant cloud of dust in the canyon. The dangerous beast is finally revealed. Showing a body much larger than the previous monsters, little Ared watches in shock as the mage prepares a new attack in his small hand. A mysterious bolt hits the center of the beast, and the boy watches, filled with great tension. A destructive, monstrous black hole suddenly appears, completely swallowing the magical beast. The powerful explosion of lightning overcomes the beast, erasing every last trace of the target. The calm old man watches the powerful attack from a distance with a very unsettling tranquility. The incredible old man smiles, stating the job is done, and the boy is in complete shock. The wise man observes the immense crater, remembering the old phrase about using the right person in the right place. The confused boy doesn't understand the great compliment, not realizing his own importance. The mage smiles, saying that the brave boy has the best ability to track the beast. Little Arad stares at the old mage in amazement, finding the whole demonstration incredibly fascinating. The experienced old man watches him very carefully, asking what was going wrong. The boy hides his great admiration, remembering that the powerful mage had blindly trusted a child. He reflects that he would have had a brilliant future if he had such a wise boss in his cruel past life. The calm and bright afternoon sun illuminates the peaceful village as the two return together quietly. The boy follows the experienced mage, walking calmly through the village's large stone gate. The little warrior blinks his big green eyes, completely surprised to hear a very familiar voice. The little redhead girl suddenly appears, shouting very furiously that the whole situation was unfair. The noble girl argues that she wanted to join the outing while her little friend tries to calm things down. The big, brave adventurers approach, completely shocked, shouting for the powerful and renowned maid. The agile and skilled young man in the cape quickly asks about the terrible situation in the dangerous forest. The old man confirms the terrifying nest of monsters, finding it very strange that those small beasts were there. The dedicated blonde adventurer breaks into a cold sweat, terrified at the thought that more beasts must be roaming the region. The two young heroes' eyes widen as they swallow hard. Overcome by a gigantic and heavy tension, the swordsman orders the skilled blonde girl to focus completely on escorting the group of small children. The calm warrior understands the tense plan, accepting the grave duty of clearing the rest of the dangerous valley. The young man points his finger, asking the wise old man if the strong trio of warriors could also help the three warriors introduce themselves. Trembling and completely intimidated by the spectacular mage's powerful aura, the old man stares at the rookie group in total silence, perfectly analyzing every little detail about them. The wise mage asks if they understand the enormous mortal risk of that terrifying and difficult mission. The group is incredibly surprised when the experienced old man accepts their strong help without even questioning it. The mage shows a gentle smile, stating that he greatly values those who have good life experience. The trio smiles with great relief, receiving wonderful compliments from the old master for their incredible courage. The powerful mage with glasses lowers his curious gaze, hearing a calm and sudden call from below. The little warrior asks with great determination to actively participate in the monster hunt. The intelligent wise man shows a beautiful, lively smile, perfectly understanding the little boy's wish. Suddenly, the little adventurer is startled when he feels the wise man's firm hand on his left shoulder. The wise and mysterious old man convinces the boy by strongly reminding him of his immense duty as a man. The little boy agrees with a smile, and his two young friends stare at him, not understanding any of that talk. The gentle hero bows politely, thanking the kind mage for the valuable and great opportunity. The little warrior watches the large group of experienced hunters organizing to set out again. The blonde warrior calls the attentive children, telling everyone to go safely to the new camp right away. The group travels, looking with fascination at the immense green valley surrounded by the majestic river with crystal-clear waters. The exhausted children continue on the long journey, rocking peacefully aboard the fancy purple carriage. The noble girl and the sweet maid are sleeping soundly on the cushioned bench, while the hero talks with his friend. The attentive blonde girl asks quietly, wanting to find out what the quick magical trip through the canyon was like. The clever boy peeks out the window, smiling and confirming that the whole wonderful experience was formidable. The boy recalls all the immense hidden power, confessing he would never dare try to copy that wise man. The boy sighs unhappily, feeling he let down the wonderful teachings, and the warrior finds it amusing. He scratches his cheek, giving an awkward smile for not having understood the huge, absurd, magical difference at all. The calm warrior looks him directly in his big green eyes, praising the boy's immense wisdom. The warrior points out with a smile that the boy's skills are excellent for having noticed the old man's strength. The woman smiles proudly, remembering that the brilliant boy understood the fake outing as a pure lesson. The boy reflects that the incredible detection technique would be totally irrelevant in the hands of that strong maid. The little warrior remembers with amazement the immense and violent, frightening spell of the old man with glasses. He concludes that the experienced old man could have easily wiped out all the fearsome beasts by himself. The clever boy realizes, breathless, that the powerful destroyer only took him along to offer him a valuable lesson. The little adventurer reflects on all the friendly charisma that the experienced old man spreads along the way. He is completely enchanted by the gigantic and courageous leadership of the mage in front of the weak and inexperienced. The boy understands that the incredible and kind protector possesses a majestic level to save everyone without breaking a sweat. The little warrior laments unhappily for not having taken full advantage of the grand opportunity given by the old maid. The young warrior hears his sincere confession and ends up letting out a small, disguised laugh. The blonde warrior starts laughing out loud, leaving the little hero completely confused by the whole situation. The clever boy blinks, very surprised, and asks nervously if he just said something really silly to her. The woman rests her face in her hand and asks with a beautiful, amused smile what the boy's real age was. The boy innocently replies that he's 6 years old for now, and the woman finds that strange answer totally hilarious. The lively blonde girl laughs hard, confessing that the little boy's unusually mature attitude is just too funny. The warrior looks at the two sleeping girls and comments that she already thought the little heiress was very mature for her age. The warrior jokes that the boy manages to be worse, and the clever one breaks into a cold sweat. Very scared by her analysis, the woman states that he acts more mature than the rookie warrior, and the boy agrees with this internally. The blonde girl looks at the girls and asks curiously if all nobles are born with all that enormous seriousness. The warrior shrugs her own shoulders, confessing that she actually doesn't know that many nobles in her life. The adventurer points her finger, quickly noticing that the little boy was once again speaking in a very rigid way. The woman remembers that the youngest boy talks naturally with the swordsman, and the little boy agrees with her statement. The blonde girl leans into his face, asking curiously for the strong reason why she was being treated so formally. The warrior shows a mischievous smile, telling the boy to try talking casually with her from that moment on. The woman encourages him to call her big sister, while the boy shrinks back, finding it quite humiliating. The embarrassed hero tries to escape the awkward subject by quickly changing the focus of the conversation. The boy asks about their mysterious destination, but the warrior demands to be called Big Sister before she'll answer. The journey continues peacefully, and the wooden carriage crosses the immense and wonderful green fields of the valley. Little Arad ends up falling into a very deep sleep while rocking exhaustedly inside the large and noisy carriage. The boy wakes up very confused, hearing his friends shout his beloved name very suddenly and excitedly. The little warrior's huge green eyes go wide, becoming completely surprised by something fascinating. The excited Arya shows off a brilliant floating mana drawing, proudly stating that she learned something spectacular. The little redhead girl smiles excitedly, revealing she used powerful magic to draw a magical portrait of her little friend. The young noble clasps her small hands together very happily, confessing the whole brilliant idea for the drawing was the humble maid's. The sweet employee gets very embarrassed by the credit, and the boy watches her with a strong sense of pride. The gentle maid timidly explains that she figured out the magic's flexibility by recalling one of the hero's old spells. The excited boy smiles happily, finding her wise conclusion very similar to the maid's gentle personality. The youngest boy praises the firmness of the beautiful floating portrait, and the young noble asks very excitedly if she can color it. The noble girl creates a super funny drawing, proving to the hero how those old magics have brilliant uses. The boy smiles, very impressed, praising the great magical evolution his wonderful friend's power has achieved. The young heiress thanks her excitedly and hugs the humble maid tightly, celebrating their cute victory together. The two little friends enjoy the affectionate moment, while the blonde girl and the little boy watch with a beautiful smile. The calm and friendly blonde girl shows a sweet smile, greatly praising the excellent performance of all the clever children. The clever children look at the brave adventurer, paying close attention to a warning the blonde is about to give. The adventurer assures them the carriage will arrive soon, and the excited children look out the large window in amazement. The woman confirms they are approaching the sought-after retreat, near a gigantic and majestic volcano with a lot of smoke. A thundering column of magical water shines as it's launched into the air, greatly surprising the small and lively group. The large field displays wonderful wooden bridges and workers, amidst the beautiful crystal-clear magical lake. Many of the mysterious workers use small wands, collecting the pure, shining energy of that magical place. The ground shows several small rocky craters bubbling with uncontrollable water with a brilliant natural energy. A huge and gigantic liquid pillar spouts massive amounts of magical water into the sky in a very wonderful spectacle. The enchanted trio of small children watches everything pressed against the window, finding the number of large fountains wonderful. The experienced woman corrects the children, promptly revealing that those water-spouting structures are called geysers. She teaches that the workers in that large region harvest the precious manna seeds right there at the water's edge. The group discovers that those beautiful, shiny, rock-shaped seeds help in the famous production of rare potions. The little heiress wants to look for the seeds around the castle, but the woman laments, saying it's quite impossible. The boy is startled, admiring many strong mages in the same territory, and the sweet maid agrees, fascinated by the novelty. The blonde girl explains with a cold sweat that there are excellent mages, but the vast majority of those there are either very weak or very clumsy. The boy laughs to himself excitedly, seeing a fantastic place where spells are fired all the time. The hero reflects that this environment forced the use of magic, making it the ideal, valuable field of study for him. The boy observes the local workers, concluding he could absorb many magical traces there. The adventurer blinks in confusion, asking if the carriage was just going to pass straight by that incredible place. The boy points hurriedly, and the adventurer calms him down, saying they needed to travel just a little bit more. The experienced woman points smilingly to the geyser water, praising the region's great and famous attraction. She teaches that the beautiful water from the magic seed has divine properties perfect for healing great mages. The youngest boy deduces that the fancy retreat is exactly at the end of the channel, and the blonde girl agrees with his statement. The little boy admires the whole beautiful village, reminding him a lot of the luxurious and classic thermal baths from his past life. The lively group gets out of the transport and approaches the main facade of a large and intimidating castle. The woman points up and explains that the imposing stone building was a duke's grand residence. The clever boy reflects, impressed by how the high nobility gives up luxurious properties so easily. The gentle maid trembles with pure nervousness, calling for her heiress friend in an incredibly low and shaky voice. The attentive little redhead girl turns around, very confused, wanting to understand the reason for so much panic. The humble young girl stammers, revealing her desire to sleep in the courtyard, and her friend is shocked by that crazy talk. The little servant explains in a cold sweat that a simple employee like her doesn't deserve such immense luxury. The understanding warrior listens to the little girl's sad laments, gently touching her on the back. The adventurer kindly reminds her that the whole trip was arranged just for the scared friend's health. Two attentive elderly female employees approach politely to welcome the adventurer. The experienced servants give a sweet smile, offering a sincere welcome at the giant castle door. The understanding boy calmly suggests that the noble girl drag her beloved friend into the beautiful interior of the place. The clever boy whispers to the blonde girl, assuring her that forcing relaxation would be the one and only perfect solution. The redhead smiles with great determination, fully agreeing with the plan, and pulls her friend inside by her clothes. The brave, noble girl walks, dragging her colleague across the floor, and the patient servants welcome them with open arms. The lively blonde girl notices the little boy standing outside the property, asking if he would refuse a well-deserved rest. The enthusiastic boy points his little finger, wanting immensely to visit the entire gigantic magical extraction site. The warrior confirms the unusual destination, and the excited adventurer nods his head repeatedly in agreement. The adventurer allows the big trip and jokes that the cute boy would lose his head from nodding so much. The anxious little boy runs swiftly toward the volcano, and the woman smiles, finding his attitude very strange. The young adventurer wears his beautiful, shiny badge pinned securely to his comfortable travel uniform. The clever boy excitedly remembers the warrior providing the beautiful pass that granted full access to the area. The radiant boy runs in amazement over the high wooden walkway, appreciating the entire channel up close. He stares at the beauty of the vast blue sky, finding the great chance to visit that place completely incredible. The boy smiles, celebrating internally and comparing the bountiful paradise to a great and incredible bonus stage. Little Arad dashes across the wood, smiling to finally have infinite discarded spells to collect. He waves friendly to a worker mage, noticing the beautiful luminous traces falling from the wand. The little boy extends his hand and swiftly touches the shining sphere to absorb it with all his divine gift. The adventurer's big eyes go wide as he turns his face with great confusion and dissatisfaction. The clever boy is indignant to sadly realize that a vast part of the rich magic in the channel was untouchable. The hero tries without much success to grab another trace, concluding unhappily that only some of them converted for him. The observant youngest boy watches the worker grumbling, calmly deducing that magical failure is very common there. The boy breaks into a cold sweat, discovering that the extreme and gigantic power of his acquaintances had distorted his reality. A small yellow light slowly descends toward the bottom of the channel, and the anxious boy decides to follow the energy. The adventurer stretches his fingers, unable to reach the shining magical object in time to secure the capture. The divine mana gives off a lovely glow upon making full contact with the relaxing, transparent water of the lake. The brilliant hero realizes with fascination that those thermal springs heal easily by dissolving magical remnants. He raises a research question, aiming to calculate the mysterious durability of all that vast magic. The frustrated young man cries quietly for having to rely only on his intuition to understand such rare ability. The boy looks around the dangerous walkway, noticing that the large amount of visible mana was small. Suddenly, the clever little boy is startled when an adult down below decides to shout, demanding his attention. The worker warns, shouting that those dangerous geysers are hot, and the boy thanks him with a smile. The little adventurer decides to return to the castle, satisfied to have already gathered many mana traces there. The clever boy is disappointed when he checks the system and notices he hasn't learned any new spells in the whole process. The boy understands that common magical fragments are very different from spectacular ancient spells. The little boy blinks his huge green eyes, turning quickly upon hearing a loud noise coming from the magical water. A majestic and gigantic geyser erupts, creating wonderful, shining rainbows across the blue sky. The hero spots a gleaming light floating in the air and immediately decides he can't let something so valuable escape. The large, shining fragment begins to fall rapidly toward the dangerous boiling water of the channel. The desperate adventurer grabs his head in panic but quickly realizes he still has plenty of time. The little boy dashes swiftly across the wooden walkway, leaping heroically to try to capture the item. The youngest boy extends his small hands, celebrating with great relief to have reached the light just in time. But suddenly, the little hero's foot slips badly on the smooth surface of the very wet walkway. The frightened boy loses all his precious balance and falls face first into the thermal spring, letting out a loud shout. An intense, blinding flash lights up the air at the exact moment the adventurer finally absorbs the magic. The incredible little boy finally manages to assimilate the valuable and rare fragments, falling directly into the thermal spring. The little warrior ends up passing out and floating face down in the scalding magical water of the immense local spring. The calm noble girl talks with the blonde warrior in the large castle, commenting on the property's old fancy status. The clever boy wakes up with a start, completely breathless and super scared after the sudden dive into the spring. The hero breathes a sigh of relief, reflecting with shock that the former owner of that grand place was the Duke of Total Heel. The bright afternoon sun brightens the entire stone facade of the majestic and gigantic luxurious castle of the thermal spring. The boy approaches, waving excitedly to his friends who were waiting anxiously in the beautiful castle's grand hall. The young warrior jokes about her little friend's delay, who scratches the back of his neck, very embarrassed by his whole mix-up. The noble girl guesses from his wet face that her colleague enjoyed the great thermal springs, and the boy smiles, confirming it all. The little heiress looks at the employee with a big smile while her sweet little friend stammers in embarrassment. The clever Arad approaches, very confused, not understanding the real reason for the cute, docile maid's nervousness. The experienced blonde girl calms the girl down, stating that she didn't need to be shy wearing luxurious bathing clothes. The excited boy agrees, assuring that his beloved employee looked super cute in the formidable bathing suit. The little redhead blushes with embarrassment but agrees in amazement, praising her humble friend's unusual and beautiful clothes. The excited heiress suggests she wear adorable clothes all the time, and the little maid is startled by the crazy idea. The young Aria holds her friend's hand firmly, dragging the docile employee to dry her long hair right away. The blonde girl and the old servant admire the whole cute scene very happily, while the boy agrees with a smile. The woman judges the hero, silently remembering that he also used to cause a lot of very stubborn problems before the warrior changes the subject, asking if the boy knew something very important about the name of the place. The attentive adventurer wants to know if the boy remembered the grand title of the former duchess who owned the castle. The intelligent boy puts a hand on his chin, recalling that the name was very similar to those intense ancient magic. The woman closes her eyes thoughtfully, remembering that the grand name was very much like the noble girl's magic. The clever boy gets a huge shock, finally connecting the wonderful dots and discovering the big answer. The experienced adventurer looks at the boy very curiously, wanting to understand the strong reason for his immense shock. The intelligent little boy's eyes shine, faithfully believing that Total Heel must be a beautiful, absolute power. The boy lets out a gigantic sneeze, quickly breaking the whole serious and brilliant, tense, investigative mood. The kind employee smiles sympathetically, interrupting the chat to make sure the sick little boy gets dry. The relaxed hero dips comfortably into the large hot pool, surrounded by wonderful Roman pillars. The peaceful adventurer sighs, melting into the warm thermal water and calling all that great luxury paradise. The boy sinks up to his nose in the large pool, praising the perfect spring, free of that terrible sulfur smell. The excited boy scoops up some of the healing magical water, feeling all his vast and heavy mana being renewed. The hero reflects, relaxed, that the fluid magic brings a spectacular comfort, opposite to the heavy fatigue of too many spells. The little boy admires the surface of the large, crystal-clear pool, lost in his incredible magical thought. The adventurer floats with great seriousness as he thinks hard about the real powers of Total Heel. The intelligent boy concludes with amazement that the legendary spell must recharge something much more powerful in the body. The brave boy's huge green eyes widen as he promises with determination that he will be able to master all that power. The boy, scrubbing his body in the water, reflects that the big difficulty now is figuring out how to absorb it all. The adventurer brilliantly concludes that the real existence of the magical fragments proves the existence of the magic. The hero recalls with amazement the experienced count's beautiful words about the powerful magic of the ancient dukes. The thoughtful boy sinks his whole face into the warm, bubbling water, organizing his ideas. The boy gets out of the wonderful thermal spring and realizes that his huge doubts still haven't been resolved. He scratches his head in frustration, realizing that the lack of information is preventing him from unraveling the whole great mystery. The little boy, dressed in light pajamas, walks peacefully through the immense and fancy corridors of the castle. The youngest boy finds an experienced employee of the retreat, and the woman starts to guide him friendly through the place. The clever boy arrives at the wonderful courtyard, finding his strong group gathered around a small fountain. The blonde warrior and the little servant notice his unusual presence, wanting to know why he was there. The little redhead girl shoots spells into the water excitedly, stating that she is making the famous mana seeds there. The elderly employee politely explains that the retreat offers this magical creative experience to its visitor. The warrior agrees with the great idea, assuring that they should make the most of that luxurious visit. The little noble girl unleashes all her incredible power into the shining magical water, showing a contagious joy. The experienced servant watches all the magic being cast in total silence, waiting for the exact moment to act. The woman calmly calls the little girl, telling her she can now end the wonderful spell. The employee confirms that the energy used was sufficient and collects the water from the small fountain with a container. The attentive elderly woman empties the bowl, revealing a beautiful and shiny little red stone resting on a white cloth. The little redhead girl's beautiful blue eyes widen, feeling an immense and contagious fascination with the novelty. The excited Arya shows the small and beautiful magic stone to the whole group with a huge, proud smile. The docile Clarkus brings her face closer, enchanted, praising the immense and gleaming beauty of the valuable magical item. The curious boy also decides to analyze the little stone, becoming amazed when he notices the impressive radiant glow. The experienced servant smiles, teaching that the seed's high quality is always defined by the color of its light. The lady evaluates the small item, confirming that it shines in 2 distinct colors, surprising the adventurer. The blonde warrior observes the shining little stone in the girl's hand. Completely amazed by the novelty, the smiling lady praises the young heiress's level, revealing that the rare glow attests to the mage's quality. The servant reveals that this double glow only appears once in every 1,000 mages, and everyone is very impressed. The young warrior and the noble girl encourage the little boy to try making a mana seed too. His experienced little friend teaches him the method, and he asks curiously if he just needs to recite the spell normally. The woman confirms the simple and practical method, and the brave boy prepares, warming up his small hand. The clever boy positions himself in front of the shining fountain, casting a very basic spell with immense enthusiasm. Suddenly, the little boy's big green eyes go wide, completely shocked by the magical effect. The warrior discovers that the large rock absorbs his spell, blocking its use to generate the magic seed. The boy understands, breaking into a cold sweat, that the resistant stone is part of the local geographical mystery. He remembers perfectly that the terrain of the immense mountain overlapping the geysers created that anomaly. The warrior teaches that mages considered very weak always find good work in these stone harvests. The little boy concludes that many unlucky people end up there, and the woman agrees, assuring it is terrible luck. The wise lady laments, assuring that a weak mage could never handle the burden of an immense destructive spell. The youngest boy admires the absorption of his magic, understanding that at the retreat, the weakest mages are given their value. The employee friendly advises that the power cast was already enough, and the hero stops all his magic. The calm aquatic whirlpool of the fountain reveals a formidable and valuable little yellow stone floating on the surface. The cheerful warrior jokes about the employee's informal treatment, and the lady admits with a smile to being very eccentric. The The woman holds the shining little stone and observes the great light, revealing that it only shows a beautiful golden color. The curious little redhead asks about its quality, and the servant praises that the strong golden color is an enormous rarity. But the clever boy gives an awkward smile, thinking that being part of the 1% isn't cool at all compared to his friend's rarity. The proud little boy looks at his brave little friend to praise her, and she returns the long stare, completely confused. The hero disguises the great compliment, thinking internally that his beloved clan's brilliant ace is formidable. The lively warrior pushes the sweet maid by the shoulders, assuring that it was now her turn to shine too. The shy employee closes her beautiful eyes nervously and conjures her complex divine power in front of the large fountain. The group backs away, their big eyes wide in brutal shock, seeing an intense, monstrous flash coming from the rock. The wonderful little magic seed shows a strong and unusual glow with 3 colors. The blonde adventurer approaches, congratulating the employee on the 2-colored item. But the warrior's eyes go wide, and she asks the young girl to wait upon noticing a strong detail. The group stares at the experienced servant, seeking big answers about that strange glow. The elderly lady is in shock, breaking into a cold sweat and stating that it was quite impossible. The young noble redhead is startled by the strong reaction and quickly asks about the seed's color. The trembling and experienced employee confesses quietly that she has never seen anything like it in her life. The servant reveals, impressed, that the valuable mana seed has 3 gleaming colors. The frightened maid stammers with tears in her eyes, fearing she had done something very wrong. The nice old lady reassures the little girl, guaranteeing that this big event was not a bad thing. The elderly servant suggests evaluating the precious crystal, as it was a gigantic novelty for them. The lively group thanks her while the polite employee walks away through the courtyard. The blonde warrior thinks it's completely crazy for there to be 2 such rare mages in the same clan. The humble maid's beautiful blue eyes go wide, still not believing any of it. The clever little boy suddenly gets everyone's attention, seeming to have a brilliant idea. The adventurer deduces that the large seed glowed with 3 colors for a very specific reason. The redhead heiress blinks her huge blue eyes, completely curious about her friend's theory. The hero reveals that it was his fault, as 2 of the beautiful colors belong to the young heiress. The little boy guarantees that the divine mana used to save him was still left inside the maid. The group recalls that the little servant used her healing power when she was about to collapse. The blonde adventurer hurriedly asks the little noble to show her beautiful magic seed. The dedicated woman analyzes the radiant and small magic crystal of the heiress with great attention. The blonde girl confirms that the colors overlap, and the young mage confirms he already felt all of this. The adventurer concludes that the immense power passed on by the noble girl remained inside the servant. The little redhead excitedly deduces that the power of the 2 of them formed that miraculous and rare triple crystal. The blonde girl agrees with the theory, while the young heiress celebrates that enormous achievement. But the little redhead girl notices a flaw in this brilliant theory and looks at her little friend. She asks, intrigued, why his crystal only shines with a single solitary color. The woman supposes that in the tense rescue, the employee's crumbling energies merged. The warrior deduces that the emergency fusion made it all an integral part of the maid herself. The young noble questions the hypothesis, but the warrior states it's just her best theory. The woman analyzes the adventurer, explaining that a very healthy body wouldn't undergo such a fusion. The experienced blonde girl deduces that received mana is usually either completely consumed or discarded. The boy understands with a beautiful smile that this was the main reason for his common seed. The cheerful heiress proudly concludes that her 2 colors came from the gigantic ancient magic. The little adventurer suddenly gets the 3 friends' attention with a lot of enthusiasm. The clever boy looks at the large magic fountain, noticing that all the necessary equipment was already there. The hero shows an immensely excited look, suggesting that they test the whole brilliant theory. The blonde warrior lets out a long sigh, already expecting the crazy things from that stubborn boy. The woman asks the noble girl to use her mana on her to start the big and crazy test. The little redhead pours out her great energy while the blonde girl summons the seed in the thermal spring. The gleaming sun illuminates the large and luxurious upper corridors of the wonderful castle. A beautiful magic seed emerges from the fountain, shining intensely with multiple formidable colors. The excited group celebrates the brilliant success of the plan, proving the wonderful local theory. The excited boy concludes that by uniting all of them, they could even forge a 4-color seed. The adventurer reflects curiously as strong and heavy footsteps echo through the immense corridor. The children turn confused toward the huge wooden door, paying close attention. A breathless and sweaty old man with glasses peeks through the door, observing the small group there. The strange man stares at the rare magic crystal in complete shock, asking who they were. The polite servant returns at the same moment, apologizing for her absence and helping the old man. The excited noble girl says that the appraiser demanded to meet the creator of that wonderful shining sea. The young and shy employee freezes in pure terror, feeling immense shame from all the great attention. The old man adjusts his small glasses, amazed to meet the true owner of that majestic power. The polite elderly servant confirms to the boy that this old man was the one responsible for the strong appraisal. The breathless appraiser assures the group that the mana seed has an absurdly high and rare quality. The experienced appraiser tries to recruit the little girl, but the blonde warrior interrupts the proposal right away. The old man sighs in complete disappointment and walks away, downcast, for not being able to hire the talented servant. The brave warrior calls the little redhead heiress by name in a very calm and very attentive voice. The noble girl thanks the sweet maid, stating that her healing magic helped in the creation of that incredible seed. The little adventurer and the blonde girl are completely confused by their little friend's unexpected and curious revelation. The young hero asks for an explanation, wanting to understand how support magic improved the young heiress's attack. The little redhead reveals in a cold sweat that having multiple mana sources in her body makes it easier to use her spell. The warrior and the hero look at each other, completely shocked, absorbing that great and brilliant new discovery. The little noble girl smiles excitedly, comparing that valuable magical effect to gaining new invisible arm. She explains in a very cute way that the mysterious extra arms help a lot to stabilize all the magic. The boy realizes with amazement that the spell not only restores mana but also increases the accuracy rate. The hero and the warrior admire the discovery, while the noble girl confesses she didn't know about this incredible effect either. The experienced woman brilliantly deduces that the bonus to the accuracy rate is a side effect of multiple mana. The boy concludes that the group should use the support spell frequently, and the heiress agrees. The small group looks at each other in the immense hall, processing the great revelations about that immense divine power. The elderly servant gets the hero's attention, and the little boy responds politely, wanting to hear the question. The attentive lady wants to know if the hero could feel the big difference of the mixed manas in his body. The clever boy's bright green eyes go wide, surprised by that unusual and interesting question. The sincere little boy lowers his head, breaking into a cold sweat, and honestly confesses he doesn't feel any different. The blonde warrior sighs in relief, assuring that this is the one and only true normal reaction for a maid. The youngest boy assures that his own mana is restored, but the difference between the sources is unnoticeable. The attentive warrior points out that the little noble girl has the incredible ability to distinguish each magical. The experienced servant agrees with the woman, acknowledging the rare and frightening magical gift of the young redhead. The young blonde girl confesses with a cold sweat that she would never have believed it if the gentle employee hadn't been there. The intelligent boy deduces that the maid's natural sensitivity helps control all that divided energy. The youngest boy reflects with fascination that his little friend's sweet and empathetic personality reflects her formidable gift. He recalls with admiration the maid's brilliant intuition, who always senses dangers faster than all of them. The lively blonde girl smiles, assuring that the humble little girl has a rare talent and an incredible disposition. The understanding warrior turns to the young adventurer, looking at him with a very gentle and attentive gaze. The experienced woman advises the boy not to compare himself to the incredible talent of his impressive friends. The kind warrior comforts the boy, praising his immense and spectacular courage in learning magic so early. The hero quickly understands that the gentle lady was just trying to keep him from feeling too weak. The young hero shows a huge, sincere smile, thanking her for the friendly and sweet words of the adventurer. The brave boy assures her he feels no envy, only an immense pride for his incredible friend. The young little girls play happily together in the hallway, and the adventurer considers them his best partners. Suddenly, the little boy gets scared, remembering a very important detail, and shouts, interrupting the group. The clever boy moves away with an awkward smile, making up the excuse that he had forgotten an object behind. The little adventurer runs hurriedly through the corridors, dashing back alone to the large thermal spring. The blonde girl crosses her arms, completely confused, remembering that the unusual boy wasn't carrying any items before the hurried hero hides silently in the luxurious courtyard. Peeking into the quiet corridor of ancient stone, the large and wonderful fountain of the grand and empty castle spouts its beautiful magical water all alone. The attentive boy peeks around the corners with great caution, making sure there were no witnesses nearby. The ambitious boy smiles mischievously, looking at the huge magical trace floating near the edge of the large fountain. The clever boy crouches near the ground, reflecting on how he couldn't absorb the magic in front of the group. The anxious little boy extends his hand and reaches the mysterious light, absorbing the entire shining, magical trace. The magic system quickly reports that the words of hidden spells change depending on the level. The determined little boy has a very excited look on his face, celebrating his brilliant discovery. The hero clenches his fists victoriously, confirming the delay magic and celebrating his fifth spell. The boy watches in awe at the immense, shimmering energy of his new delay ability in action. The brave boy casts his ice magic at the fountain, freezing the structure immediately. The adventurer admires his ice, noticing the spell's wonderful and astonishing visual effect. The clever boy clenches his fists, very excited to confirm he finally obtained a magical debuff. The new ability focuses on putting the opponent in a terrible state of pure disadvantage and weakness. The brilliant boy throws his badge against the ice, realizing the spell didn't cause any impact. The golden object slides freely across the large frozen surface, confirming his deduction. The youngest boy laughs mischievously, remembering when he used similar tactics in video games. The intelligent boy's eyes widen as he gets a spectacular idea to test his new theory. He holds out his own hand, looking at the sacred glow, and decides to trust his companion's support. The boy takes a deep breath, feeling the powerful magical enhancements coursing through his small vein. The adventurer confirms that the healing spell perfectly increased his effectiveness and mana. The hero concentrates his immense power and perfectly executes two dangerous camouflage spells. The beautiful and radiant sun illuminates the sturdy stone walls of the luxurious castle in the valley. The exhausted boy walks with extreme difficulty through the corridors, feeling a gigantic nausea, but he shows a beautiful, breathless smile, celebrating his brilliant progress despite all the pain. The little adventurer realizes with a scare that the severe side effects were affecting his vision. The boy wipes the sweat from his face, very happy to be able to hide his true and great power. The hero feels super relieved to be able to use his brilliant gifts by learning new spells. The youngest boy joins his hands in a sincere thanks, feeling he owed everything to the young heiress. The clever boy remembers the old box and concludes that the strong blessing changed his destiny forever. The adorable boy decides to hug the noble redhead as soon as he returns to enjoy his immense victory. The little adventurer enters the room and finds the humble maid hiding behind the wall. The adorable redhead heiress appears, bouncing, offering a wonderful dress to the cute employee. The hero laughs, amused, understanding that the docile servant was terrified of those luxurious clothes. The gentle boy assures with a smile that his beloved companion doesn't need to wear the immense dresses there. The humble little girl blinks her wonderful blue eyes, completely surprised by the advice. The young maid lowers her head thoughtfully, deducing that the boy disliked girls wearing dresses. The frightened adventurer waves his hands desperately, immediately denying that terrible deduction. The sweet servant covers her face with great shame, while the little hero assures her she would look cute. Suddenly, the young employee raises her face, paying close attention to a very hidden detail. Little Arad looks at her with confusion, wanting to know the reason for his friend's curious attention. The servant points her finger down the hall, revealing quietly that she could see something very strange. The clever boy swallows hard, sweating with pure fear that she had noticed his brilliant stealth. The sweet employee thinks for a bit and assures that she just felt a weird sensation in the hall. The young hero gets goosebumps in amazement, as she managed to sniff out a stealthy power thanks to her intuition. The boy's eyes widen in shock, deducing that his little friend had the full essence of a protagonist. The stunning night covers the luxurious castle with its vast and magnificent, beautiful starry sky. The two cute friends lie together on the comfortable bed, reading excitedly about beautiful works of art. The incredible and united trio of young mages enjoys all the majestic facilities with great joy. The brave children sit on a long sofa, waiting for big news in a luxurious hall. The gentle Clarkus plays chess with the blonde girl, who suddenly announces the quick arrival of the true owner. The excited hero smiles, thinking he will finally meet the powerful and famous mage of healing magic. The experienced warrior reveals that the famous lord really wants to meet the skilled heiress. The blonde girl smiles happily, explaining that the incredible rumor about the child reviving ancient magic has spread. The noble little girl clenches her fists and her eyes shine, completely overcome by a feeling of fascination. The calm warrior shows a slight smile, fully understanding the wonderful curiosity of the nobility. The young Arya smiles excitedly, wanting to make a good impression so the nobles don't freak out over the strong magic. The little redhead girl touches her chin thoughtfully and decides to show off her large, well-stored mana boxes. The blonde warrior blinks, confused, not understanding the strange term, while the noble girl points to the ceiling. The adventurer turns her face very curiously to peek at what was hidden up high in that luxurious room. The woman's eyes widen in shock, seeing the bright lights, while the noble girl praises the hero's brilliant idea. The little adventurer smiles, revealing he hid all that immense invisible energy during the nights there. The exhausted warrior sighs unhappily, complaining that the clever boy didn't need to scare even his own team. The calm and lively group decides to pass the time by having fun with a classic and relaxing board game. The boy asks about the Duke's territory, and the redhead smiles, revealing she had studied a lot about the subject. The clever boy gets excited, wanting to hear everything, while the little noble clears her throat with immense pride. The little girl uses the small game pieces to teach that a duchy manages the lands of several counts. She explains that the Grand Duke is usually chosen and appointed from among the strongest and most capable counts in the region. The young hero understands that the coveted title is not directly inherited, but the noble lineage holds immense value. The little redhead reveals that count families usually marry among themselves to strengthen their great royal ties. The boy's eyes widen, finally understanding the true and strong reason for that grand and unusual party. The hero mentally deduces that the leader of the duchy is basically the strongest count in the entire immense peninsula. He reflects with amazement, wondering if such a powerful figure could use multiple rare and ancient magic. The blonde warrior shakes her head, assuring that the young heiress is the only known user of ancient magic. The boy sighs unhappily, as he would love to ask for good magical advice from someone of that unreachable level. The experienced woman smiles friendly, telling the small children to just relax until the majestic leader arrives. The boy thinks about the mysterious Duke, remembering that his beautiful crest had 3 large and imposing silver wolves. A few days later, the adventurer stares at the majestic stone castle, very anxious to meet that famous leader. The attentive children wait in the immense courtyard with the warrior and the many maids of the luxurious retreat. The young trio of children's big eyes go wide, completely surprised by something approaching quickly. The leader's beautiful carriage finally crosses the large stone walls under the bright and wonderful blue sky of the valley. The luxurious royal transport shakes along the long path, drawing the huge attention of everyone present in the open courtyard. The majestic vehicle approaches the retreat, very well escorted by imposing, well-armed, and mounted guards. The calm group waits in total silence as the fancy wooden carriage finally stops very close to them. The dedicated and quick servants open the door of the royal transport, bowing in a huge and perfect local reverence. The little warrior's eyes widen, completely shocked and very confused by the noble person who just arrived. A beautiful woman wearing elegant high heels steps onto the stone ground, surprising the small and curious little boy. The hero breaks into a cold sweat, completely stunned to discover that the famous and strong Duke Johann was actually a sweet young lady. The majestic Duchess, with beautiful blonde hair, slowly approaches the group, focusing on the young redhead heiress. The woman recognizes the great count's granddaughter, and the polite little girl bows, showing gigantic respect. The beautiful and famous leader shows a gentle, kind smile, stating it is an immense honor to meet the young, noble little girl. The elegant Duchess invites the whole small group to enter the castle, wanting to talk with much more comfort. The majestic woman walks through the courtyard, asking very politely about the beloved Count Barton's health. The lively group follows the powerful Duchess through the beautiful stone courtyard, enjoying the lovely and very relaxing afternoon. Suddenly, the leader stops walking, completely surprised by a mysterious energy appearing and shining near the group. The blonde warrior and the frightened guards are in absolute shock, not understanding what all that immense magic was. The boy despairs as his invisible seeds begin to react and shine intensely across the courtyard. The wonderful four spheres of pure colored mana float swiftly toward the vast, bright and blue sky. The mysterious and beautiful energy rises very high, hovering dangerously over the large stone walls of the beautiful castle. The pure mana explodes intensely, creating a monstrously blinding flash that stuns everyone present in the royal courtyard. The beautiful Duchess's eyes widen, completely amazed and also astonished by the whole big magic show. The gigantic divine explosion brightens the skies in the blink of an eye, emitting an absurdly immense and incredibly intense power. The little boy gets scared when the majestic Duchess suddenly loses her balance and starts to faint badly. The woman falls hard onto the stone ground, while her faithful servants scream, terrified by the dangerous fall. The beautiful and grand leader of the territory passes out completely, losing consciousness after admiring the strong and rare magical light. The furious guards draw their weapons and surround the frightened children, while the young redhead screams, overcome with immense terror. The furious guard shouts, ordering his men to apprehend all the children immediately. The brave redhead heiress steps in front of her friends, telling the guards to stop at once. The little warrior and the noble girl observe the tense situation. Completely terrified by the danger, the blonde girl makes up that they are the Count's subordinates, following direct orders from that noble clan. The tense castle guards back away hesitantly, completely intimidated by that great name. The soldiers look at their calm superior, awaiting new orders in the face of that great revelation. The experienced officer analyzes the small children with a very cold and very suspicious look. The commander asks if they serve the Count, but the clever boy stammers, about to deny everything. The young redhead quickly covers the boy's mouth, silencing her friend and startling the blonde girl with the action. The brave warrior takes charge of the situation, while the captain asks them to wait. The officer asks for patience until they can understand the case, and the adventurer calmly agrees. The guards lock the innocent group inside a room, ensuring all security from the outside. The adventurer asks why his friend silenced him, and the blonde girl assures him the little boy did nothing. The warrior explains that the redhead wanted to reveal her true identity as the Count's granddaughter. The woman points out that revealing this would make escape more difficult, and the little redhead doesn't understand the big reason why the blonde girl faces the little noble, warning her that her kinship was the real problem in the situation. The little warrior agrees with the adventurer, perfectly understanding that wise decision. The hero reflects with a cold sweat that the real problem of the mess was the famous Duchess of Total Heel. The tense warrior questions what the true nature of that gigantic light in the royal courtyard was. The woman asks if the children have any guesses, while they stare at the paintings on the wall. The little Clarkus answers very shyly that she felt that strong light seemed to be healing magic. The warrior doubts the healing power, while the sweet maid compares the spell to rare potion. The gentle employee remembers that the feeling of the light was similar to the potion that saved their ally. The boy understands with a shock that the Duchess's title of Total Heal indicated a healing power. He concludes, terrified, that the leader's mysterious fainting is connected to that immense glow. The clever boy deduces that the leader's fall was a strong side effect of using that ancient magic. The excited redhead tries to run and tell the guards the truth, but the hero quickly stops his friend. The woman agrees with the boy, warning that explaining the situation now would only make things worse. The adventurer and the heiress are very confused, not understanding the brave ally's strong reason. The warrior argues that it would be impossible to explain the Duchess's fainting after a healing spell. The boy agrees, stating that a bad explanation would only raise more suspicion for them. The woman looks at the girls, asking the frightened employee to leave the case to the two of them. The young Clarkus quickly agrees, sighing with a bit more relief at the tense plan. The noble little redhead girl watches her dear and humble little friend trembling with pure fear. The brave heiress hugs the cute maid very affectionately, trying to calm her sweet little friend down. The redhead smiles confidently, agreeing to leave the whole plan in the clever warrior's hand. The adventurer and the noble girl assure the sweet employee that she doesn't need to worry about anything anymore. The immense castle rests peacefully under the beautiful blue sky after all that dangerous confusion. The boy touches the experienced blonde's arm, smiling and thanking her very much for her immense help. The confused woman doesn't understand the thanks, and the noble girl reminds her that she covered up the whole lie. The intelligent boy smiles, assuring that he noticed his ally lying to protect the beloved heiress. The warrior jokes that this was the best course of action, and the boy praises her for not forcing his friend. The woman reveals that the clever guards noticed the act and just went along with the useful lie together. The clever boy concludes, impressed, that the whole conflict was nothing more than a convenient act. The blonde girl explains that apprehending the Count's real granddaughter would create a terrible diplomatic problem. The team made up an excuse, treating the young heiress as an accidental civilian in the confusion. The astute woman approaches the adventurer and whispers a little secret directly to him. She recalls the boy's words, highlighting that he stated he was 6 years old for now on the trip. The adventurer shows a suspicious look, asking the boy's real age, who goes into a huge panic. The warrior praises the boy's immense emotional maturity, who thanks her, trying to maintain his calm. The warrior jokes that it would be easier to believe the boy was reincarnated, as there are many stories with that theme. The little hero breaks into a cold sweat, smiling nervously as the huge wooden door of the room suddenly opens. The blonde warrior and the little boy stare at the door, very surprised, while the two little friends are startled on the sofa. One of the experienced guards enters the enormous hall with a very rigid and very threatening posture toward the group. The tense commander approaches the young children, warning seriously that he will ask them a direct question. The man shows a furious look and aggressively questions what spell they cast on their beloved Duchess. The little boy is startled by his anger, asking if the leader is okay, but the officer demands only answer. The brave warrior takes the lead, shouting angrily that the small children did nothing wrong. The officer looks at the young woman with immense suspicion, warning that he won't let the group get away with that excuse. The nervous blonde warrior insists on the group's innocence, assuring very angrily that it was the truth. The experienced officer scowls, keeping his deadly gaze on the blonde girl, completely furious with the whole mess. A great tension fills the room, creating huge, invisible sparks between the blonde warrior and the irritated officer. The commander breaks into a cold sweat, warning with great sadness that their beloved Duchess of Total Heel remains completely unconscious. The officer explains that at the moment she fainted, The whole team thought the woman was just sleeping from exhaustion. The man reveals, shocked, that soon after, she began to writhe in pain as her body swelled up. The officer's eyes widen furiously, demanding to know what the children did to cause that terrible suffering. The young redhead heiress and the maid listen to the frightening account, completely terrified by the immense danger. The clever boy's big green eyes go wide, completely in shock, and breaking into a cold sweat as he processes the great account. The brilliant hero blinks his eyes, very surprised, finally unraveling the immense mystery of that terrible, dangerous swelling. The boy despairs and enters a pure panic. Realizing that the Grand Duchess's life was in gigantic danger, the hero realizes with a scare that the strange, dangerous symptom in the leader's body was a sign of a super recovery. The little adventurer runs with determination, thinking to himself that the powerful mage would be doomed without his help. The agile little boy dashes swiftly past the officer, who gets scared and draws his sword in a quick reaction. The man steps back in surprise as the hero hurriedly approaches the brave blonde warrior with a tense request. The little adventurer whispers desperately, asking the blonde girl to launch him directly to the sick leader's room. The experienced woman looks at him, surprised by that crazy request, as the castle was full of very alert guards. The warrior whispers very tensely that if he did that, he might never get out of the room alive. The brave boy assures her that being captured would still be the best-case scenario to heroically save the beloved woman. The hero states that the life-or-death situation requires quick and great action, and the adventurer quickly agrees with the idea. The boy's eyes widen, surprised that she accepted the absurd plan so easily and with total confidence. The warrior remembers they promised to handle the tense situation without involving the sweet maid or the noble redhead heiress. The woman places her hand on the boy's back while the confused officer asks what they were whispering about. The adventurer holds the little hero's clothes tightly, preparing to throw him through the immense, large air. The strong warrior launches the boy with immense force, startling the officer with her sudden action. The commander is in great shock, realizing the woman's audacity, while the little girls scream in terror. The boy shoots down the lit corridor of the fancy castle, shining with the wonderful magical light of his intense power. The little boy quickly conjures his new magical abilities while flying through the air of the gigantic mansion. The hero casts the invisibility spell, ricocheting off the wonderful castle walls with immense agility. The officer runs desperately and confused, bumping into the door's wall and completely losing sight of the fugitive. The little adventurer runs through the large corridors, recalling the entire vast map of the castle he had explored before. The boy thinks, using his great intelligence, and concludes with precision that the powerful Duchess would be in the final room. The invisible adventurer's green eyes widen as he quickly approaches the target and checks the whole tense situation. He notices many female employees gathered at the main door of the enormous room, deducing he found the room perfect. One of the attentive maids carries water while the others try to assist the Duchess in the best way possible. The agile little boy takes advantage of the local confusion and invades the grand room invisibly, passing the strong guards. The worried maid orders them to bring more thermal water, while the stealthy boy carefully advances through the place. The hero peeks at the grand leader's bed, hearing the worried maid report that only her arm had swollen. The boy analyzes the Duchess with great relief, noting that the magical swelling had not yet blocked her breathing. The clever boy concentrates a large and gleaming bright energy in his hands to act fast and heal the majestic leader. He decides to use the fearsome rage magic in a focused spell to drain her strength and heal the leader's cruel problem.